X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep faithing with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. What is going on? Hold on a sec. I should probably turn that down low so you guys aren't hearing my fan. Hello. I apologize. How you doing? Hey, Zan, are we live viewing the debate? Yes, we are. I believe it's going to be starting in 2 hours, so we've got plenty of time to get a couple segments done before the vice presidential debate starts, so we should be on a good schedule right now. I canceled my debate watch party to not take away from you. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Redo. Thank you. You don't have to do that, but I'm glad to have you here. So hyped to get electricity right before Zan's stream. Oh, nice. Was your power out? Did you just get it back? I'm sorry it went out, but I'm glad it's back, CoinDog. Username change, Xander Hall? Oh, yeah. Well, welcome back to being Trans Daughter of Water. Good to see you all. What's up, Redo? E-Man, CoinDog, Bolt Sitarov, War Penguin, Trans Daughter of Water, TSW Shadow Wolf, Meow Vixen, or Meow Wixen, CoinDog. I already said hi to you. You can't fool me. Nice try. What's up, Summerstar? Good to see ya. Somera, Astronaut Lad 172, Wingo, good to see ya. Juno is mad, how are you? Perry Icefire, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Graz Triton, glad to see you're here. I should say Graz Triton. Glad to see you here. Welcome. Did I say hi to you, War Penguin? I don't think I did. Welcome back, War Penguin. V-Rose, what's up? Ashroom, good to see ya. Calico Cali, good to see you. Yo, welcome, welcome. Welcome. It's good to have you guys here. I hope you're all having good days. Yesterday I was feeling a little under the weather, not gonna lie, but I feel much better today. I love my Governor Walz. Yeah, I do love Walz. He is pretty peak. I wish he was my governor, but I'm not moving for him to be my governor. I just want him to be governor of Washington instead of Ohio, wherever he's from. I actually don't remember where he's from. Michigan? I think it's Michigan. Is the debate over? No, it starts in 2 hours, Lucas Giraffe. Also, my stream started like 4 minutes ago, so how could the debate be over yet? Did you think it would only be a few minutes? It's gonna start soon, but not, like, insanely soon, Lucas. We've got 2 hours till it starts. Less than, but pretty much 2 hours. How could you get confused between Michigan and Minnesota? Michigan and Minnesota are, in my mind, very similar. I haven't been to either of those states. Dude, if I haven't been somewhere, it's not real. You guys understand that, right? If I've not been somewhere, it doesn't exist. That's how it works. Once I've been there, then it's real. But until I have, it's just an idea. It's just a concept. It's not real yet. But once I go there, it becomes America, and yeah, it should have to follow America's laws. Anywhere that I go, or anything that I think about, becomes America. Minnesota is a hoax created by the US government? Yeah, I like to think that all foreigners that aren't Americans are actually a hoax. Because we talk about how everybody has an FBI agent, but if there was an FBI agent for every American, that would be a ridiculous, impossible amount of FBI agents, unless... Isn't it suspicious how many people online just happen to be not American? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think those people are the FBI agents, the non-Americans. They're Americans. FBI agent Americans pretending to just be regular people from other countries. Balth is an FBI agent, yeah. Canada's not real. I haven't been there before. I've seen it, but I haven't been there. You know, my eyes have lied to me before. So, I don't know if Canada's real. I don't know if Mexico's real. How do I know that immigration is even real? I wouldn't put it past Republicans to just make up immigration. There is no Mexico, there is no Central or South America, and there are no immigrants coming from there. It's all just CIA. Japan exists? No, it doesn't. No, Japan is the FBI. Distributing animated Gooner material to the young white male population in order to keep them down, keep them in their goon caves and not out revolting against capitalism. You guys can't poke a single hole in my logic here. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to turn all of us into a bunch of Nux Takus. Weaken this country that way. Yeah. Japan's gonna get revenge. Well, the non-existent Japan's gonna get revenge for the non-existent nukes. It's gonna happen. I'm honestly kind of worried for the debate. JD Vance might be better debater than Walz. No. No, I don't think it's gonna go that way, Thomas French. Maybe you're right, but, I mean, JD Vance breaks down and says something incriminating or embarrassing every time he speaks publicly. I really doubt he's going to be challenged by Tim Walz, who's like, you know, a pretty solid speaker at the very least, like a pretty damn good public speaker. I don't know. I think Vance is going to get steamrolled. We must develop methods like China where anime is seen as a social pathogen. True! True. Tim Walz pulls out a picture of a couch. Dude, I hope Tim Walz just shows up to the debate wearing nothing but a t-shirt that just has a couch printed on it, like the couch from The Simpsons. That would just be hysterical. Xander Hall, I'm drinking pre-workout. What are you drinking? I'm drinking water, but I've got a whole ass gallon that I'm drinking from. I'm gallon maxing right now. Yeah, imagine if he just came out wearing nothing. True. True. He would absolutely mog Vance if he just came out wearing nothing and letting his hog hang, you know? Hello, King Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Oh, by the way, if you're a viewer over on YouTube, since I see some new YouTube chatters, beware. I have a website chat. It's the chat that I actually read, like 99% of the time. And it's the chat that's on screen. And I also have custom emotes there and all that good stuff. So you should come to my website, linked in the description and in the chat, like up in the top right corner there, in the YouTube chat. You can see the link there too. Make an account. Come hang out. We also have built-in pronouns, so you can choose pronouns to be attached to your account, and I can see it based on a little color. So I never have to worry about accidentally misgendering you, based on not knowing your pronouns. Now I can know your pronouns. Like V-Rose goes by she, her. Ashroom goes by he, him. I think, right? That's he, him? Yeah. Juno Was Mad goes by he, they. What else we got? We got some other interesting pronoun thingies in here. Let me see if I can find a new one. That's everybody who's here right now, pronoun-wise, but there are other options. There's also a ask/me one for if your pronouns are not an option. If you go by something a little more original recipe. Have you played Spider-Man on the PC? I haven't, but I've thought about it, because I enjoyed my brief stint playing it on PlayStation, and obviously playing it on PC would be better. Playing Cyberpunk 2077 right now, very enjoyable. Nice! Some artist built a 43-foot nude statue of Trump near Las Vegas. I about died with laughter. As usual, the MAGA snowflakes lost their minds about it. Nice. I assume they gave him like a little canonical mushroom wiener. And I mean canonical as in canon. Because, as we know, numerous ex-sexual partners of Trump have testified to him having a dick so small that you couldn't... You could mistake it for a pinky finger. It also tells you that his dick must be, like, orange, right? I feel like that goes without saying. Like, he's spray-tanned the orange on his dick. I don't know if it's funnier for him to have, like, insane, like, tan lines from the orange spray, or if it's funnier for him to, like, have a fully, like, spray-tanned cock and balls. What's funnier, chat? I genuinely don't know. I'm trying to think. I hate that this is what I'm thinking about right now, but I'm trying to figure out which is funnier. I'm glad I saw that shit censored, but shudders? Wait, there's a censored photo of that? I have not seen that. Can't stop thinking about Trump's cock. I'm sorry, Fat. Hopefully you recover from that apparent cognito hazard I've inflicted you with. Do people count dick size flaccid or erect? I mean, I guess it depends, but I don't know anybody who counts... I don't know any man who counts dick size flaccid. But I'm sure there's plenty of women who probably, like, unironically think that when referencing dick sizes, guys mean flaccid. You know what I mean? But that wouldn't make much sense, because I feel like even a woman who's never had sex before, the idea of a dick that is 8 inches long flaccid, or 7 or 6 inches long flaccid, would be horrifying. Because what happens when it gets hard? It's gonna be a rough time. So maybe not. Women inches might be inaccurate until proven with a ruler, yeah. Can he see his dick in the shower, or does his stomach obstruct the view? I like to believe that Trump probably cannot look down and see his dick. There's no way, right? Like, you've seen Trump. There's no way bro can see his own dick when he looks down, right? Like, there's so much obstruction. Yeah, he's too flubby, you're right? Yeah, he's too flubby. The Fupa has consumed his nethers a long time ago. What the fuck did I return to? Kino is what you returned to. Oh, who watched the new episode of From? Episode 2 of Season 3. Hopefully we'll be able to watch party it. I don't know if you guys were all here when I mentioned it before, but this Friday I'm going to be hosting possibly the final watch party / community event. Basically, I've noticed a continuously dropping amount of what's the word for it? Attendance at the watch parties, and so I'm going to do one more on Friday, and it's going to be of the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power. And if the attendance continues to be small, since I've kind of announced that this is going to be a thing, I'll kind of consider it a bit of a democratic vote and let sort of democracy take the reins here. And I'm going to not be hosting the live events anymore. Yes, Friday, not Thursday. So there won't be any live events, no more Korra or anything. And I know that's sad, but the watch parties do take up a good amount of my free time in the evening after streams. You know, I pretty much just conk out right afterwards, right? And so, yeah, I'd rather not do them anymore if there's so few people that are going to, like, show up to them. I just haven't watched Rings of Power? Well, I've been watch partying it. Will you still watch Korra on your own and let us know how far you get? Maybe, yeah. I'll probably finish it. Depends on if, like, Season 2 is really bad, I might not finish it. But, outside of that, probably. 100% fair and valid, but still sad. Yeah, I get that for a lot of you guys who go to the watch parties, it really sucks. Because, like, y'all go to the watch parties. Some of you guys go to every watch party. But it's a very, very small amount to you guys. And, to be completely honest with you, the watch parties are depressing when there's a small amount of people there. Especially when there's no one else, like, with, like, voice perms to talk, like there was at the last one. So it just doesn't end up really working when there's so few people. So I prefer to do the watch parties. Sorry, I'm adjusting my leg and my sitting in the chair because my leg was getting sore. It's just not as fun. It gets dull. Without you in the community, it will be so dull. Yeah, but at the same time, barely anybody has been showing up to the watch parties, so I don't think it'll make much of a difference. Will you still do movies occasionally? Probably not. Because if I ever do bring watch parties back in the future, like, let's say it's after I hit, like, 250,000 subs or something, if I ever do bring them back, I want people to know, like, man, we gotta come to these watch parties, because they could be a very temporary thing, you know? So that's part of it, too. Watch party the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy extended editions? I have done that before. But like I said, the watch parties aren't as fun when so few people arrive, so I'm gonna do one more to see how much attendance happens at the watch party, and if there's very little, then that will be the last one. It'll be a bit of a democratic vote based on attendance. Anyway, Pepper221, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Sent a YouTube link. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. What is this? Dark Knight, but it's brain rot. What? What is this?
The sus stuff is in a hidden album. It can only be accessed by one person.
This is too much freak stuff for the average person.
That's why I'm giving it to you. Only you can watch it.
Helping you spy on 30 million people will never be part of my job description.
It's totally free, no charge.
I will help you this one time. But consider this my resignation. As long as this machine is in your goon cave, I won't be.
When you finish, keep it clean.
What? Welcome back, Governor Robinson. I love that the site Nude Africa in this case says welcome back, Governor Robinson. Amazing. I think CJ Mattis, the guy who makes these videos, presumably guy, might be a kind of left-leaning, I'm gonna be honest. I get the vibe. I feel like he might have lefty sauce, you know? Just a little bit. These videos are so fucking good, though. It's unbelievable. I really love these videos. We've watched all of them on stream a dozen times now, so I'm not going to play one. But if you haven't seen them, you are absolutely missing out. Oh, fuck, I just pulled a calf muscle. God damn it. Oh, Charlie Horse, I'm sorry. That happens to me. When I wake up in the morning and I, like, barely drink any water before bed, I'll wake up and first thing I'll do is I'll just stretch, like a big starfish stretch in my bed. And, I'll sometimes pull a muscle in my calf and it'll just, oh my god. One of those situations where you just curl up in a ball and you just take your hand and you just squeeze the muscle as hard as you can to try to get it to stop seizing up. Oh, I hate that. What an awful way to start the day. But it happens like once... Like not once a month, but like a few times a year that happens, and it's like, oh, not again. Zan, I can feel Gen Alpha slang creeping into my daily vocabulary. Mercy, please, Zan. I've been saying stuff like no cap goes hard, oh my gat, and sus for a while, but yeah, it's literally brain rot. It's a virus spreading through your brain. It's fucking your shit up. Anyway, PepperT21, thank you for the $5. Very based in Pog. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, you said I could plug that. You said that I could plug that I can plug my stream, so I'm doing it again because I had to leave early, but yeah, I'm streaming again. And then a link. Oh, well, thank you for the link to your stream, but you probably want to post it in chat so other people see it, because I don't know if donos show up in chat as, like, a thing that everyone can see as, like, a clickable link. So, PepperT21, you should probably repost that in as, like, a message in chat so other people know to check out your stream. Thank you, though. And then another link from PepperT21. Thank you. I appreciate the $5. Very kind of you. And then, what is this link? Oh, a Meat Canyon video. Hank of the Hill Meat Canyon video. Hank of the Hill.
God damn it, Bobby. What did I tell you about putting your dick in the vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, Dad.
Listen, son. I know the temptation of getting sucked and fucked by a Dyson vacuum cleaner is appealing, but you can't be doing that to such fine craftsmanship.
I like his flat ass. The detail of his
that
flat
boy
ass.
ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
God damn it, Bobby, what did I tell you about putting Peter Pan peanut butter all over your balls and having old ladybird lick it off?
Oh, I don't know, Dad.
Listen, son, I know the temptation of putting chunky peanut butter on your boys and having an eager hound dog try to lick it off is appealing, but you can't be doing that or people will think you like dogs a little too much. That boy ain't right.
Vlogging iteration.
God
What
damn
the
it,
fuck?
Bobby, what did I tell you about messing with your T cells and embryonic fusion?
Dad.
Listen, son, Becoming an omnipotent being capable of destroying worlds seems nice and fun now, but when you're older, people will say, hey, there goes that kid who tried to destroy the planet. Now, do you really want that, boy?
I don't know.
What?
I'm gonna have to put
He just
you
Akira
down,
slide
boy.
his lawnmower.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
I'll see you in hell, you son of a bitch.
The propane gun. I love how the gun is a propane gun. Jesus Christ.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
That boy, right. I live in an apartment, so every time I get a Charlie horse, I have to suffer in silence instead of screaming at the top of my lungs like I would like to. Yeah, the tip I give to you is you just kind of like scream into a pillow if you have to. What did I walk into? This is my first time catching a stream, and this is what I see. Welcome to the average Xanderhall stream, Clover of the Fields. The most, actually, no, I should say, correction, the most normal Xanderhall stream ever. Thank you for the $5, Pepper221. And Anarchist Rising, thank you for the $20. Hot damn, thank you. My god, that is extremely generous. Says, are you familiar with Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun? No. It has a lot of the things you praise about AC Shadows, except instead of third-person action, it's an isometric stealth assassin game. Yeah, maybe I'll end up liking it. But I don't know. I'm not really in the market for any new games at the moment. Just in particular, I've got a pretty big backlog. The only new games that I'm looking to right now are a small handful that have already come out and a small handful coming out soon. I still want to get to Baldur's Gate 3. I've remained about as spoiler-free as you can be on that game. Besides, I know, according to numerous friends who are obsessed with Astarion, that anyone who tries to rizz up Astarion is a bad person or does not understand Astarion's character. So, I mean, I was never going to try to hook up with him in the first place, but at least now I know that. Apparently, bro's got trauma around that kind of thing, so you're not supposed to try to rizz homie up. Despite him being a vampire dude designed to be as appealing sexually as possible to people attracted to vampire dudes. Nuxtaku and Pipka Pipkin are both Canadians? Okay. Dude, I saw people in my Discord arguing over whether or not Pipka Pipkin is actually a Nazi the other day, because they thought, and I saw it in my comments too, like people commenting confused about me referring to her as a Nazi and a lolicon, and I was confused about this because I was like, don't these YouTubers pretty much exclusively make like edgelord right-wing lolicon videos? And then I found out from some comments on my videos about Rev Says Desu in particular that apparently they're very large, including and Nuxtaku, they're very large within the VTuber community doing VTuber news videos. And they keep a lot of the weird shit out of those videos and save it for like their general audience. And those videos get a wide amount of viewership and have like their own niche of fans. So like all these YouTubers do like fairly innocuous VTuber news stuff that normies watch, and they don't know that, like, on the sidelines, Pipka Pipkin, for example, has, like, JQ'd a dozen times on stream. Like, the first clip I ever saw of that VTuber was her JQing and being like, oh, but we can't talk about them, you know, the people with all that power that are behind this, you know, we're not allowed to talk about it. I can't really imitate her voice, but you know what I'm going for here. It was literally like the Nazi sarcastic, oh, we can't talk about the Jews bit, you know? So yeah. Zan, I'm now tempted to join one of their streams and say I'm Jewish. Yeah, see how it goes for you. So you can find out whether or not I was right about that being a Nazi community. That's really the best way that you can find out if I'm right about a YouTuber being a Nazi. Just go into their chat when they're live streaming and simply say that you're Jewish and see how their community reacts. Because I guarantee you, if you say that you're Jewish in my chat, no one is going to call you anything or do anything to you or say anything weird to you. But if you say it in one of their chats, you might be surprised at how many interesting comments you get. Not that you got the interesting comments, that's to be expected from any large chat, but how many? Yeah, do like a speedrunning getting called the N-word in a COD lobby video. Yeah, I love those videos, by the way. It's actually insane how fast he's able to pull it off. Hold on, speed running N-word COD lobby. He censors these so that you don't hear the N-word, but these videos are insanely funny.
So people tend to be really emotional on Rust, so this should be it. Good pistol out for good speed boost. Really good side cancel. Okay, really good side cancel again. Nice weapon swap. This could be it. That's right. We did it. All the most toxic people play Shipment on hardcore, and it's a smaller map than Rust, so it should get some really good times. Really good side cancel with the Uzi. Really good RPG swap. Really good shot on target. This could be it. So I'm going to be combining the Black Lives Matter strat with the hardcore S&D. Should lead to some pretty good times. Lobby. Oh, BLM. Stop 2.5! We fucking did it! No one's beating that! Let's... TikTok took down my last world record speed run, so I'm back with another attempt using the same BLM hardcore S&D meta. Hopefully we can get good times. Lobby. BLM. It don't matter. Yes, go! That's the fucking world record! I did it! So I've decided to switch from the BLM strat, which is 3 syllables, to I'm black, which is only 2. Should get some pretty good times. Oh, let's get ready. I'm black. Let's go! Antonio's gonna be good! Let's go! In order to get the most toxic players, we switch from hardcore S&D to core S&D, still using the same OP on black strat. Hopefully we can break sub 1 with this. Let's get ready. I'm black. Oh my god, we did it! Sub 0.5! Alright, so people tend to be really emotional.
0.46.
Good pistol.
0.46 seconds is a pretty psychotically good record, though. You have to admit, that's like downright impressive. What's my favorite weird vehicle? Probably the paramotor. Xanderhall, my roommate, has had Rev on his PC like every time I see his computer. Should I nuke him? He might just be watching, like I said, Rev Says Desu, Nuxtaku, all these YouTubers make relatively innocuous VTuber news videos on the side that get way more viewership than their like weird Gooner fetish lolicon content. And so, it might not be that that's what they're into, but it's definitely sus, you know? Oh yeah, we gotta talk about Iran striking or launching a strike. A few bombs have apparently hit the ground in central and southern Israel, but Iran launched a strike on Israel. Pretty cringe. Pretty cringe. We don't like war, and it looks like there's about to be a lot more. Oh, did you guys not know? We're going to be getting to that in just a moment. Don't you guys worry. You ran and launched a strike? Good one, Sobo Hapians. Good one. Anyway, Anarchist Rising, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Unpaid Intern, thank you for the $5. You're an unpaid intern, but you're paying me. Says, I'm a few streams behind, so IDK if this has been addressed. The Nuxtaku face reveal wasn't him. The guy you showed was a YouTuber named Heart Vegan, a hentai reviewer. Yes, I'm aware because like 1 million people have commented this. This is once again an example of the kind of thing that I feel would drive the average person genuinely insane if they did YouTube. Is if you make the slightest, most innocuous misstep or mistake, like saying, oh yeah, apparently if you look up YouTuber face and all of the results are a guy, and then you show a picture of the guy and that's not the guy, nobody understands that you thought that was the guy because that's the guy that comes up when you look him up on Google Images. They instead comment by the hundreds correcting you. And then when you get to, like, the 500th person correcting you, you have to, like, keep your shit together and pretend like it's not bothering you. That's the kind of stuff I feel would drive most people insane if they did content creation. Is, like, you'd grow to have to be so careful about everything that you say. Not because you'd be worried about getting canceled even, but because people nitpick every tiny thing to the point that it's just annoying, you know? That's what honestly bothers me more than anything. It's the having a small misstep or misspeak and people being annoying about it. What do you think of the port strike? I heard the union leader supports Trump and doesn't want to get a deal done until after the election. I mean, like, people striking is not always a good thing. Striking is just an act of protest. That honestly doesn't surprise me, though, considering that, like, those that support Trump are not, like, past putting things on, putting things in a hostage situation until they get what they want, right? Look at how many times Republicans just shut down the government when they don't want to agree on a bill or something like that, you know? Anyway, thank you for the $5, unpaid intern. War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Gifted to One Piece 34. I hope they appreciate the blue name, the free blue name. Said, want another Meat Canyon video? I mean, I like Meat Canyon, so I won't say no to it. We're only gonna watch a minute of this though, because we gotta move on to segments before the debate starts. Thank you for the support though so far today, guys. You guys have been amazing. What's this?
All right, children, gather round. Today we're going to go inside of a beehive or, I don't know, a flower or some shit.
Miss Frizzle, I don't want to learn about that stuff. I want to learn about wet-ass pussy. Wop, wop,
Wop.
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 Oh, God, no. You
Goddamn
all know I
Gen
hate
Alpha.
that song so much.
Miss Frizzle, if I don't find out what wet and gushy means, I'll go crazy. I'll do something bad. Something I might regret. Probably to Arnold.
Oh, jeez. Come on, guys. This is all so crude.
Wait, so you're telling me wet-ass pussy doesn't mean a cat that's been out in the rain?
Carlos! No, no, no. We have a set curriculum to abide by, children. Sorry, but the answer is no. It's my one rule. Don't break the curriculum.
You know what? Fuck you, Miss Frizzle.
Yeah, you're a cunt, Miss Frizzle. A real big cunt.
Fuck you, Miss Frizzle, and that reptile you always have on your shoulder, you dumb bitch.
We want WAP. We want WAP. We want WAP. You children want to disobey my curriculum and learn about old Miss Frizzle's sandbox, huh?
Yeah!
All right, children, fine. You've twisted my arm. Hop in the bus and let's get to learning.
Dude, Meat Canyon is deranged. Meat Canyon is so fucking deranged. This still isn't the funniest thing that Meat Canyon has made, because the funniest thing Meat Canyon has made isn't even an animation. It's just a bit that he did on Creepcast to be continued on Pornhub Reel. The best thing he's done was a bit on Creepcast. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's when they did the episode on Baraska, and there's a character whose mom dies and has a funeral, and another character who's dating, who's the boyfriend of that character, and the character who's the boyfriend is a little bit, you know, he's a bit of a dude, right? He's a bit of a guy, and he ends up going to the funeral, going up to his girlfriend whose mom just died, and they're at the funeral, and he asks, "What's wrong?" This spurs Meat Canyon in response to doing a whole bit about how this character is at the funeral, like, blasting music through, like, a pill Bluetooth speaker and, like, eating all of the food at, like, the food table and just saying, like, "Ayo, this shit's fucking boring. When's this ending?" And you heard a bit of it there, but, like, Meat Canyon does the voices for all these characters, and when he does the voices, it's just insane. Yeah, Kyle being mad disrespectful. Yeah, those of you guys who get the reference, you know. How Hasbro has released a Crocodile Beyblade. Is not a swamp puppy, but is something I guess it also comes with a piss-colored unicorn. Neat. What do the name colors mean? It means they're subbed, and they're at different sub-tiers. Blue is tier 1, purple is tier 2, I believe it's red is tier 3, and then gold is tier 4. And it's just like a little extra thing for people who want to get a little something in return for supporting me. It's a bit like how on YouTube or Twitch or something you get like a badge if you sub to a streamer, but it's built into the site. By the way, if you want to support the stream, like these lovely people who've been donating have, but you don't have any money or you don't want to donate, you absolutely don't need to support the stream. You can actually drop a like no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, even if you're watching live from my site. If you drop a like over on YouTube, every thumbs up actually forces YouTube to push my content in the algorithm. Someone recently, on my last stream actually, brought up an example that I think is really good to put into, like, perspective how much value to a YouTuber a single like on a video has. Someone told me, at least, that they went to one of my old videos, like a few years old, doesn't get any views these days, doesn't have any activity on it, and they watched it, and they left a like. And they left, and they came back to it a few hours later, and it had 2 or 3 new comments. That means, like, a dozen or so people, new people, watched that video because one single person watched it after a few years and dropped a like on it. Enough that it got multiple new comments after months of no activity. So, granted, it could be coincidence, it could be dishonesty from the person who told the story, but if you've ever wondered how much would your single like make a difference, it's possible that a dozen or more new people find my channel because of one like. So I really do appreciate it. Every one of you who hits that thumbs up button really means a lot, and it really, really helps a lot. Thank you. If you get modded, you can use sub-only emotes for free. That's true. Well, it's not... Oh, yeah, if you get modded, you can use them for free. Yeah. Why is there a Super Earth flag on your wall, Zan? Because I like Helldivers too. Why else? Do you think I just have it up there because I'm like I thought it was like for a movement or something? I'm a Helldivers 2 fan. It is the first of much different lore, or not lore, loot. Much different merchandise I'm going to put up all around my streaming room to be in the background. So far, it's just the flag, because that was a relatively cheap and easy to set up thing. But I need to get, like, a nice, like, sort of cabinet or shelf to put right there underneath it, so I can put my Quebec 3D printed miniature there, and a bunch of other stuff, too. They put spikes on the back of my teeth to stop me from mewing. I think it'd be awesome if they made, like, some kind of mouth guard that forces you to mew, otherwise you'll be in pain. Wouldn't that be cool? Then you'd be, like, forced to mew constantly or be in, like, constant pain. Someone should make that. I should make that a product and, like, heavily shill it to incels. They'd buy it. I could make so much money off of that. Like, it would basically be, like, some sort of, like, BDSM, like, nutsack torture instrument that forces you into, like, one position, but it would be for mewing. It would be, like, internal in your mouth, right? And so you'd have to, like, I can't mew right now because I'm fucking laughing. You'd have to mew constantly. Yeah, like some kind of retainer, but with like razor blades on it or something. Yeah, like a mewing cuff, you know? Oh, it could be like a mouth guard that like hooks around, or like a headgear that hooks around your jaw and forces it forward, and it has like hooks that sink into your lips and force you to go at all times. Like it forces you to do that. You literally, like you rest your face and it's that face and it turns it into your resting face. No, we don't need anti-mewing devices. We need devices that force you to mew. That's what I want. Yeah, like Jimmy from Ed, Edd and Eddy, only it forces you to mute. Alright, let me get the first topic of the stream ready for you guys today. Honestly, I think I should probably cover the wild news happening as of a few hours ago. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So you know how a couple days ago I said nothing ever happens, particularly in regards to the conflict between Iran, Lebanon, Israel, and Hamas in the Gaza Strip, like this whole sort of like massive four-way. There might even be other groups involved I'm forgetting right now. You could actually argue the Houthis are involved because they claim that a lot of their like blockade shit they did is in response to Israel's like military action. Basically, I said nothing ever happens, and that we probably wouldn't see seriously escalating massive reaches to engage in further war. But I guess I completely underestimated the goal of Iran. I've said this a lot lately, but a lot of people, particularly Americans, let's be real, don't understand world anything. Like world geography, world politics to any degree. It's a very tenuous understanding. If you ask the average American, like, what they imagine when they think of Iran, as far as, like, a city or a town, they'd probably tell you it looks like something like Dust 2 from CSGO, or I guess CS2 is what you'd know now, if you play Counter-Strike. When in reality, Iran's capital, in particular, I've shown it a couple times on stream before. Iran's capital is, I mean, look at it at night, and that really tells you everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know when you see it at night. It is lit up more than a Christmas tree. We are talking about a nation that has arguably first world levels of money, power, and certainly not quality of life and democracy, but definitely the resources of their government, that they are a real deal threat. It's not like dealing with some militant group and invading a country or occupying it like America has been used to for a while. Conflict with Iran could be quite serious, like an actually big deal. On top of that, Iran is like speed running, trying to get nukes. That's why the Iran nuclear deal was such a big deal. So when we talk about Iran here, just in case some of you were maybe a little bit misled, you need to know that Iran is not like a meme. It's not like a non-threat to America. It is as much of a threat to America as China or Russia or more than North Korea for sure. I'd say North Korea is like the least dangerous of the new Axis powers of the 21st century, which are of course China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. But yeah, we're talking about a real threat. And mind you, like I said, they're basically forming a new Axis powers. So it's not just Iran we have to worry about. It's Russia and China and North Korea, who are, like, but mind you, North Korea backing Russia's invasion of Ukraine. China has always been pretty nice with Russia, and obviously we're a little bit on decent terms with China, but it's also still kind of tenuous. We're in a pretty interesting place right now in the world of geopolitics. Things could actually get pretty crazy, all memes about nothing ever happening aside. And a good example of things getting crazy is what happened only 6 hours ago as of the recording of this segment. Missiles have been launched from Iran to Israel, says the IDF. This was the news that came out from the IDF. shortly before the news that came a little bit after. Apparently about 30 minutes later, CNN reporters witnessed dozens of missiles and intercepts happening up in the sky above Israel. Now, I feel this should not be something I need to continuously remind you of, but unfortunately within the left, there's this bizarre, like, depersoning of anybody who is a citizen of Israel, like this implication that no one in Israel is like an innocent bystander. But to be very clear, these are missiles launched at the civilian population in Israel. And yes, I know civilians in Israel have had to be in the IDF because of compulsory service, but I don't think that makes them bad people, nor do I think it makes them fair game to target, nor does it make the civilians in Gaza or in Lebanon or anywhere else a valid target for the IDF. I don't think it's okay on either side of these things. But critically, I think it's important to point out that Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, when they launch attacks on Israel, they attack just civilian populations. They consider Israel's military and its people, its civilians, all one entity. You could argue the IDF is, like, you could argue Israel is intentionally trying to do a genocide, but that requires, like, mind reading. In reality, what they're doing has the outcome of mass killing and mass civilian death, but let's be real, if they want to do a full-on genocide, they probably could and fully get away with it, and they probably know that, and they'd probably be going way further and doing a lot more. This is very clearly just, they don't care about the Palestinian people. They want to take out Hamas. Hamas is a threat, and they don't care how many children get bombed in the process. That is the problem with Israel. Hezbollah, Iran, Hamas, they are targeting Israel's civilian populations because they frankly consider Israel and its military and its people all one entity of invader and occupier that deserves to be destroyed equally across the entire population. Civilians should always be protected, doesn't matter who they are. Yeah, well, that's why, as you can imagine, if you're going to see lefties celebrating this attack on Israel, but it is an attack on a civilian population. If you're against it when the IDF does it, you should be against it when Iran does it. Daily reminder that the IDF considers all males over 13 to be military-aged male. Yeah. Yep. Here, let me see if I can find video. Israel, Iran. There should be video coming out now. Yep. Yes, it is indeed. How much you want to bet Iran, like, specifically did this right before this debate? Because they wanted to, like, draw attention. How much you want to bet this is to draw attention away from the inevitable failure of JD Vance in the debate tonight? Because you have to know that, Iran wants Trump to win. It makes America weaker. So surely Iran wants as much war as possible during Dem presidencies. That's why they've attacked so much during a Dem presidency and we're so chill even after. Didn't Iran get airstriked by us numerous times? No, by Trump, I should say. Like executive, like top of the executive branch Trump order to airstrike Iran, and they didn't do jack shit, if I remember right. Like nothing to this scale. Meanwhile, granted, Israel isn't doing nothing, but like Israel isn't bombing Iran. As far as I'm aware. I feel like that would have been news I would have heard of by now. So, like, why are they getting so heated? Yeah, we killed Soleimani. We killed, like, a leader. Like, a big-time Iranian leader, and Trump did. And there was, like, barely any response compared to this. Simply, like, it feels like, maybe this is my very American-centric worldview, but it really does feel like the heat on global war is turned up by our enemies when we've got a Dem in office, because they know that Americans have a certain idea and they want to reinforce that idea, because Dems in office is worse for our enemies, because Dems in office means a more competently run country. So multiple strikes have already hit the ground in Israel, so there are people no doubt hurt. There are people who are no doubt killed. As you can tell, besides the response teams there, this is not a military base, but a civilian population. It's not good when Israel does it, but it's not good when it happens to Israel either. The civilians didn't choose to be a part of this. Did it hit a building? Granted, they blew up a bunch over Israel as well, the interceptions, so there could be a bunch of shrapnel that hit people too. That's a whole separate issue as well. Did they hit a church? This is the music that plays in a movie when you go to the Middle East. How'd this get past the Iron Dome? Well, believe it or not, the Iron Dome isn't literally a giant iron dome around Israel. It's actually a highly sophisticated defense system that's meant to intercept these things. But you guys know how, like, everyone complains about another 28 trillion to Israel? What do you guys think the majority of that money goes to? It goes to the Iron Dome. And we've actually allowed the Iron Dome to get continuously behind in terms of its capabilities. Even Hamas has the capabilities to launch attacks on Israel's civilian population that can pierce the Iron Dome. The rate of misses, or I should say the rate of strikes passing through the Iron Dome has been increasing. The Iron Dome is weakening because of the increasing numbers of bombs sent after October 7th. There's more bombs, and the bombs are better. You got to remember, before, like years and years ago, there was that big hubbub about Israel locking down the import of sugar and sweets into Gaza. And everyone was like, oh man, Israel's so evil. They don't want kids to have candy. But it was because sugar was the #1 ingredient used in the very rudimentary bombs that Hamas was using back then against Israel. Nowadays, they don't do that anymore because Hamas is using undetonated IDF bombs and artillery sent from Iran. Iron Dome is for cruise missiles only. David's Sling is for ballistic missiles. Yeah, they have a whole, the Iron Dome, David's Sling, and then there's something else as well. They're all, not all of them, but they're generally like biblical references. I know they also have, this is one that I feel everyone should know about. Do you guys know what the Samsonian option is? Yeah, Scapegoat. You're on top of it. How many of you guys know what the Samsonian option is? Or how many of you don't? Yeah, so Prancing Goldfish already spoiled it, but Israel's plan, if they ever, lose or are imminently losing, is to nuke the world, basically. It's to start nuclear war that would no doubt end the world, because if Israel cannot go on, then the world should not continue. Holy shit, what? Yeah, you guys didn't know? There are people in chat that don't know about this. I feel if I'm going to give my you could call it devil's advocate for Israel and its funding, then I should bring this aspect up too. Samsonian option Israel. This is why you don't want Israel to lose, because they'll just end the world. The Samson option is Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. Commentators also have employed the term to refer to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation. The name is a reference to the biblical Israelite judge Samson, who pushed apart the pillars of a Philistine temple, bringing down the roof and killing himself and thousands of Philistines who had captured him. Dude, the story of Samson goes pretty hard, though. It's about, the Bible's... The Bible has the story of the world's first terrorist. And, funnily enough, he was Jewish. Legitimately, though, Samson was just an outright terrorist. That's literally what he was. Dude, for some reason, God just gave superpowers to full-on terrorists sometimes. Lol, the world's first terrorist. You think I'm joking? Dude, Samson captured, how many was it? 400 foxes, I think? Which is just another example of, like, the Bible exaggerating numbers to the extent that it's like, how the fuck can you believe this? Like, a single man in a night caught 400 foxes and then tied their tails together around torches and then let them loose into a Philistine city to burn it down. Yep, and he killed hundreds of people with a donkey's jawbone, which, you know, he has superpowers, fair. And all of this started because he made up a riddle that wasn't a riddle. It was just a, like, deep-cut reference that only he could get. And then he told his wife the answer. His wife's family told him this answer that, you know, you'd have to cheat to know, but the riddle wasn't fair in the first place. And so in response, Samson kills them all and then goes on to, like, continuously, not Delilah, no, to continuously murder Philistines. And then finally he gets married to Delilah, and Delilah, like, sells him out after numerous attempts, finally, for some reason, in a very, like, the Bible character writing making no sense, you know, in a very, like Esau kind of way. It's like, oh, yes, you must be Jacob, or I forget, was it Jacob or Esau that was the imposter? You must be the right brother because you're wearing skins, and thus you must be your hairy brother, who I guess must not have gotten any of your hair genes, because the people who wrote the Bible don't understand hair genetics, and that generally brothers are going to be as hairy as each other, and also the fact that even a blind, dying old man wouldn't confuse his sons because one of them is wearing a pelt. Also, a pelt is not as hairy is hairier than any human. Like supposedly the Bible would have you believe that, I think it's Jacob, is his hair. I could go on with just ranting about how nonsensical the Bible is at times, but it was another example of amazing biblical character writing where Samson, after numerous attempts where he knows that his wife has tried to get him killed, like he has to be like deep freezer IQ to have not picked up on this by this point. If you know the story, then you know what I'm talking about. Like, his wife asks him before bed, hey, how could one, like, nullify your power and kill you? He tells her a fake way because he doesn't trust her. And then that night, that next morning, he wakes up with, say, 7 unused bowstrings wrapped around his wrists, which he just told his wife the night before. It's like, how'd the Philistines supposedly know how to stop me this way? It's not the way to stop him. The real way to stop him is to cut his hair, which he eventually tells his wife, who is clearly trying to sell him out at this point. The Bible is like that, where characters have absolutely zero critical thinking. And then sometimes they're geniuses out of nowhere, dude. Like, sometimes there's characters in the Bible who just suddenly know how to do a thing. It's like in The Lord of the Rings when Gandalf just knows how to open the gates to the doors of Moria, the gates of Moria. You know, as like a deeper Tolkien reader, you'd know. But if you've just read The Lord of the Rings, then you're like, damn, Gandalf knows everything, I guess. There are characters in the Bible who are just written like that, where it's just like, I guess they know everything, I suppose. Dude was betrayed by her so many times and still told her his weakness. What a simp. Well, to be fair, he had a first wife that started his revenge spree, and that was the first betrayal, and that was a different woman. And then later on, he ended up marrying Delilah. But yeah. Anyway, sorry for the whole biblical, the Bible lesson there, but hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully you learned something. Looks like shooting stars. Dude, we got tons of videos of this. Bible class with Zan. That could be a fun segment if I just did, like, I think I think me and Cirrus did a bit of that one time, actually. Me and Cirrus collabed, and I told the story of, God, which story did I tell? I think it was the story of Samson. If not, it was the story of, no, yeah, I think it was the story of Samson I told, and I told the story about how he was the first terrorist, and how silly it is. Not gonna lie, Xander Hall, I would totally let my wife kill me if she wanted to. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Yeah, those ones definitely got through. I think that one got through, too. Yeah, here comes another one. Yeah, those got through. Those definitely hit. They hit Israel. Jesus. Remember, guys, the people that these bombs are hitting are not the people responsible for bombing civilians in Gaza. Or for hurting civilians in attacks on Hezbollah. The people who are getting hit here at most have had to serve compulsory service. Because the government of Israel makes you do that. Also, I have fans in Israel who've talked about having these things get blown up above their heads, like above their houses. They get, like, intercepted. And it's like, man, knowing that there are, like, based lefties that are in Israel and they are, like, victims of these attacks, too, it's a lot harder to be on board with the rest of the online left with the rah-rah, Israel must fall, like, kind of crowd, you know? Like, as much as I have so many reasons to, like, dislike Vosh now, I always thought he was above that, but even he's, like, fallen into that stuff. Did they vote for Netanyahu? Not all of them. Do you think if, like, New York City got airstriked by some country during Trump's run, it would be a fair defense of the action to say, well, did they vote for Trump? Even if they voted for Netanyahu, they don't deserve to get airstriked. Just like the people in Gaza don't deserve to be struck or killed because they may or may not have supported, decades ago, Hamas. That's the kind of logic that Israel uses to justify these actions, funnily enough. Is, did they vote for Hamas? Netanyahu is only in charge still because of the war? That's true. Xander Hall, similar thing is happening with the hurricane in the South. People don't care because they are Southerners and they vote Republican, which I think is stupid. You should care if human life is being ended. Well, right now, Republicans are blocking aid to these southern states. Is Vosh actually celebrating this? I have no clue, but I know that in, like, previous situations with this stuff that he's had a very unnuanced take. It's more nuanced than most of the online left, but it's starting to fall into Hassan territory. For, like, most of the online left is like Hassan tier in their engagement with the issue of Israel and Gaza. While Republicans really don't care about their people, they don't care about any people. Vosh doubled down on the Israel should be nuked off the planet opinion recently. Yeah, when it's an edgy joke, it's in poor taste, but it's, you know, an edgy joke. When it's a serious proclamation in response to this, it's, I mean, it's advocacy for terrorism. It just is. I can't get over how stupid the statement, you college students should protest in Gaza if you're that concerned is. Yeah, that's also, like, the other side of the coin of, like, oh, you care about the human lives lost in Gaza? Well, why don't you go there and see how they treat you? It's like, who cares? Who cares if the civilians in Gaza are like, shitty people, even if that ends up being the case? Like, what, does that mean they deserve to be airstriked? Because, like, they're civilians in a war zone? Like, what is that logic? Man. We'll have to see how this escalates things. There's more news, though, that's come out since. Biden and Harris have meet national security team ahead of expected Iranian attack on Israel, White House says. U.S. President Joe Biden convened a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris and top national security officials on Tuesday to discuss the expected ballistic missile attack by Iran on Israel, according to White House spokesperson Emily Simmons. At POTUS just convened a meeting with VP and their NatSec team to discuss Iranian plans to imminently launch a significant ballistic missile attack against Israel. They reviewed the status of U.S. preparations to help Israel defend against attacks and protect U.S. personnel, Simmons posted on X. Honestly, maybe you two should debate. Oh, wait. Exactly, yeah. Tried. Iran targeted Israel in response to deaths of Hezbollah leader and others, IRGC says. So yeah, this was a response to the attack that took out a bunch of leadership in Hezbollah, which I did say nothing's going to happen, nothing ever happens. I was dead wrong about that, clearly. Most of the missiles were intercepted, but several have landed in central and southern Israel. 6 have been killed in Tel Aviv in a shooting and stabbing attack, according to Israeli police, separate from this issue. Okay. Officials in northern Israel warn of falling fragments from intercepted projectiles. U.S. forces are defending against Iranian missile barrage. Hundreds of Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel, so it's hundreds of missiles. It's not like a few dozen, it's hundreds, like a barrage, legitimately. Celebratory gunfire and cheers heard in Beirut and Gaza. Yeah, the, I saw that there was Iran celebration. I saw these videos of the celebrations that were happening. Yeah, here's one of the videos. This is after the missiles were launched, before they'd hit. Man, it sucks this chat hates Vosh, eh? Hey, Adante Asai. Just for the sake, just for 1 point. If I could just have 1 point, because I don't want to stun lock for too long. Are you aware of the porn folder? Do you just, like, not care? Do you defend the porn folder? I'm curious. Just as a start. Yeah. So you defend the porn folder. You just don't, or the tax folder, I should say. You like Vosh enough that it doesn't bother you. I get it. Listen, it's okay. I get it. I get it. You know, you like his content. It doesn't really bother you that much. Many people have looked past this kind of thing in the past, you know. Like, there's a big conversation right now about people looking past Nuxtaku's weirdness for years, and same with, like, Shadman. You know, it's been a big thing lately. You know, a lot of people have gotten it. You know, have been willing to look past these things. What? The what folder? Oh man, there are people here who legit don't know. Basically, Vosh accidentally opened his unsorted porn downloads folder, like the files he had downloaded on his computer to jack off to later, but hadn't sorted, and he accidentally opened it, and multiple of the photos, if I recall correctly, but at least one were AI-generated horse porn, and numerous of them, though there has been a psyop done since to, like, post screenshots of this supposed, like, moment when he opened the folder and get rid of the worst content in there and replace it with stuff that's, like, not as morally bad, that's not, like, literally, like, awful, I should say. So there was lolly stuff, and there was like AI generated horse stuff, and so that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. So yeah, they're celebrating over in Iran, I guess. There are no good guys in this war. That's the thing that you guys have to remember. The only good guys on any level, really, are the civilians. All of the military combatants in this war are bad. And as much as I hate to say it, if we look at, like, the timeline, you could argue that Israel might have, in modern day, the most moral reason to be fighting, considering that like they are getting attacked for being there. Like those that are attacking them will not stop attacking them until they are not there anymore. And so you could make the argument that that's like a base level of like, okay, well, if you're getting attacked because you're there and they won't stop attacking you till you're dead or not there anymore, then I guess you're in your right to defend yourself. The problem is Israel doesn't seem to have any concerns whatsoever about hurting civilians and like all the damage they do to infrastructure and all that. But at the same time, it's like, what can they do about Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran? Like what can they do? Because these are like these are terror groups using guerrilla tactics in the case of Hamas particularly in a heavily populated, densely populated area. It's almost impossible to fight them without just mobilizing troops to kick down doors and like hostage situation every house, search it, and to like have that level of surgical precision to like find and take out every Hamas like cell, because like the Hamas won't stop like killing Israeli civilians. They're not gonna stop until Israel's no more. Hezbollah will never be cool with just living and let living with Israel. Iran, after all of this, is going to continue to back these groups that are attacking Israel, and they're going to continue attacking Israel themselves now, it seems. I don't know where this goes, and I kind of understand why, from America's perspective, Israel look like the good guys. Because at the end of the day, Israel are the most effective for America to back, like from America's like selfish perspective. And on top of that, like even if the occupation that Israel like was founded on and the continuous settlement building is bad, the fact that they're getting attacked regardless of if they attack anyone else, like Israel could stop settlement building and just sit quiet and still for a while, and that would not stop Iran, Hamas, or Hezbollah from attacking. It wouldn't. They'd still attack. They'd still kill civilians. This hyper escalation and conflict happened because Hamas took out a bunch of civilians and then like paraded their corpses and violated their bodies and took hostages too. That's something that a lot of people have also, like on the left, have let up on, or even claimed didn't happen. But the civilians that got murdered on October 7th, they didn't just get killed. They paraded the bodies around and desecrated the bodies, like in sexually in some cases. That it was like, it wasn't just an attack that was done as like a vengeful retaliation or an act of war. It was done as like a vindictive act of revenge. And, you know, if it was done against military personnel, although minus like the parading of bodies and the sexual stuff, I guess I wouldn't be as upset about it. War's war, you know, combatants versus combatants. But they did it to civilian populations. And that's the problem I have with Israel. And it's the problem I have with Hamas, with Hezbollah, with Iran, with the Houthis, which literally have been doing their whole like taking over of civilian ships thing. They're pirates. The only good guys in the Gaza war are the civilians. Like I said before, the only good guys here are the civilians. It's just a really shitty situation. It's why I cringe so much at the idea of anyone having this like strong support for either side in the war. Like, unless you're marching for civilians, you're probably posting cringe. Because, like, there is no good side in this war. Israel's not purely in the wrong. You are factually wrong. I am the only good guy. Okay. You got me now, Stuck. I have absolutely no argument to refute that, frankly. Anyway, with all that said, I think that's really all the news to catch up on with this situation. If any big new developments end up happening, you can imagine I'll be covering it probably tomorrow, considering Israel is not going to take long to respond to this. You know there will be retaliation. It will be an escalation from what just happened. It's going to be like hundreds more bombs launched over at Iran or something like that. Who knows? Anyway, with all that said, If you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It really, really helps a lot. It goes a long way to help the channel. Every like potentially means dozens of people getting my videos and they're recommended, so it really means a lot no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me. Consider supporting me by dropping a sub and commenting as well. It really means a lot, and it also means that YouTube will actually tell you when I go live or upload a new video, especially if you ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications. And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias linked down below if you want to see more from me, and join my fan Discord if you want to be part of the main hub of my fan community. It's totally free to join, and I will be hosting one last attempt at a watch party and event in my server. There's been pretty low turnout for the watch parties and events in my Discord, so I'm going to do one more and see how the turnout is, and if it's low, then that tells me that there's very, very little desire for these watch parties and events, and it will be the last. So if you're interested in showing up to that and helping to prevent them from going extinct, then consider joining the Discord, because I'd hate it if like a bunch of people who would totally go to watch parties like subbed right as I'm doing my like big democratic vote, you know? Anyway, with that said, thank you so much for watching. If you want to support me directly financially, by the way, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub through my website. Or you can support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just watching and chilling out, I really do appreciate it. And as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. The only reason I didn't go to the last one because I haven't seen Rings of Power, but I'll be there for the Korra one. Well, there's not going to be a Korra one. Kamiyami. The next watch party and the last one if watch parties don't continue, if there's like low turnout. Like it seems like there's going to be low turnout, so I'm banking on watch parties ending permanently with the this Friday being the last one. So there's not going to be another Legend of Korra watch party most likely based on how it's looking like the turnout will be for the sort of like democratic watch party. So definitely show up. But by the looks of it, there's not a lot of people that have been saying they're going to be coming to the Rings of Party watch power on Friday. Or Rings of Power watch party. I will probably be there unless I'm too tired for my workout. Good segue, I'm watching wrestling, but try to watch both. Hell yeah. Also, the watch parties are late at night, and I like to go to bed at relatively reasonable hour. They're not late at night, they're at like 6 p.m. Zan is forcing the watch party vote. Yeah, I'm forcing the vote. Yeah, you gotta convince people to show up to watch parties for sure, yeah. Do you still plan on doing other events like 12 Days of Christmas? Nope. Like I said, it takes even more work than watch parties to set up something like 12 Days of Christmas, so if I have such low confidence that there's gonna be turnout, then why would I do it? Not only is it not worth putting in so much work for so few people to turn up, but it's also not going to work with so few people. Like 12 Days of Christmas doesn't work if there's like 6 or 7 people. It's got to be like 12 or more on when I'm streaming it for it to be like the vibe of like a populated Christmas village. Same goes for watch parties. There's got to be like 25 plus people for it to feel like, you know, an event, like a watch party, like a theater experience. Otherwise, the chat's super quiet. No one's talking or like making comments about anything. I know, Redo. Don't worry. I'm gonna be there? Hell yeah, Jessica the Bard. We shall see how many people show up. I'll be streaming right before the watch party, so I'll be able to funnel people in from the stream to the watch party. But I've had like 600 people at a stream, done a watch party, and gotten only like 30. So it's a very small percentage of people who watch the streams who will even come to watch parties. So the chances are that watch parties are going to be done for. There's a very, very low demand for them. Even when it's Avatar, like it's only like 50 or so people. It's a very low demand for watch parties. What ep of Rings of Power are you all on? Are you current? Yeah, we're almost fully caught up, yeah. I'll join the watch party, hell yeah. Zan, I'm only showing up if you promise to do Transformers Prime in the future. I cannot promise that. Transformers is so far from my cup of tea. What the fuck is that comment? You know you're talking about a character I'm pretty sure is underage, right? What the hell? I hope Korra's clothing isn't too skimpy for you guys. Are you like a conservative troll posting about how like these beta lefties can't handle like pedophilia or whatever? Like is that what you're doing? Where was the comment? You know it was in YouTube chat, guys. It's always in YouTube chat. Whenever there's a weirdo, it's always YouTube chat. I haven't watched or read the original Lord of the Rings either. That's why you should come to the watch parties. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I mean, listen, we get a lot of pedophilic conservatives in YouTube chat I have to ban. It happens, okay? It happens. I saw that the Georgia abortion ban got struck down for now. It's very much going to be a temporary strike down. It's going to get passed to the Georgia Supreme Court, and they're going to uphold the ban. It's happened multiple times already. It's a bit of a repeating thing. I would never look at anything on YouTube chat ever again unless it's a dono. Yeah, but I still have to see YouTube chat to see the donos. That's the problem. If I could, I would completely cut off YouTube chat and not look at it at all. But if I do, I'd miss the donos. Otherwise, I would just I would make occasional announcements. If you're in YouTube chat and wonder why I don't respond to any of your messages, come to the website. But I do still have to see it. Wow, okay, Zan. Guys, I've told you a million times, YouTube chat is the gutter chat. Come to the website if you want to be in the real chat. I highly recommend you look at a picture of the Transformers 1 Elita 1. I think it will change your mind. It will not. I promise you it will not. I do not have Transformers big robot mech autism, okay? It's not my thing. Sorry, my college buddy is a huge Lord of the Rings fan, and he hasn't watched Rings of Power, but will for Celebrimbor's demise. Yeah, I know that a lot of... What's so sad about the hate narrative with Rings of Power is obviously the fact it's based on so much misinfo is kind of shit. But on top of that, it's like so many Lord of the Rings fans that totally would love it if they just, like, watched it, won't give it a try. I know of, like, numerous YouTubers who say they love Lord of the Rings and would absolutely love the show, but they've been convinced by all the media coverage before it even came out not to, like, give it a second of watching. Pretty cringe. So we're going to be watching together? Yeah, we're going to be watch partying Season 2, Episodes 4 through 6, I believe. Gonna be pretty pog. Yeah, I just can't handle the deep and nuanced narrative of Michael Bay Transformers. Do you think Asmongold would like Rings of Power? Yeah, probably, honestly. He's definitely not watched it or going to watch it. But he probably would like it if he did. I think most of the, like, people who've fallen for, like, the, oh, it's woke garbage narrative probably would really like it. The type of criticisms I've seen of the show are so fucking hilarious, too, man. Like, every criticism I hear is either, yeah, like Mal Wixon, you either hear something like, it's boring or it's badly written, but you can't really get an example. It's always something, like, intangible. Like, a negative take you can have about something without having to elaborate or, like, really, like, give an example. And then when I hear examples of, like, because you'll hear a lot of people shit-talk the show gruesomely, like, brutally, ripping the show apart, saying it's so badly made in every way, and they'll complain about shit. It'll be like, the music is bad. Meanwhile, the music is done by Bear McCreary and Howard Shore. It's like, okay. They'll say the props look bad, or the props look cheap. The props were done by Weta Workshop, the company that has done the props and sets for everything Lord of the Rings related since the Peter Jackson movies. They even made and continue to maintain, the company, Weta Workshop, made and maintains the real-life Hobbiton set in New Zealand to this day. Creating all the, like, props, and they even, like, have, like, bees where they literally jar honey on the set to keep the, like, set, like, the beekeeping Hobbit hole, like, constantly like having beekeeping stuff going on. They have workers there doing beekeeping, so you can tell that real beekeeping is happening there. That kind of thing. Like, they claim that the props are cheap, and it's made by Weta Workshop. Same people who made the Lord of the Rings movies, of course, with the props and all that. It's the same props. It's all practical. They say it looks cheap. It's the highest budget show ever made, and it looks the part. The only nitpick you can have is if you're the type of person who absolutely cannot enjoy something that is based on an adaptation of something else that takes creative liberties. If you literally absolutely cannot enjoy something as its own thing when it takes creative liberties from source material, then you will not like Rings of Power. I can appreciate the differences and be like, oh, okay, so they're changing this. That's interesting. I wonder what effect that's going to have. If you can't do that, if any change just makes you then you'll probably not like it. But if you can look past that, it's so fucking peak. It's great, very well written. It's very well made in pretty much every aspect, as I've explained. It's really just like an online psyop to convince people not to watch it because it's woke. It's a beautiful show, maybe the prettiest live-action show ever, TBH. I mean, it should be. It's the highest budget show ever made. Creative liberties, the same people who hate Rings of Power probably like Shadow of War. Yeah, for example, Shadow of War goes way further. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War both go way further bending and breaking the lore than Rings of Power does, and people got over that and don't care. It goes to show that, a lot of the people are upset about something other than supposed lore inconsistencies. Why is it being called woke trash? I haven't gotten around to watching it. It has black dwarves, black elves, and non-white characters. The main character is a woman. The main character is Galadriel. Zan, would you get pegged? Nah. Butt stuff isn't my thing, receiving or giving. Thank you for the $2 super chat, SC. I appreciate it. Says, sounds like new IWTV in that way. I don't know what that means, but alright. Yeah, Clover of the Fields. Alright. The debate's gonna be starting soon, guys.
Kamala Harris,
Hopefully we don't get copyrighted for doing the debate. Basically the same reasons Chud hate AC Shadows, Black Samurai. Yeah, apparently, Ubisoft is going under right now, and the Chuds are celebrating right now. I saw a video I recommended earlier, because of course YouTube's recommending these videos. And it was a all-red thumbnail with Yasuke in black and white in the foreground, and it just was all red text that said, "They're cooked." And the title is something like Ubisoft is finally falling off or something like that. Or Ubisoft is finally failing. Jesus Christ, that is a massive jump. But I guess it's been 10 years since the first Life is Strange, so Max would be 28 by now. Assuming she was 18 in the first game, she would be nearly 30 now. With real time. That's crazy. I guess they're keeping the world to real time. I really need the Diaz brothers to show up. You know that, right? Life is Strange 2 was better than Life is Strange 1. Max and Chloe are classic, don't get me wrong. Although apparently Chloe's probably not in this game. So Max and Chloe are iconic, sure. But dude, The Life is Strange 2 was so fucking peak. Frankly, the idea of a road trip makes that format of game work so much better. I always hated the Walking Dead Telltale game episodes that were stationary in one set piece. They did that a bit in season 3, New Frontier of the Walking Dead Telltale games. I really didn't like that. I really like the story-based game type things where it's centered around traveling somewhere. And I liked Arcadia Bay. It was a cool place, and you do a lot of exploring of it, which kind of kept things fresh. But the fact that Life is Strange 2 was centered around getting somewhere, it was like an adventure. It had that Lord of the Rings vibe, you know? One of the things I love about Lord of the Rings, I mean, there's a lot of things, but one of the things I love about it, like the Lord of the Rings specifically, is the vibe of two bros on a journey, on a quest that requires traveling a very long distance through many different places. That idea is awesome. And so two brothers having to do that, literally crossing the country, in this case, literal bros, it really works. They're lovers, they are not lovers. In fact, in the books, it's far more, like, overt that Sam is, like, just Frodo's employee early on, you know? Like, he's just the gardener who happened to... He does drink with Frodo, and they hang out at the Green Dragon, and they, like, listen to the Gaffer's stories and stuff, but, like... Besides that, they aren't that close. It's much more of like a professional relationship until they grow close through their journey and they become real bros. It's almost like if you and your boss were carpooling home one day and like got lost and ended up on like a year-long adventure. You'd go from like that's the kind of vibe that happened between them, where they went from a professional relationship to very close friends because of how long they spent journeying together. I am indeed a Bagwise denier. I do not believe that Catholic 1940s J.R.R. Tolkien intended for Sam and Frodo to be gay. He abandons his family to go follow him to heaven. Yeah, but that's less to do with wanting to be with Frodo and more with having been a ring bearer. His family was going to Valinor regardless, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if we know the fate of hobbits, but presumably they would go to Valinor. But the going there by ship as a physical body, I think, is due to Sam having been a ring bearer. His right to go there that way is being a ring bearer, but I think he had to go that way, or should have gone that way. It's advisable, because like he needed to take his body to Valinor. So at least a lot of the damage done by carrying the ring, even briefly, could be mended. Tolkien's inspiration for Sam and Frodo was the relationship in the British Army of an officer and his gentleman, or basically assistant. Interesting. Oi, Master Frodo. Sean Astin was such good casting for Sam. Holy fuck, they nailed it there. When does the debate start? 25 minutes from now. I think I'm going to squeeze in an extra segment before the debate. Or at least try to here. Man, the rest of my segments are longer. Well, I might be able to squeeze in one of these before the debate. I'm fine with us being a little behind on the debate, so do not start freaking out when the debate starts. I know what time it starts, so I'll know when it does start. You don't need to freak out and tell me. But I might be fine going a little late for the debate and just like watching it a little sped up if it means we get to squeeze in another segment in the 25 minutes before the debate. If we can here. If we can. I think that'd be ideal. Oh, that's a bit long. That's a bit long. Oh, man, I don't think we've got anything. We're definitely going to go over time if we do. Let's do it then. Fuck it. I'm not just going to sit here and stun lock for 28 minutes. I'm going to speed up this video, though, so we can get through it faster. And we might not watch the whole thing. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, guys. Today I'm going to be doing a pretty interesting segment, sort of a catharsis segment in a way, because I have for a while now, mostly due to the fact that Mr. Beast, or I should say Ava Tyson, Mr. Beast's friend, has gotten this very heavily into people's attention. I've been talking a lot lately about how back during the edgelord era of YouTube, 2016 to 2019, 2017, that era, people like Shadman, who you may know as like synonymous with weirdos on the internet who draw pedophilia art, were extremely popular and broadly accepted and defended by large, big content creators, all on the premise of that all-encompassing free speech absolutism, edgelord culture that the internet really promoted back then. Many of you guys don't even remember, but the most popular catchphrase on YouTube during 2016 was iDubbbz's catchphrase. Who here knows what iDubbbz's catchphrase is? Does anyone here meet the proper demographic requirements to say that catchphrase? All I'm going to say is you have to be LGBT and black to be able to say his catchphrase. It's 2 slurs mashed together into one. Here's a hint. I super double can't say it. Because I am white and straight. I cannot say it. That should give you enough of an idea of what this very popular, very commonly repeated and defended talking point was back then. I really need to emphasize the edginess included even Shadman, who was a known lolicon artist at the time. And I brought this up a lot, not as a defense of Ava Tyson, like, oh, well, everyone was doing it back then, so there's nothing wrong with it. No. There's not a single ounce of defense of this here, but as a, where the fuck was this energy then? Why the fuck could we not agree this was wrong back then? Why has this been publicly available knowledge that Ava Tyson had bought art from a lolicon artist for years and years and years and years, and no one gave a shit until Ava came out as trans, until there was like a political downfall to be had? Why is that when everybody decided to care? And why is it that the energy is being almost exclusively dished out to Ava Tyson when, and I am not trying to take away criticism from Ava Tyson here, she deserves it for this, but why is equal criticism not being leveraged out to content creators that not only financially supported, big content creators to this day, that not only financially supported Shadman, but defended what he did? And I mean big creators. One example off the top of my head is Psychic Pebbles, the creator of Smiling Friends, who was both a roommate of, lived with Shadman, and did a podcast with and defended Shadman. PewDiePie has also in the past supported Shadman, I believe. Yeah, like retweeting and commenting on his posts. Because you have to remember, Shadman's art was so memed, everyone would recognize it. It was universally recognizable back then, used in big YouTubers' thumbnails, like Elvis the Alien would use Shadman's art in thumbnails. Yeah, Psychic Pebbles and Shadman were roommates, and they did a podcast together. The idea was that he was just a super edgelord, and that was what the culture of the internet was all about back then. Nobody, besides Keemstar, Destiny, and a small handful of other content creators, went after Shadman. And it just so happened the content creators that did go after Shadman were hated for all their own reasons, and so people were just inclined to defend Shad. In the case of Destiny, Destiny had a long history of claiming that animation YouTubers were lazy and greedy because they complained about not making enough money off of YouTube despite getting millions of views. When he was pretty off the mark, Destiny was wrong there because, as we know, animation YouTubers get paid ridiculously low for their work because they can't upload as often. YouTube rewards you for high upload volume, not high upload quality. They punish you for high upload quality. In fact, you cannot exist on YouTube without uploading enough for their appeasement. They will kill your channel. And so Destiny, not recognizing this, called animation YouTubers lazy, and then when he criticized Shadman for being an evident pedophile, the entirety of animation YouTube jumped to Shadman's defense, including Psychic Pebbles, of course, or Zach. Now, he is not the only one, and there are countless more people on the list. Big YouTubers to this day. Oh, someone just copy-pasted a list. Dolan Dark, Sky Williams, Sieve, Oni NG, Nuxtaku, Psychic Pebbles, co-creator of Smiling Friends, Elvis the Alien, Ricky Berwick, Crisp Rat, Faf9, Sir Pello, Chris Raygun, Anissa Joma, All these big YouTubers, Aki Dearest, Joby the Hong, Paperbat VG / Dion, Rusty Cage, Prince Vegeta, Shuonhead, Who's Chaos, Nick Cash, The Amazing Atheist, Gale, Susu, have all interacted and supported or engaged positively with Shadman. You'll notice, by the way, there's a surprising amount of women content creators in the list of supporters of Shadman. There's been a long-running trend of female content creators online boosting or posting or encouraging or defending Lolicon because women generally get away with that, like with being like people laugh it off as a joke or assume like it must be a joke because women don't tend to be weirdo gooner creeps, and so that's why you get like women like here's another who I was literally going to list, who is actually an example on the list. Belle Delphine is a backer of Shadman. There's a weird, like, subsect of female content creators online that, like, pander to creeps. It's interesting. Basically, there is a literally laundry list, and that is not the end of the list. There's more, like, Redo is posting the list in chat, and it goes on. There's multiple messages worth of more content creators. I just don't feel like reading the rest. But this video was brought to my attention. It's only a day old, too. And it's from a much smaller content creator, which means you guys need to go subscribe. His name is Advil. I watched a little bit of the video, and I liked what I saw, and I decided I really wanted to watch it on stream. Now, since the debate starts very soon, we need to start this video up and watch as much of it as we can. But I'm speeding it up to 1.3 times speed. I'm going to try not to pause it too often or for too long when I do, so that we don't get we don't get caught up for too long before the debate. Hey, Evergretel, good to see you. Anyway, here's the video. It's by Advil, and it's called How Shadman Corrupted the Entire YouTube Community. I really love the thumbnail and title of this video, by the way. I hope this video goes insanely fucking viral, and I hope I help to make it do so. Here are links in chat to the original video, everyone. And, here, can I get, like, a picture of the thumbnail of this video? It's really good. If I bring up his channel, I assume I can... Oh, shit. Okay. He's made multiple videos calling out supposed troll lolicons online. That's actually based. This is the video. How Shadman corrupted the entire YouTube community. I've seen about half of it. Haven't seen the end half. I really liked what I saw, though, and I figured, you know what? We should watch this. We should really watch this on stream. It is a lot. It really does, like, hammer home my point of how bad the edgelord mentality of 2016, how good it was, I should say, at enabling a known pedophile to exist online, and how big creators defended that behavior, and how a lot of this has been buried. Like, I need you guys to know a lot of this has been very heavily buried, and, you're going to see clips here that a lot of you didn't know existed. I didn't know some of these clips existed, and I thought I was, like, uniquely tapped in, having been around back then. I was, like, 16 at the time when Shadman was really big online, and so I was a minor, so I recognized, obviously, like, you know, I don't want to see pedophilia encouraged online, you know, being someone who is underage, but also I was old enough to recognize what it was and how... you know, these adult content creators should know better. And I remember being bothered by it even then. And now I feel so, like, vindicated. Like, my 16-year-old self back then being annoyed by this shit feels vindicated, seeing that, like, culture has finally caught up and realized this shit is unacceptable. And now we're seeing as, like, the current internet landscape realizes the kind of shady past that a lot of these big YouTubers had back during 2016, during Gamergate. Like, you gotta understand, Gamergate wasn't just a sort of contained movement. Gamergate was so toxic, and it had such a cultural impact, it transformed the entirety of YouTube culture to the point where, as you're about to see, Shadman was played off as a joke, just an edgy meme guy, by the entirety of the big YouTube landscape back then. So let's watch.
Have you guys seen Twitter recently? If you haven't, I wouldn't suggest it. If you're unaware, pretty much any creator that you like or could ever like has been canceled. Except for your boy over here. Just no Advil fans? You're safe. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me explain. There's a long list of YouTubers who have been mass canceled. Mr. Beast, Ava Chris Tyson, Quackity, anyone who's around past 2013, before 2020 is in the crossfire. And why is that? Well, there's some allegations against Ava Chris Tyson, a former Mr. Beast employee, but that's not what we're talking about. Instead, we're talking about the nuclear apocalypse that is Shadman. Now, if you don't know who Shadman is, I'm so jealous. Shadman is a viral Twitter artist that was around during the Newgrounds age, and from around 2016 to 2019, that's pretty much the only time you'll see anyone talk to him or even interact with him. He is extremely controversial. And if you aren't aware and you're asking, Advil, why is he so controversial? Shadman is someone who is known for drawing very explicit images of specific people. Those involving Daphne Keene while she was filming Logan, Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter, and Lieutenant Corbus while she was still a minor. So, makes sense why a lot of people don't like him.
Now, to be very clear, these were the events that got Shadman into deep shit because of the amount of, like... I think for a lot of people, even those that were able to look past the sussiness of Shadman before, the drawing of, like, known... real children as like a step up in his gimmick to like escalate things was just too far. That was truly what destroyed him back then. That destroyed him. The Logan thing, the Keem's daughter thing, and the Lieutenant Corbus thing. These three things just cemented that he was done. Nobody was supporting him after this. But you need to understand that was the end of people supporting him. Before that, he was drawing shit so bad that, as we'll find out later in this video, he was banned from his country because he was uploading things on his website. His website was banned in his country because he was uploading there. The art he was uploading was illegal. So, even before all that, which made everyone drop him, he was already posting awful shit, known for posting awful shit, lolly shit, and he was friends with all these YouTubers during all that time. He didn't get dropped until he nuked himself by uploading those examples that he just talked about there. That was how Shadman lost his credibility and friendships with people, and everyone tried to bury their association.
But around this time, he was massive in the YouTube community. Pretty much anyone who was somewhat relevant around that time had interacted with him or was actively friends with him. There's a full Twitlonger and Masterlist or Reddit of people who even followed him or replied to one of his tweets, and it is insane.
And mind you, none of this would be a big deal if it wasn't already obvious that Shadman was a massive creep, and if it wasn't so obvious that when people called it out, the people he was friends with would defend it. That is how big of an issue it was, even before those three drawings that ended him. So that was, like, we're not talking about how people are supposedly, like, retroactively guilty for not knowing someone was, like, a weirdo, right? That's not what the criticism is here. I want to be very clear. The criticism is that they knew, and they looked the other way. And history is repeating itself now with big YouTubers buddying up with Nuxtaku, a friend of Shadman's, mind you, and a weirdo gooner that regularly posts porn content to a child audience, that he clickbaits, like, horny shit, like, for kids to... It's like cartoon horny post thumbnails to clickbait kids. It's really degenerate. Like, the comments on the videos make it clear that kids are watching. And Nuxtaku is just Shadman of 2024. I guarantee you in a few years, people are going to be doing deep dives on what YouTubers associated with and defended Nuxtaku in the same way that we're looking at this Shadman thing now. Where it's not a matter of if it is bad to have associated with him, it's a matter of did they associate with him? It's already a given that it was bad to have associated with him. It's a matter of if they did, not if it would be bad if they did.
Some names like Sive, Elvis the Alien, Senor Pello, massive creators that you wouldn't expect. But from these giant lists of YouTubers I've found, there's been one issue. And I promise you, I don't mean this to defend Shadman, but there's some people who didn't really do shit. So in this video, I'm going to explain who Shadman is, what he did, and how connected he truly was to the YouTube community. Because there's a lot of context that is currently currently missing that is needed. So let's start with...
And mind you, none of this would be a big deal if it wasn't so obvious that Shadman was a massive creep, and if it wasn't so obvious that when people called it out, the people he was friends with would defend it. That is how big of an issue it was. So let's start with I love the dream photo on the wall.
Who is Shadman? Now, if you're unaware or you just weren't paying attention in the intro, then fuck you. But for the full story, Shadman is a Newgrounds artist who gained a lot of popularity during the late 2010s, especially in a YouTube crowd. Around this time on YouTube, edginess was king. If you wanted any type of popularity, you had to be edgy. I mean, like iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, Max Mofo were at their pinnacle at this time. Commentary was also at a peak. Drama Alert was massive. People would watch Drama Alert every day. And one of the worst things to come out of this era was Shadman. He is someone that made objectively terrible.
I need you to understand, Drama Alert at the time occupied the exact same place on YouTube that Philip DeFranco does now. I know not everybody here watches Philip DeFranco, but you have to be at least somewhat like knowledgeable of how much the fact that Philip DeFranco is considered the YouTube news guy. Like, he is the guy you get your news from if you like watch YouTube as your form of entertainment, right? Not me, but like a lot of people do. And he's known for that. Back then, it was Keemstar running Drama Alert. I need you guys to understand, millions of people every day tuned into the daily episodes of Drama Alert where Keemstar would sit there eating popcorn and peddling rumors about the new handful of YouTubers that he would accuse of being a pedophile. That was literally, meanwhile, like that was the state of YouTube back then. Nothing about it was good. I'm so glad that I was like a shithead teenager back then so I could enjoy it, because if I was an adult then, I would have just absolutely hated the culture of the internet back then. Like, I would not have been able to stand it back then if I wasn't like such a shithead teenager. It was so bad. I didn't like it all that much back then. But even then I look back and I'm like, fuck. If I was an adult back then, I don't know if I would have been on YouTube at all. I don't know if I would have watched YouTube anymore because all the biggest content creators were dipping into this shit. It was so unavoidable.
Disgusting drawings. Even beyond drawing real-life children, he would draw a lot of fictional characters interacting with some weird fetishes, incest, diaper play, weird freak stuff. And a lot of his art was used for content, typically to be made fun of, but still used. At a certain point, he became a meme. His artist character represented what was prominent at the time. His character was a Nazi who drew...
You know what a really good comparison is? Shadman is a lot like Stone Toss. This image is drawn by Shadman, by the way. This famous image of Pickle Rick and Bob the Cucumber making out that you probably seen posted meme. Maybe you even posted it because you thought it was funny. That's drawn by Shadman, apparently. Shadman is a lot like the Stone Toss of lolicon comic creators, where he made a lot of art that was like cut, like, you know, that like trend, maybe it's not as much of a thing anymore, but it was definitely a trend back then. People would, as a joke, take a really zoomed in shot from hentai or from something that's pornographic and make it their profile picture. It's still kind of a thing today, but that was like the thing in 2016. If you had a Discord account in 2016, chances are, not me, but chances are, if you were like an edgy memer, you had like some anime girl doing the ahegao, I think it's pronounced, the agehao face, where it's like the tongue hanging out and like it's like really, really over the top, like, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. That shit was the humor of 2016, on top of like saying the N-word and joking about the Holocaust. So there's a lot. There's a lot. Bob the Cucumber. Oh, it's Bob the Tomato or Larry the Tomato. Larry the Cucumber, Bob the Tomato. My bad. I was a femboy Nazi and had a gayhow anime PFP. Yeah, there were people in chat back then who were chuddy back in the 2016 era, and they fall into this example. They know exactly what I'm talking about. But what I mean by the whole Stone Toss comparison is that, like, images from Shadman's art were so prevalently memed, used in thumbnails, turned into, like, profile pictures and reposted as, like references on Twitter and stuff, that it's like Stone Toss comics, where everyone recognizes Stone Toss's art style. Back then, everyone recognized Shadman's art style because it was reposted everywhere as a joke.
He made fun of, but still used. At a certain point, he became a meme. His artist character represented what was prominent at the time. His character was a Nazi who drew children in a sexual manner. Nothing is more vile and edgy and disgusting than that.
That's really the best way. I've never heard it put better. The culture of YouTube was so edgelord focused back then that they championed a guy whose profile picture was a Nazi, like a Nazi officer, Nazi uniform, with like the Iron Cross on it and everything, who draws CP because the perception was he's just that edgy. He's a Nazi, or pretends to be a Nazi. Would be because it's a bit, guys. It's a bit. He's totally doing a bit, guys. Trust. And part of the bit was also drawing child porn. That was the logic people operated on in mass back then. I am not defending anything here, once again, because I had people in the comments when I brought this up the first time saying, oh, so you think what Ava Tyson did is okay because everyone was backing Shadman back then? It's like, no, I need you guys to understand how bad it was back then. I'm not defending anyone here. I am emphasizing to you that if you weren't around for it, you cannot imagine how bad it was. It was nothing like today where, well, I guess, there is Dr. Disrespect, but like, it was so much worse than today. It was so much worse than today. That's really all I can say.
But that was the norm back in the day. So around this time, you would see people like Elvis the Alien use his name or his content for clout. Interacting with him at conventions. Belle Delphine did a whole photo shoot, same with Susu. There's people who bought his art and hung it up on their walls because it was funny. It was
yeah, you'll find that a lot of e-girls and OnlyFans girls have been big backers of Shadman, or I guess like now they're known as OnlyFans girls. Back then OnlyFans didn't exist. This is pre-OnlyFans, but like before that, when they were just like e-girls, like a lot of Shadman's biggest supporters are e-girls and OnlyFans girls. I don't know why, but I think it probably has to do with the fact that, like, let's be real. And I listen, I've spoken to plenty of OnlyFans girls that I'm friends with, and they all know that a lot of the guys that are subbing to their OnlyFans are some fucking weirdos, and they are happy to farm the money off of those weirdos if they're willing to pay for it. And so, to a degree, I wouldn't be surprised if some shameless, morally bankrupt OnlyFans girls out there are absolutely willing to knowledgeably shill and pander to the biggest weirdos on the internet for money. A good example of this is, as I brought up many times in the past, and I've never liked her, Belle Delphine, who recently, I believe, got fully caught using a de-aging filter that's meant to make her look like underage. Like, it's a filter that's meant to give you, like, more of, like, a rounded, like, baby face. And, like, Belle Delphine's an adult, and I know there's, like, what do you mean? Like, you can't say she looks underage, but she definitely styles herself to look as young as possible. And adding a filter to make herself look even younger on that, it's just like, yeah, pedo bait shit. And then on top of that, wasn't she just, like, sexualizing herself when she was a minor as well? Like, this has been... I told you, Redo, I knew. I told you I knew, Redo, and not to blow up chat about it. I told you all that I knew. Yeah, Finster collabed with her. That's the thing, guys. Like, every big clouded up YouTuber has probably at some point knowingly collabed with someone like this and not given a fuck. Finster included. Like, if you want to be successful on YouTube, you have to be willing to, like, engage in networking. And for a while now, the state of YouTube networking has been such that if you call stuff like this out, you're not going to be invited to anything. You're not going to be invited to any parties. I've never been invited to any parties or anything at VidCon or TwitchCon, but you definitely won't if you call this stuff out. And your channel will suffer for it. Your income, your career, your livelihood will suffer for it. So to an extent, I don't think that every YouTuber who refused to call this out was a bad person. I just think that YouTube has its own... YouTube is in need of its own Me Too. Because this is its own version of sexual impropriety being covered up by powerful people to keep things... keep the boat from being rocked. So this is Aki Dearest saying, ordered my prints from Shadman. My instrument is now protected. Also, I've been using at overt tone color to do quick recolors in my hair, and it's been doing wonders. It takes a couple times to get it through, but I'm getting the hang of it.
Incredibly disgusting and different time. I feel like I have to, like, over-explain how gross all this is. Jesus. And then after those wrongs became public,
Isn't she a
Daphne
normie anime YouTuber? If you know of a YouTuber who you think of as a normie that was around back then, go look at their video uploads from 2016. They might have been doing some very different stuff back then. In the case of that girl, yeah, she's doing normie anime reviews now and is probably buried any association with Shadman, as a lot of these creators have. But back then, they thought Shadman was the funny, edgy guy who has a Nazi, mind you, publicly had a Nazi profile picture. It's a skull man in a Nazi uniform and drew Lolicon. Everyone knew this, especially the Nazi aspect, and associated with him because it was part of this like edgelord culture back then.
lawyers actually sent him a cease and desist, and it basically forced him to cease operations on his website where he was posting a lot of this art. And from that, there were two sides of the YouTube community. Now, a lot of people actually found issue with these drawings, especially after him getting sued, but there was a mass amount of YouTubers, successful and popular YouTubers, who defended his art, saying it was a free speech violation for him to be censored, which...
Yeah. Weird art, very weird, but I'm in full support of your website staying up. It's the people that demand this art that I'm personally critical of. Yeah, this was in response to Shadbase's site getting shut down for posting child porn. This happened before the whole, big cancellation of Shadman, back when he was still, popular and supported. And this was, all of YouTube coming out to support him on Twitter by saying, oh, it's bullshit that your child porn site got taken down because it's illegal in your country to upload drawings of children in sexual situations.
Defended his art, saying it was a free
speech violation. Bro drew CP, though. Guys, the right is bad today. Culture, the whole, cancel culture, anti-free speech, the free speech absolutist stuff is cringe and bad today, don't get me wrong, but back then, it was this bad. This is the culture Gamergate created. This is why we don't just let Gamergate go, despite it having been 10 years or whatever, or 8 years or whatever. Because 4 years of political, cultural status online for Gamergate created this landscape. Glad Bionic Pig TV defended Shadbase in his new video, #relatable. Yo, bitch, this thick-ass thought he belongs to my man Shadbase. Give credit where credit id due. You ain't got no sauce. You aren't even juice. Step to me on my turf and my dog's got me on back, ya feel. Haha, it's so edgy and funny. You know, because they said thick with 2 C's and thought in the same sentence. You know this was a 2016. You know this is a screenshot from 2016 with thought and thick with 2 C's in the same sentence. That's the most 2016-ass screenshot I've ever seen. Maybe 2017. Maybe.
Speech violation for him to be censored, which we'll talk about later. And then later on, Shadman got arrested for assault charges in 2021, and since then he's been pretty quiet. And most people
that was well after Shadman got giga nuked off the internet for the Keemstar's daughter stuff, though, and the other stuff too. That whole thing was more of a haha, let's laugh at the guy who's already reputationally fucked. The really concerning stuff is what happened before the point where no one could deny how awful he was. Well, no one could deny it before, but when it got to the point where people stopped kidding themselves, but they should have stopped kidding themselves way sooner.
People forgot about him or didn't even know about him. He sort of faded into irrelevancy until recently, where because of this Ava Chris Tyson situation have brought him back up, and he's kind of the nuclear apocalypse for most YouTubers now. He's probably the most well-connected, fucked up person in the YouTube community, and you'd be surprised how many people have connection to him in some form or another. It's so shocking, really, that I guarantee that if I put 3 people in a room and quiz them in some sort of show, maybe like a game show, that they wouldn't really be able to tell who was connected to him or who wasn't. This is a transition, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. All right, welcome to the Advil super awesome, amazing game show.
This bit is so good.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a series of questions about who was associated with our good friend, especially yours,
Farglehorn. We're going to be switching to the debate in a moment.
Advil. All right, first question. All you got to do is just answer who you think fit the bill. You ready? Who was not actively following Shadman on Twitter?
Who's not actively following on Twitter?
Yeah, I'll give you guys 10 seconds to think. And when you get an answer, just raise your hand. Okay. Call him boss.
It's Thomas?
Is that your final answer?
Can I phone a friend?
No. You think it's Mr. Thomas?
Sure.
Do you guys agree with him?
No.
No.
Who do you think it is? I'll let everyone get a good answer.
This bit is really funny, but I want to leave. It's funnier if you just watch it as a whole thing, and because the debate is happening, we're gonna have to wrap up soon. So I'm just going to show you the questions and tell you the answers, okay? Because it's a really good bit to kind of emphasize how things are. I don't know if this is Turkey Tom. It kind of looks like him. Is it? I don't know. But Thomas Fitz, big meme YouTuber from back in the day. He was like one of the meme YouTubers. And I mean, when I say meme YouTuber, that was the name of like a community of YouTubers back then. Like they called it meme YouTube. Like commentary YouTube was like referred to that. Like commentary community got its name a little later, like 2017, 2018. Before that, they called it the meme community, which is of course in hindsight super cringe. But it's time accurate lingo. And then of course Amaranth. These are people who actively still follow Shadman because I guess they forgot to unfollow him after everything went down. Notice, by the way, Amaranth follows Shadman. You will be surprised at how many prominent female sex workers also support Shadman. This is not purely a edgelord commentary dude thing. This is also everything from like edgy pick-me anime avatar girls on YouTube to sex worker women who have also have a history of backing Shadman. And even today, wildly enough, some of the largest and most prominent lolicon defenders on YouTube today are women. Pipka Pipkin, for example, is a woman, pretty massive from what I remember at least, and is an ardent defender of lolicon. That's how I discovered her. Was covering her video defending lolicon in regards to Cyberpunk Edgerunners, saying, yes, Rebecca is a lolly, and lolly is good, was the claim. And it is good that they kept the quote-unquote lolly, as they claim. They also like to call adult women lollies as well to try and make it seem less pedophilic because they don't want to own that they're pedos. It's a massive rabbit hole. If you want, you can go watch the video. Basically, pedos trying to normalize lolicon. I called it out. They got really mad at me. It was really fun. To this day, lolicon YouTube fucking hates me, which is why I enjoy covering this stuff so much and calling this stuff out.
I don't know why, but I feel like...
So yeah, Thomas here is the only one who is not actively following Shadman on Twitter. And the next question is, who has not replied to more than 3 Shadman tweets? Quackity, meme YouTuber, the band Smash Mouth, although I believe this is actually this is a different YouTuber who used the Smash Mouth logo as their profile picture because 2016, or this Martin guy. The answer is Martin. This guy, it could literally be Smash Mouth and Quackity. Both have replied to more than 3 Shadman tweets.
Shadman.
Let's see. What's the next one? Oh, here we go. Who has bought Shadman art? Sketch has not, and Sneaker has not, aka Sneeko, has not, but Jimmy Beef, aka Jimmy Beast, holding his little beast, as they say in the video. I love this image, by the way. I don't know where they found this photo of Mr. Beast just fucking, just holding his little beast. But here it is. Mr. Beast apparently has bought Shadman art himself as well.
What do you think?
Dude, I think it's Sneeko.
It has to be Sneeko because he likes minors. He's not like Connor.
Kobe Bryant himself?
I think it's Sneeko.
Well, I got good news. You guys were wrong. It's Jimmy Beef.
Bro, what?
Huh?
Really?
But he's a hustle.
But he's holding his little beast.
Yeah, look at his little beast. Was it Ava?
Was it?
I love that line. But he's holding his little beast.
Really not just
The lore is they bought it together while they were roommates. And they hung it up on their wall in their living room.
Surprised that Sneeko.
Oh, Mr. Beast and Ava bought the Shadman art and hung it up on their wall in their apartment where they were roommates together. Damn. That's not that's different than the narrative I heard, because everyone just wanted to pin blame on Ava because that's all anyone really like. People want to take down Mr. Beast as like a side product, but really like it was about going after Ava. because she's trans. That's been like the very evident, like that was the reason this all started, was because Ava came out as trans, and you don't get criticized for this stuff until you are the right target. And Mr. Beast wasn't the right target to be gone after for this stuff. It's been public and known for years until he came out as pro-trans. Then it was time for a dedicated group of people to seek this stuff out, post it as much as possible, and try to bring him down, which is fine. He should have to answer for this stuff, as every other YouTuber who defended and supported Shadman and his art should. But once again, this energy that is given to Ava Tyson is not ever going to be met, even in worse situations. Like, granted, Ava bought Shadman art. That's pretty bad. Some of these YouTubers defended Shadman's CP website when it got banned, and no one is giving them shit about it. It's because they're not the right targets. They're not trans. They're not minorities. They have audiences that can defend them online. They ideally want to target someone who doesn't have the means to protect themselves because they don't have a large enough audience to defend them in response to like the wave of hate they're going to get. And they go after people who are part of minority groups, whether it be a valid thing to go after them for or not. But what the bad side of this means is that tons of people who are supposedly not perfect targets get away with this shit, like Shadman did for years.
Any Shadman art.
Yeah, me too.
I definitely feel like being a pedophile is like Sneako's #1 like trait.
Next question. Who has not lived with Shadman? Is it Psychic Pebbles, Mick Lauer, or Daniel Keem?
The answer is Keemstar. Keemstar is the only one there who has not lived with Shadman. Because, yes, Psychic Pebbles not only was buddies with and defended Shadman, but lived with Shadman as a roommate. That history with Shadman has been pretty buried. And mind you, I've got, like, personal friends who I'll bring up, like, man, I found out that, like, Psychic Pebbles is, like, buddies, was, like, big buddies with Shadman, like, they even lived together, and they're like, oh, yeah, but they don't like, they didn't know about that stuff, and they just made fun of Shadman for a while, and they just laughed at him, like, I've got personal friends who like some of these figures so much, they aren't willing to, like, give criticism to the YouTubers because, for something that they absolutely should, because, like, these are beloved figures. Like, Psychic Pebbles and Smiling Friends are so beloved that I know people who aren't willing to, like, carry the same energy over because of bias, you know? Hell, we had a person in stream earlier today who was like, man, it sucks that people in your chat hate Vosh, and it's like, I mean, a lot of them hate Vosh because they saw the porn on his computer. Do you know about that? And they were like, yeah. I was like, okay, so you knew about that, and you were complaining about people here not liking him? It's like, you knew about the lolly porn and the horse shit, and you were upset that people here don't... It's like, people's personal biases make them willing to look past a lot of stuff. No one's immune from this. Literally no one. Not me, not you, no one. But you gotta be willing to accept that and try to keep your principles straight, you know? Like, this kind of stuff should not be acceptable. If someone like this is doing this kind of stuff, then there should be public pressure as a basic societal, like, standard that people should be afraid to associate with types like Shadman.
With Shadman, is it Psychic Pebbles, Mick Lauer, or Daniel Keem?
I would love to say that it's that Keem has lived with Shadman, but I don't think he has.
Yeah, do you guys agree?
I think they're feuding too much, right?
Yeah,
I'm not chronically online enough for this.
Oh my
You guys got it right.
Jimmy's Bean.
Who is friends with Shadman?
Dude, I think I know the answer.
First, Psychic Pebbles.
Yeah, you know.
Next, Brofist. No. Third, Advil. Do not. Yeah. Okay. Who do you think?
Okay, okay, so after analyzing it for a while, you know, all very great picks, I'm gonna have to say, it's gotta be Advil. Who is Advil? Is my final answer.
Right. Anyone else have like a
Advil?
better,
Do not
like,
pick.
obviously right.
No, I
What's your
think
answer?
we're
You're Ginger.
Okay, so
So therefore,
yeah, but like he's
you're like we're up.
I like this little bit. But I really want to get to the next bit of the video because it's where the spicy parts are. I highly recommend you watch this video on its own because it's so good, and you should sub to this YouTuber. He's got like 3K subs. That is like obscenely low for a channel that's doing content this good. So go sub, go send support, go like. do the things. You know what to do.
So now that you know about the insane amount of creators who are associated with Shadman, let's play judge and say whether or not they're guilty or innocent. I'm just playing. You really can't have such a complex issue like Shadman and have it just be a black or white issue. So instead of that, let's talk about the people who actively knew what Shadman was doing and chose to either ignore it or defend him, and how some of those people who defended him back in the day or currently have responded to the new criticisms due to the Ava Chris Tyson situation. So let's start off with talking about people who I really don't think deserve the criticism. This will serve as a good baseline for what I personally believe deems someone worthy of criticism or not. This is kind of the guidelines for the Pillman seal of approval. Now, to give some examples of people who I don't really believe did shit were Quackity, Thaf9, and Chris Reagan. The first two, because while they were replying to them, were underage themselves, and Thaf wasn't even a YouTuber by then. He's just kind of like a little shitter in the community.
I cannot believe I even have to make this video, so I'll keep it very brief. No, I don't associate with Shadman. A couple of tweets made when I was 17 to 18 years of age and not even a content creator on YouTube at the time doesn't mean I was actively supporting a pedophile. Be so serious. I didn't even know the full extent of what the man was doing on his site until I was 19.
It is worth noting, by the way, because of the overwhelming popularity and unanimous recognizability of Shadman, it's very possible a good few YouTubers that associated with him in the context of, like, having a cultural osmosis idea of who he is, and, like, if anything, they were victims of, like, the internet not responding properly to this kind of guy. Like, people like this person were like 16, 17, 18 at the time and saw Shadman tweets and saw big YouTubers liking, retweeting, and replying and thought, oh, okay, nothing of it, right? I don't think that's evil, but there are some pretty big people who, you know, were friends with him personally.
220, and since then I'd already written him off and have actively talked shit for years if people bring him up to me.
Similarly to Chris Reagan, who just had a few miscellaneous tweets replying to him. I feel like if all you did was just reply to a few of his tweets and not really give much promotion, or you weren't even big at the time where you could give promotion, who gives a fuck?
It's also worth noting that Shadman drew inappropriate material of every new thing that came out, and it always reeked of pedophilia, even if it wasn't overtly child porn. Like, even that image that we just saw, like, this image is pedophilic, like, and incestuous, for that matter. Like, you know what this image is, right? This is like a gender-swapped Kratos and Atreus, who is Kratos' son, and, like, Atreus is like, oh my god, she's so pretty. This is the most tame material that you would see from Shadman. And what he always did was he made art of every new popular thing. So if there was a new popular game, a new popular movie, hell, a new popular YouTuber, he drew smut of them. If he could make it child porn or referencing child porn, he did. And
I feel like if all you did was just reply to a few of his tweets and
not
really give much promotion, or you weren't...
He rode the algorithm really well. That's also partially how he got, like, destroyed, right? He drew art of popular YouTubers and characters from the new movie, Logan, the new Wolverine. Well, not anymore the new Wolverine movie. Now it's the old Wolverine movie. But Logan was a new movie. Keemstar was in drama with him, and Lieutenant Corbus was big on YouTube at the time, and so Shadman, doing his thing that he always did, drew porn of them, and that got so big because of the crossover of different figures and attention that everyone realized how fucked he was. But he was doing this shit, like that example there, for a long time, and that is a tame example. That is an example you can show on YouTube. Most you could not.
Even big at the time where you could give promotion, who gives a fuck? If you're criticizing someone for replying to a few tweets and not even promoting him or actively supporting or defending him, then you're a fucking idiot. Now that we got that out of the way, let me list off some of the people who I think rightfully deserve to get criticized. And it'll start from the least bad to the absolute worst. Now let's start with the second group of people. These are people who actively collaborated with Shadman or used him for content and eventually defended him. To be more specific, I'm talking about people like 2Mad, Obviously Alien, and Bionic Pig. Now, the first one being 2Mad, he's a complex individual with an insane amount of lore that I'm not talking about.
I watched up until maybe around here. I don't know if this YouTuber knows that 2Mad died. I think he does, but he doesn't mention it, so there's a chance he doesn't. But yes, 2Mad is dead, so I don't really care as much about criticizing 2Mad for this, but 2Mad's a really good example of like YouTubers that like embodied the culture of 2016. I really think that 2Mad, 2Mad didn't scream slurs all that often in his videos, at least when he was like at his peak. He was edgy, but he was like a different kind of edgy, a more like toned down, like passable today kind of edgy. But his nonsensicalness and like the lol-so random humor that he did was very reminiscent of 2016. So, and he was around then too, if I remember right. So it doesn't surprise me that he would have been friendly with Shadman.
Well, today, because goddamn. But essentially, 2Matt's involvement with Shadman was him, similarly to a lot of the people on this thread, was just him replying to a few tweets. But along with that, he also hosted a Rainbow Six Siege event with him and a bunch of creators like Dunkey, Jameski, and The Living Tombstone, which is the weirdest mix of people ever. But in this event, it was a massive tournament with a bunch of YouTubers, and Shadman was in it, thus pushing him in front of an audience with potentially millions, if not tens of.
That really does go to show you, like, just one example of how platformed Shadman was by big YouTubers. Like, if there was a big event that, brought YouTubers on, like a big call, a big podcast or something, Shadman was there. He was such a recognizable figure that if, like, there was a call going on with big YouTubers and they said, yo, Shadman wants to join, everyone was like, oh yeah, bring him in, it's Shadman. Everyone knew who he was. Damn, not Dunkey. Well, I don't know if Dunkey associated with him so much as Dunkey was on, like, at an event, a streamed event that Shadman was also a guest at. It just goes to show you that back then Dunkey and Shadman were equally popular. Like if there was an event that Dunkey was at, Shadman was also invited because that's how big Shadman was. That an event Dunkey would agree to go to, a big YouTuber, a big fucking YouTuber Dunkey is, that Shadman was there too. That was how big this guy was, how ubiquitous he was. I cannot stress enough how acceptable this behavior was because of the edgelord culture started by Gamergate. It's why it's one of the big reasons why I'm so opposed to it, even separate from like my political disagreements. It's just this free speech absolutism stuff and this desire to be opposed to moderation. It just leads to empowering people like Shadman.
Of millions of people. And this was post Daphne Keane lawsuit. I personally think it's an issue when I see people interacting with him post lawsuit. I think there is some wiggle room, but actively having him in an event with a ton of massive creators at the time.
So even after he got Giga canceled, he was brought onto this event. That means that Dunkey and those other YouTubers were at least tangentially would have had to have been aware of Shadman drawing Logan's daughter and like getting sued for it. Apparently there was like legal shit for it, and they invited him to that event and they still like participated with him there. So it goes to show that even after this guy got nuked, YouTubers were still trying to look the other way and not cause a fuss about it. And they kept him around uncomfortably long. They just didn't want to rock the boat. Best case scenario. Best, like most charitable interpretation, they didn't want to rock the boat.
Is too far. Now, as for Elvis the Alien and Bionic Pig, I'm going to use Elvis the Alien as the prime example because he was the most vocal about Shadman. Now, Elvis had a series called The Internet Ruins Blank, where he would take a massive IP and show how the internet ruined it by showing fanfiction, porn, stuff like that.
By the way, this is basically what Nuxtaku does times 10. I looking back at it, I liked Elvis the Alien's videos when I was like a teenager and he was popular, but looking back at it, his stuff was almost as degenerate and cringe as Nuxtaku's stuff is today.
That really weird shit. And he would frequently show Shadman's art on this series. And while yes, a lot of times it was making fun of it, having quips like, oh, that's so gross, ew, yucky.
Sometimes I wonder who beat the shit out of Shadbase when he was a kid. He's a really good artist, can't take that from him, but the things he decides to draw,
And during the Daphne Keane lawsuit when he got his...
See, it's all good to like showcase like CP fetish art on your show as long as you make jokes about how grossed out you are the whole time, reading Mein Kampf in public and shaking my head the whole time so everyone knows I disapprove.
His website shut down. Both Elvis and Bionic Pig both tweeted out about it, and they both made videos about it, defending Shadman, saying it was a free speech violation, which I talked about earlier. Not only did Elvis publicly promote Shadman, he also defended him, and in my mind, if I was watching him, seeing him make fun of him, but also constantly promote him, and then say, I don't personally agree with it, but it's not that bad. I think it should be on the internet. It gives off a terrible impression.
That was the lie that everyone lived by back then. No matter how awful something was, you were supposed to say, I may not personally agree with it, but I would die for their right to say or do it. Freedom of speech, bro.
I think he deserves to be condemned for it, and he was, but we'll get to his response later, I promise. Now let's talk about the final group of people. These are people who actively associated and were friends with Shadman. There's a lot of people like Psychic Pebbles, Rice Pirate Mick, and Omega Black. Now, a lot of these people have been with him for a long time. Rice Pirate Mick and Psychic Pebbles / Oni Plays have been friends with him for almost a decade. Now, Psychic Pebbles and Oni Plays have had tons of videos and tweets and Reddit posts made about them and their association with Shadman. They have a whole article about it on their YouTube Wikipedia page. I won't be focusing on it
Oni Plays and Psychic Pebbles have worked hard to cover this shit up. But we're going to see some clips here that not only confirm they knew, but also shows them defending this stuff. And a lot of this stuff has been swept under the rug. I wouldn't be surprised if I get striked down by one of them for showing this, or if this YouTuber does too, because this is the kind of stuff they definitely do not want bubbling up to the surface, especially when one of them now has a TV show that they like I guess founded. I don't know if they like are the writer or runner of it, but I know that they made the show. Like their credit is the like Psychic Pebbles is credited as the creator and seems to be behind like the art style for sure.
As much just because there's so much media attention about it, and I like to keep things fresh. But to summarize to the best of my abilities, Oni Plays and Psychic Pebbles were friends with Shadman. He lived with them for a bit, and during the peak of him getting in trouble due to the drawings he made about Daphne Keene and Keemstar's daughter, they defended him as hard as they could. In 2015, they did a podcast episode with Shadman on their podcast Sleepycast. God, I've said cast too many times. And in this, they're talking about how Shadman got kicked out of his university and eventually his country for the drawings they made, and how insane it is that happened, and how crazy everyone is except for him, because, you know.
That was criminal psychology, but one of them was in the Justice Department.
Oh my
God. They broke the bomb and said, we found some stuff on your website, which is highly illegal, and we cannot allow you back on the campus.
Oh well.
Because you're a menace to society.
They said that exactly.
Yes.
You're a menace
Yes.
to society.
They made me sign a thing accepting that
you're a menace.
Yes.
You are officially a menace to society.
Legally, you're a menace.
By like denying.
It really must suck hearing the voice. If you're like a Smiling Friends fan, it's gotta suck hearing the voice of Charlie as he like shoots the shit with Shadman about how it's so insane that a university and the Justice Department of his country found the child porn on his website illegal, and he got kicked out of his school and his country for it. So, Psychic Pebbles and Oni Plays, who are both here present and they are talking here, and their fans, heavily revised history on this, on their association with Shadman. If you ask, like, even the Oni Plays / Psychic Pebbles fans that I know, IRL, defend them by saying, oh, their only association with Shadman was to make fun of him. They just kept him around as like a lolcow. This clip alone is all I need to see to know that's not true. It's very clear that a lot has been buried. A lot.
They made me sign a thing accepting that
you're a menace.
Yes.
You are officially a menace to society.
Legally, you're a menace.
By like denying my rights to express myself in my own free time, completely independent,
disconnected from what
I do in school.
It's also how it's been great to have him as a roommate.
Canada, like I kind of got to talk with Corey again, and sooner or later, like Corey said, like, why don't you just move to America? Like, it was after 1.5 years living there, and I was like, that is a great idea.
It kind of went silent after that. Psychic Pebbles got his own show on Adult Swim, and I'm assuming being thrust into the limelight, want his association to be known. So if you look up Shadman on either one of their Twitter accounts, you find nothing. Now the next person.
Yep. Do you want to know why? You want to know how? That's how I knew. That's how I knew shit was being buried. Because I remember the massive Twitter arguments between Destiny and Psychic Pebbles over Shadman and other things, and now nothing comes up. And granted, Twitter sucks now, and searching things has gotten a lot worse on Google and Twitter, so that's a factor. But the fact that he and I could not find anything goes to show that Psychic Pebbles has gone back and deleted as much of his interactions and references to Shadman as possible. Which does not sound very innocent to me. It sounds like he doesn't want it to be rocking the boat, the fact that he was buddies with this guy.
Person is Rice Pirate Mick. You probably don't know that name at all, but if you're a fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you've definitely heard of him, or you've seen any video about the Daphne and Ellis Mark situation, like my video, which you can check out. Wow. Now, Mick, as I'll call him for the sake of this, so I don't have to keep on saying his dumbass name all the time, I've been friends since or before 2013 to now, essentially. It goes as far as them hanging out in person, just being good friends, you know, just being good guys. He was even on that Sleepycast episode with Shadman, and similarly to Psychic.
Is this guy like a voice actor or a creator around JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? What the fuck? Is this like someone associated with or the creator of the show being buddies with Shadman? Dude, that's gotta be... If that's the case, that sucks if there's any JoJo's fans in chat. Oof.
Pebbles and Oni Plays. It's a terrible look, especially when you are such, not only social media-wise, public figure and popular...
A voice actor from JoJo's, okay.
Personality, where you can push someone like Shadman into an audience of tens of millions of people, but also you are popular in a mainstream way. Psychic Pebbles, obviously the creator of Smiling Friends, and Mick actually being a real voice actor, working on actual serious roles. It is absolutely disgusting that they would have any association with Shadman and still continuously be friends with him. The third and last person in this group is Omega Black. Now, Omega Black is actually slightly different than the other two. If you're not aware, Omega Black is a very talented Twitter artist, working with a bunch of content creators and being generally very popular on Twitter. Now, Omega Black is someone who has interacted with Shadman online and in person multiple times, and even cites him as one of his major influences in his art, which is, I know I keep saying this, that I usually hate the claim that someone's a bad person based on who they follow on social media or a few replies to their tweets, but there's a big difference between citing yourself with a certain person and claiming them as someone that you support and allowing your community and audience to be exposed to them, thus giving them more popularity versus just clicking a follow button. You can see in the responses from a lot of people online currently to this day, from either online communities in general or Oni plays in Psychic Pebbles' own communities, that people don't care who Shadman is. They enjoy his personality, which sets a terrible precedent, because if that is something that continues to be bred and a thought that becomes normalized, it allows Shadman and his art and what he does, regardless if it's him or someone else in the future, to be normalized in online or real society. There's absolutely nothing good that can come from having someone like Shadman be normalized in any form or fashion. But now that we've seen the types of people who personally should be criticized for their association with Shadman, let's talk about some of the responses from being called out for said association.
Okay.
The one who has responded the most and has been the most vocal, besides some people silently deleting tweets, has been our good friend Elvis the Alien. Now, in Elvis's response, he basically says everything that I said, except worse. He talks in a very condescending tone towards the Twitter mob, saying that it's a breeding ground of hate, which, to be fair, it kind of is. But the
Mind you, everybody who has tried to defend their association with Shadman goes back to their old 2016 talking points of, the Twitter woke people, the SJWs are after me, they're trying to cancel me, I was just in favor of free speech. They immediately try to pander to the right wing when they defend themselves. I find that fun.
That response is extremely condescending and making people who are upset with him, just upset that he would defend Shadman at all, sound stupid.
I made a shitty tweet 7 years ago, basically defending his website being taken down. I defended his right to draw gross shit despite my personal feelings about it. I obviously don't feel this.
He did not defend the site being taken down. He defended the site and criticized and called out and said he didn't agree with it being taken down. That was probably a misspeak on his part, but a misspeak that would be convenient if people went into the video not knowing the context and thought, oh, he defended Shadman's site getting taken down? I have no problem with that, and then moved on with their day. Bit of a convenient misspeak.
Same way today. I haven't felt that way in many years. I think if you draw stuff like that, you should be locked up. Back then, I was a dumbass who thought freedom of speech and expression was precious and should be up.
Dude, he's still going down. He's still criticizing the same logic he's using to attack the people criticizing him validly for this. Christ.
Held despite mine or anyone else's feelings about someone's artwork. I don't believe that today. I have to accept that there are some idiots out there
that is a good choice in hummingbird feeder, though. That is the exact same hummingbird feeders that I use. They're really good. They have like a ring all the way around them, as you can see, which give a lot of perch room for the hummingbirds. And they're just pretty good in general. The bee guards don't have any yellow on them, though. It's not super necessary, but the hummingbirds get way more quickly attracted to red and yellow combined. That's why the fastest attracting hummingbird feeders tend to have yellow as like the bee guard color and then red as the main color. And these are all red, but it still works.
Will always have the wrong idea about me. I'm all out of it is what it is, you know, I'm just done.
Elvis, I mean this in the nicest way possible. You seem genuinely stupid. You actively made the choice to do and say all these things. You never went back on it publicly, and when you tried, you put it in areas where it was difficult for your audience to find, and then you get mad at people for still assuming that you are associated with Shadman. And also in this response, there was a part where he was talking about how insane Keemstar was and how he's actually the weirdo because him and his legal girlfriend are a massive age gap compared to him and his wife. Who gives a fuck? That clip has since been...
Yeah, like, Keemstar's a piece of shit, and there's plenty of reasons to attack him, but calling Keemstar a pedo has always been a meme, like, for people who've long since decided he's done so much awful shit that he doesn't deserve any, like, basic human respect anymore, which he doesn't. So, like, it's funny, but, like, Keemstar is nowhere near as bad as Shadman. In fact, Keemstar was one of the first people, even before... You know, Shadman drew Keemstar's daughter... because Keemstar was one of the only people with a platform calling out how weird it was that all these big YouTubers were platforming and supporting Shadman. What did Keem do? Are you asking that? I just explained what Keem did. Keem was one of the only people calling out Shadman, and that is why Shadman drew Keem's daughter in like a CP thing. Like that's why. There were so few people, and people are by then already hated Keem enough that like they were willing to side with Shad just to side against Keem. And that's a situation where it's like, man, I hate Keemstar, but like if your hatred of Keemstar makes you automatically jump to the defense of Shadman, then maybe it's important not to immediately jump to hating the guy you already hate in a situation like this, because that did happen.
And removed from this response.
Why did people hate him? Dude, there are video essays that are 4.5 hours long that break down why people hate Keemstar, okay? Dude, this guy has a history that goes back to the 2000s on YouTube, okay? He has done a lot of bad stuff. One of the most iconic things was he falsely accused a nice old man named Glorian Gold RS, an old man RuneScape YouTuber, of being a pedophile because he or his team had found a sex offender registry with like a picture of a guy that looked like him. He also died recently, so rest in peace. But they found a sex offender registry with a picture of a guy that looked like him. So Keemstar reported that RS Glorian Gold had lied about his name and identity and was actually this random guy in a different state who was on a sex offender registry, which of course led to RS Glorian Gold, this nice old man, to just get absolutely dogpiled online. And Keemstar had to revoke it when it was proven false and everything. He was forced, RS Glorian Gold was forced to take out his ID and show it to the camera on stream to prove that he is who he said he is and not this pedophile guy, which, you know, only did so much to keep people off of him, right? Like, I can say from experience that, like, even when I've been in dramas where I get fully, like, undeniably proven to be innocent or in the right, it doesn't matter because the evidence of that can only reach so many people if the narrative has already gotten out, right? And so sometimes it takes weeks of people like laughing at and dunking on people for still believing, like, say the DJ Mule video, for example, had a good amount of support when it first came out, and even a week after every YouTuber there was like ripping that dude apart, there were still people repeating those talking points because they didn't know. You know, they didn't know about like how absolutely decimated the video was. Evidentially, they just like they ran with it, and so I can definitely see that. That is a real problem where like you can't like even if he showed his ID, people would still go after him, and so it just wasn't enough. Keemstar even put out a retraction to try and stop people from going after him. And that helped, but even then it continued, and it eventually fizzled out. But for years, RS Glorian Gold got harassed because of these false claims, and that is just one of the reasons people hated Keemstar.
And there's a comment that says, it was wrong of me to deflect and point the blame at Keemstar, but he was more than justified in his actions. So that portion of the video has been removed. In this video, I should have clarified that when I said I could have guessed he was a pedo, the subtext here, I don't think about it all the time when I probably should have. I feel like what a lot of creators, especially you, don't understand is that you might change and be a completely different person behind the camera, but what people see is what people know. And so even if you've had this massive and beautiful character arc where you realize, wait, the guy drawing porn of real life children is bad, if you don't make it clear and you don't make a tweet or a video or response or anything, or even a comment under all those videos that had his art in it, or change the multiple thumbnails with his art in it, or cut out the clips of him in your videos, or any of that, then people won't know that you don't associate with him. If the only time you act and show that you do not associate or strongly dislike this person when you're getting called out, what about that seems genuine at all? Now, beyond Elvis, Senor Pello also responded. If you don't know who he is, he's a YouTube animator and overall funny guy who got called out for his association with Shadman through a bunch of tweets. Also, he did multiple art pieces and animations containing Shadman and his character. And Pello's response is really long, it's like 20 minutes. So let me just talk about the main points. So essentially what Pello said is very similar to Elvis. I didn't know him. We weren't friends. You know, he was popular. I was an edgelord. So of course I had to...
A lot of these YouTubers have all just fallen to, I was just an edgelord. I didn't really know him. He was an edgy guy. And so, you know, we're like, they will never admit to any more association than the public already knows. And then we've had multiple cases of buried content bubbling back up to the surface, and it turning out these YouTubers are misrepresenting their association with Shadman back in the day, such as Psychic Pebbles and Oni Plays.
associate
And
with him,
Senior
stuff like
Pello.
that. I do have to give props to Senor Pello because he did genuinely apologize. He felt bad and that a lot of his stuff was sarcasm and memes and pure edge and, you know, big chungus, but he did feel bad. Pello also said he didn't really know what was on Shad's website.
No, back in the day, I never supported that shit. I was following for edgy because I was edgy and cringe back in the day. I regret it. Of course, I fucking regret it. I regret that I didn't found out early. As much of a surprise is, yeah, I didn't go to his fucking site. If I went to his site, I would have realized and say, fuck no.
And, you know, to be fair, I really do believe him. Until you look at what people were mad at Pello about. Having tweets where people call him out for associating with Shadman in 2017 and him saying, remember, pedophiles are people that love children. People that draw children are artists. Besides, Shad's site is for 18 plus, not for 0 to 14.
They all lie. All these YouTubers are lying to you. They desperately want you to believe they weren't buddies with this lolicon artist in 2016. And it's all because, like, they created a culture of normalization of that shit back then and championed that stuff even. Because it was all a contest of out edgelording each other, and this is what it led to. Now, years later, that stuff doesn't fly anymore, and they all have to answer for it. Damn, I really liked Pello. I told you that everyone in this chat was going to have their perception of a YouTuber they like changed forever today. There is not a single YouTuber there's not a single one of you in chat that doesn't watch one of the YouTubers who was friends with Shadman back in the day. Unless they started in like 2019, 2020, then they were buddied up with Shadman. Or if they were like a nobody back then. So far, none of my favorite YouTubers are in here. Okay, well, that's good. But for the most part, a lot of you guys are fans of at least one of these creators.
Now, he claims that this tweet was a joke and a big haha.
It was like, pedophiles like children, but artists like art or something like that. And then besides, Shadman does this. Again, I don't remember. But it was a pretty bad tweet. Of course, it was sarcasm. Of course, it was like edgy commentary shit. Back in the day.
The worst bit of sarcasm I've ever seen. Yeah, there's nothing more sarcastic than actively knowing the rules of a website you supposedly don't know about. Also, giving advice how to monetize Shad's website, a website that he doesn't know about. Now, is any of this actual proof that Senor Pello knew about all the drawings that Shadman had created?
He didn't know about the site, but he also defended its content and knew how old you have to be to go to the site, and also gave moderation advice in the site. Ooh, because he's lying about his knowledge of Shadman because he knows he can't defend it.
It is, especially with minors.
No,
but it is weird to have multiple cases where you are actively citing things with the website or giving advice towards a website that you allegedly do not know anything about. It sucks because I actually do genuinely like Senor Pello, and I was being so biased while researching. Pretty much everything I found, to me personally, has made me believe that he knew what was going on. So,
oh yeah,
appreciate the apology, big guy. Now that we got the entire plethora of things I wanted to talk about out of the way, let's go to my final thoughts. What I truly think about the people on this list and creators who have been associated with or interacted with Shadman. Now, while a lot of people have said that Shadman is kind of the Epstein of the YouTube community, I don't believe that. Well, yes, he did have a lot of association with a lot of creators. I don't think in the grand scheme it really means much. I think guilt by association really only goes so far.
I kind of disagree with this premise. Not that it's like, oh, we need to cancel every one of these creators. That's not really the means much that I think it is. I think it's more that this phenomenon that we can look at where all these big YouTubers did something publicly in 2016 to 2018 that now they have to sweep under the rug, and it's like the people who are around back then have forgotten or chosen to forget or just choose to not care, while anybody who wasn't around back then, there's this like desperate dash to make sure that everyone who like could find out about what was going on back then doesn't. Like from commentary YouTubers like hiding their old like edgelord content to this association with Shadman that like every YouTuber back then had. And these are just a few examples this video went over. There are countless. The list that I read at the start most of that list was not even covered in this video. I just feel that this video does a really good job of showing you at least a fraction of how bad this problem was. The fact that Gamergate created a landscape in which this type of material and this type of guy was acceptable, and not just acceptable, but championed. He was touted as a champion of internet culture back then. So really that was the point that I wanted to make before the debate. We're about to get to it now, though a little late. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I feel I'm happy having gotten a lot of that off my chest, finally complaining about this awful hypocrisy in like YouTube culture. around this, like, oh, it's the end if you ever associate with Shadman, but only if you're Ava Tyson, apparently. It's really weird. Like, are we gonna, like, even the fact that Mr. Beast has only gotten a fraction of the Ava has when they lived together and bought the lolly art together. And yet all the blame, it feels, has gone to Ava Tyson because she's trans. Not saying there shouldn't be any blame. It's just, it reinforces my premise that the internet is willing to enforce social mob justice, whatever you want to call it, on people who deserve it, only if they meet the proper requirements to be the right target. And in 2016, Shadman wasn't the right target. Despite being publicly a pedophile, he wasn't the right target to cancel. Nowadays, he is. Pedophilia is far more of something that's just an instant, it's over for you now online. I don't know why it wasn't back then, but it is now. Thank God. Anyway, apparently Walls is cooking with this debate, so I'm excited to get to it. So I'm going to wrap up this segment now. I really enjoyed that video. I highly recommend you go check him out. Very good videos, very good channel. I'm excited to see the other content he's done on the weirdos on YouTube that get away with encouraging CP shit, because he seems to have done another video on another weirdo lolicon YouTuber that was suggested to me, so I'll check that out too, and I will hopefully enjoy it as much as I enjoyed that video. So yeah, if you liked my video or that one, be sure to leave a like on both. It really helps a lot, no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me. Every thumbs up twists YouTube's arm and forces it into the recommended of more people, so thank you to everybody who hits that little thumbs up and turns it blue, or whatever color it is on your like layout of YouTube, because you might be in like dark mode and it turns white in dark mode. But with that said, thank you so much for watching. Comment down below, subscribe and ring the bell icon to get notified when I go live or upload a new video. Follow my social medias linked down below to see more from me on other platforms, and join my fan Discord if you haven't already to be a part of the free main hub of my community. I will also be hosting, due to very low turnout on them, I'm going to be attempting one last event in the Discord in the form of a watch party this Friday, and if the turnout continues to be really low, then it will be the last event. So while I used to advertise watch parties, game events, and call-in streams in my Discord, those will happen no longer, most likely after Friday. Depends though, but doesn't seem like there's gonna be a lot of turnout, so I'm guessing it's not gonna happen anymore after Friday. So no events, but come to the Discord to get notified when I go live or upload, and talk to other fans of the community. It's really just the hub of the fan base. And of course, consider perhaps even supporting me financially, helping to keep a roof above my head by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon, or buying merch with the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. It went on a little longer than I wanted it to, considering I was, we're kind of hoping to get to the debate. But we're not too late, actually, it seems. We're actually not that late. We're only 45 minutes, which, isn't ideal, but, we can still speed it up a little bit, and this means that I can pause it without feeling so shitty. You guys always got mad at me when I paused live events like this in the past, and so now that it's not live, necessarily, it's a little bit behind, I can pause it without you guys whining. Alright, really quick though, I'm going to grab a Monster Energy to wake myself up before this, and then we're going to hop right in. I'll read donos after. They are very appreciated though, so don't think just because I haven't read your donos yet that I don't appreciate them. I do see them. And I do love you for the donos. Thank you, guys. But I don't want to go too long without doing the debate. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just going to use the restroom and grab a monster, and then we're starting. Woo! Alrighty. Dude, my doggy goes absolutely hog wild when I come upstairs during stream, because obviously when I'm streaming, it means that I'm like away for a while and she doesn't see me for long periods of time, and so she freaks out when I come upstairs to grab a monster. And this means that she's adorable and very sweet. But I wanted to show you guys a picture of her really fast so you guys can get an idea of the absolutely adorable little dog that I see when I go upstairs, begging me to not go back down to the stream. This is the face I have to say no to. That is the face I have to say no to. She weighs about 4.5 pounds, maybe 5 pounds. She's very little. She's a very, very small dog. I mean, there's a pillow there for scale. She's laying against that pillow and is way smaller than it. She is not a terrier. She probably has terrier in her, for sure. But she's got, like, papillion ears that come up like that. She's got, like, poodle fur. It's really silky, soft poodle fur. Like, you cannot imagine how soft her fur is. It's so fucking soft. It's insane. Her name's Lola. And, she's got, like, poodle fur, but really soft, but the face of a terrier and the body build of a terrier. Like, she's got, like, a Yorkie Terrier face and body build. Yeah. She's a mystery breed. We can't figure out what she is. You think a hybrid between a poodle and a terrier. Interesting. This dog is so fucking cute. I think I'm gonna die. She is so freaking cute. Let me see if I can find a video of her, actually. Before the debate, we can watch a dog video. Let me see. Is this a good one? Yeah, I think this is a good one. Hold on, let me see if I can bring this one up. This one's pretty top tier. Pretty top tier dog video. Look at this. Here, I'll full screen it so you guys can see in all its glory. My mom sent me this video earlier today. She's in the bed. She's just a little baby. She spends a lot of her day like this, like usually burying her face in our clothing and in our blankets and stuff because she likes anything that smells like us. She's very sweet. Oh my god, from that angle, her ears look like little space buns. Yeah, she does. She's got little space buns. Yeah, she's just a little baby. She just lays in your bed. Yeah, like usually like when I'm sleeping or when I go to bed, I feel her like trying to climb me up my back leg because she's so excited I'm coming to bed. And then she jumps up into my bed and she gets like right up in here. She like cuddles up right up in my armpit and uses right here as a pillow. So I want you to imagine she's like laying like back onto me, and here is where her head is laying with her like tummy up at the sky. And then she wants me to pull the blanket up over her so that she can be tucked in under the blanket with her under my armpit, and that's how she likes to sleep. I'm her favorite, so she always likes to sleep in bed with me, and that's how she likes to sleep. Yeah, she's awesome. And like the softest dog I've ever pet in my life. Like a living teddy bear. She is so affectionate. The only time I've ever seen her show aggression of any kind is when she like very lightly bites onto my long pant legs when I'm wearing like long sweatpants. If she wants to get my attention and I'm walking away from her, she'll run up and she'll grab onto the pant leg and she'll pull, or she'll just like try to hold on and like give a tug. It's her way of getting my attention. She'll grab my pant leg and tug. Yeah, I love her too. She is awesome. But enough puppy stunlock. Now you guys know the amazing, adorable little dog that I see when I go upstairs that I have to say no to come down here and continue streaming. You know what I sacrifice for you all. My pets don't snuggle up to me. Aw, you gotta snuggle on them more, and eventually they'll grow to love it. I just gave that puppy from like the moment it was less than a year old as much affection and love as possible, and now it can't live without it. Now she just comes up to me and is just like, please pick me up, please hug me. And I like sometimes I gotta pick her up and give her a hug, or she'll freak out. Like she'll freak out if I don't. That's the only thing she does that's remotely bad, is she gets really, really panicky if you don't give her attention. And that's it. Like when you come home, the first thing you do before you put anything down or do anything else is you have to say hello and pet and give a kiss to the dog. Yeah, give her a little kiss on the forehead and give her a little belly rub and tell her that you're happy to see her and that everything's okay and you're home now. Otherwise, she is going to make it hell. Like, she's going to trip you constantly. She's going to, like, she's not going to make it easy. You got to give her attention when you get home from somewhere. She needs to know that you're okay and she's okay and that you're here now. She's literally like a baby. It's great. She's the best. I love my puppy. My snake loves your videos in this stream. Aw, thank you. Well, hello to your snake. I love snakes. They're awesome. Snakes and spiders go hard. And it's even cooler that so many people were like born, I guess, with irrational phobias of them. That way, when I see like a cool, gnarly tarantula, I let it crawl on me and people are like, oh my god, oh my god. I'm just like, dude, this doesn't even bother me. What is wrong with you? But then I'm like that with heights, you know? Like some people just be like, yeah, let's go skydiving. I'm like, no. And they're like, what's wrong with you, man? Why are you afraid of heights? I'm like, I literally freeze up at the idea. Like if I watch a video of a high up place, I sweat, man. Like, anyway. Yeah, I don't like heights. They're not my thing. Anyway, that all said, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, we're a little bit late to this debate. About an hour, or not an hour. About an hour now. 59 minutes late. I apologize for that. I know. You guys wanted me to cover it live, but I had a really good segment that was longer than 25 minutes to do in between, and otherwise we would have waited for 25 minutes for this to start doing nothing. So we had to let ourselves go a little bit behind. But I have fast forwarded to the moment where the debate starts. I've got it queued up and ready and sped up a little bit so we don't have to worry about being too behind. And since it's not live, I feel a lot less pressure to not pause it and give commentary. Sometimes when I live stream these things, people get upset when I pause it and give commentary because they want to see it happen live. But here, since I'm covering it a little after the fact, there's less pressure to not pause it, which means I'm going to give more commentary, which makes this better in the long run, you know? Zan, we need a doggo cam. I literally have thought about, like, getting a little dog bed and setting it up and getting her a camera, but the problem is she only wants to lay in my lap. Like, if she was in here right now, the entire time, she would be on her back legs, which is bad for her, by the way, so I don't let her do that. She would be on her back legs with her front paws on the side of my chair, just wanting to sit in my lap. So I would basically have to have a lap cam for that to work. And, you know, that's a lot. Lap cam, yeah. Here we go, guys.
I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a
seems
consequential
quiet.
night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Okay, here's my theory. I think Walz is going to be really cordial, but I think he's going to make a lot of tongue-in-cheek jabs at Vance to try to get him to say something or do something that's going to make him look dumb. I don't know how this is going to go. Obviously, I don't have future sight like people joke about me having, as far as you know. But that's my theory of how this is going to go. I think he's going to make J.D. Vance hang himself by his own rope, because J.D. Vance just does that. Like, he will literally just say shit so wrong and insane that it makes him look bad, and then he'll admit he lied about it, like with the Haitian migrant thing that the right is quickly dropping and burying now, just like they buried every other thing. Do you guys remember how many times we were like days away from like the case being busted wide open? Who remembers how we're supposed to have millions of vaccine deaths by now? Like tens of millions. Like half of America should be dead from the vaccines by now. Notice how they've mostly dropped that narrative because, like, didn't really work. Remember when they claimed the vaccines were causing infertility and there's no babies anymore? You remember that, like, week of Twitter discourse where all the biggest Russian paid outlets and Twitter posters were claiming it's been a suspiciously long time since they've seen a baby? This was a crazy one, but it was a thing. They literally claimed that the vaccine had something to do with how they haven't seen a suspiciously long time since they've seen a baby. And that was like a whole thing for a while. Who remembers when like the Hunter Biden laptop thing was going to destroy the Bidens and prove that they had collusion with China, which never existed. All they found was Hunter Biden's dick pics and sent it around as much as possible. They also claimed that Hunter Biden would have had child porn on the laptop. His nudes leaked. Why did nothing ever come out about there being CP on there? Was there not any after all? But they claimed a ton of awful shit, and the only thing about Hunter Biden laptop that ended up being true is that he was smoking crack and fucking sex workers, which, last I heard, this was America, so who the fuck cares? And of course, who remembers when, like, the DOJ was going to be outed as, like, fully corrupt and against Trump until they indicted Hunter Biden? And all of a sudden, the narrative is, like, they don't even talk about the DOJ anymore, except for Trump occasionally wanting to defund and shut it down because they go after him. You rarely hear the Republicans talking about how the DOJ is bought out by the Bidens anymore because they indicted Hunter Biden. They might still claim it, though, to be fair. They are stupid enough to do that even after Hunter Biden gets indicted.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other. CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret. Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack.
I don't know the full lowdown on it, but from what chat is telling me, which take it with a grain of salt because chat's telling me this, but from what chat's telling me, the leader of the strikes with the dock workers is a Trump supporter who has said they're not ending the strikes until after the election. So the implication based on what chat's telling me is that this is actually not a labor strike, but a protest of a majority Trump supporter industry holding the shipping hostage in order to greaten the chances of Trump winning. I don't know if this is true. This is just from people in chat, but supposedly, like that whole strike thing is meant to help Trump. Like the organizers are doing it to help Trump. It's supposedly not like a legit labor strike. What's happening currently? Like I said, dock worker strike. Yeah, no problem, Heavy Gretel. Hopefully you enjoy. Yeah, like the situation here is honestly stacked a little bit against Walz right now, like the current situation. Although in some ways it's stacked to his favor with the climate change angle of the natural disaster that hit the South. So could go either way. Like Vance could pull a miracle out of his ass and end up heavily harping on the effect on the economy that the strike is going to have, and like play into exactly what supposedly is the goal there with that strike, which is to make it look like if Dems get elected, then all the workers in vital industries are going to just shut them down and destroy the U.S. economy in retaliation. Now, I don't know if that's true of the strikers, but that's what chat was saying earlier. That's all I know
on Israel,
so
but
far.
that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike?
That doesn't mean they'll have nukes in 1 or 2 weeks. It means if they started making nukes, they would have them in 1 or 2 weeks, I believe. I think that's what they meant there. Like, that they could make a nuke in a week or 2 weeks. Which basically means the same thing at this current moment. But I think what they actually mean is that at any given time, they're 2 weeks away from having nukes. If they like made a move in that direction.
By Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight.
Yay, Walz.
Let's keep in mind where this started. October
He's
7th,
in your walls.
Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back.
Guys, Tim Walz clearly, mental state, not all there. He needs to step down. He misspoke. Guys, I'm sorry, guys, but, you know, we got to be consistent. You know, he's got to step down. He's clearly not all there, you know? Like how could he confuse Iran and Israel? You remember how much like hemming and hawing there was over Biden for half a second misspeaking, then correcting himself and saying Russia instead of Ukraine. And everyone's like, you got to admit, that's a really bad mistake. And it's like, here no one cares because it's really nothing to like accidentally misspeak like that. Man, I really do feel like the Biden thing was a massive psyop. I do. Every day that passes, I feel like the Biden hate was a psyop to just like find some way to make Biden entertaining and clickable.
Fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous.
I really do love how Walz knows exactly how to get under Trump's skin, which is why I'm so hopeful for this debate performance. Walz knows that Trump is obsessed with attention and popularity. It's almost like he knows what like the douchebag like wannabe popular kids in like school because he was a football coach are like. And he's dealing with Trump and attacking Trump's ego the same way that he would, like, bruise the ego of someone, like, on his football team who thought he was hot shit and didn't need to listen, right? Goes after things like, oh, yeah, he was complaining about his small crowd sizes. Stuff like that is such a sly way to get under Trump's skin because he knows what Trump actually cares about, and it's stuff like that. The kind of thing that you can criticize him for really, and not look bad for. Like, you can criticize Trump for, like, being so obsessed with that. And not only that, it's an apt criticism, but it's also gonna get under Trump's skin. Walz knows Trump is probably going to tweet a response to that later, and it's gonna make him look angry, mad, and dumb.
His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership.
I like that. Bring up the fact that Vance was a never-Trumper until it was time to bend the knee and start suckling his testes. Vance was a never-Trumper. People were genuinely like, will Vance end up being, really end up being his, VP pick? He was so anti-Trump for so long, and now he's gone back on all of it, which has been the case for a lot of Republican VPs in the past, by the way. They go so hard on each other, and they all bend the knee to the top of the totem pole when the general election comes around.
We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate.
What would be preemptive about a strike on Iran by Israel at this point? Even when the debate happened, they just launched a volley at Israel's civilian population. At this point, as long as Israel's not striking civilian populations, they'd be pretty in their right. Like if they go and they airstrike some like military location, I don't think anybody would have a problem with that besides like extremely... Honestly, I don't think the average person that would have a problem with it is tuned in enough on the news to know when, like, Israel bombs a military installation that isn't full of civilians. They only hear about it or care if civilians died. So, yeah, I don't think many people would care if Israel launched a retaliatory strike against Iran as long as it didn't kill a bunch of civilians that weren't involved.
And thanks most importantly to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to...
Remember how the narrative that Vance pushed about his backstory? I hope he gets called out for this. Remember when the narrative about how like he grew up was around this idea that he grew up poor and he had like a drug addicted mom who got like into drugs because of drugs that were trafficked over the border, but then it turned out that his mom was actually a medical like a nurse or something like that, and what she was doing was stealing prescription pills that she was addicted to. So yes, she did have a history of drug addiction, but it was to prescription pills she stole from the hospital she worked at, not drugs trafficked over the border. Like, bro.
College on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember
why wasn't
that
it
as much as Governor
attainable
Walz just accused Donald
4
Trump
years
of being
ago?
an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion.
There it is, guys. This is the narrative I've been telling you guys. These like adversarial world leaders have been trying to push for so long. They start wars whenever we have Democrat leadership. So Republicans who weaken this country when they're in power on the world stage can make this argument. And yet when Trump's in power, they can literally strike leaders of Iran's government with little to no retaliation. Russia holds off on invasion plans until Biden takes office and then invades Ukraine. What, like 3 months after the inauguration? I think Putin, the day of the election, would have had to have started mobilizing the invasion. Like the moment Putin got news Trump didn't get elected, like based on the time frame, to launch an invasion like that, Putin would have had to start the wheels turning on election night or like election day, you know? Well, yeah, I guess it started it was years later. My bad. No, it was a while later. My bad. My memory is fucked. That's my bad. But like, it does seem like to invade another country, it has to take a while to prepare for that, right? Like we knew weeks ahead that the invasion was coming. So it makes me wonder how quickly after Biden took office did Putin start organizing the invasion of Ukraine? You know? It just makes me think. Anyway, like, yeah, obviously this is the narrative that I've been talking about with like Republicans trying to weaponize the idea that they're all in favor of peace and Democrats are war hawks. And it seems like our adversarial leaders in other nations are more than happy to play into that narrative. And it should worry you that the Republicans and these adversarial world leaders both want Republicans in power so bad.
And unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
Mind you, this is the opposite of what they're running on, by the way. This could be Vance fucking up, but maybe not. It seems like a lot of like anti-interventionist conservatives seem to believe that if America is strong enough, quote unquote, then like attacking any of our allies, like if America is strong enough, it would be enough of a deterrent that they would never attack our allies. Seems to be the narrative they push onto Americans. And they do that a lot with Ukraine. I saw Trump say many times that if he was president, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine, and I believe that. Putin never would have put Trump in such a difficult situation.
Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right...
There's not going to be any pushback on that point, I guarantee it. To be fair, like, Israel does probably need to be defending itself against, like, terrorist attacks on its civilian population, but, like, there is this very much standard in U.S. politics of trying not to bring up, at the very least, what like people in Gaza are going through.
Right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance.
Trump fucked up the Iran nuclear deal. That was all Trump. The reason Iran can make nukes in 2 weeks is because of Trump. The Iran nuclear deal was meant to prevent that. Trump fucked it up.
Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine.
Guys, you can't blame Trump for fucking up the Iran nuclear deal when the current administration hasn't been able to get this adversarial nation, while it's at war with one of our biggest allies, to agree to another deal. See, it's actually not the fault of the person who created the problem. It's the fault of the people who supposedly have not fixed it, despite there being no path to fix it. Like, that logic would fit if it was something like the restocking of the, PPE stuff, the government stockpile of PPE equipment, like personal protective equipment for like pandemics and stuff. Like, you could give shit if the current administration didn't like restock stuff like that, and take care of a problem like that before it became an issue. But in this case, it's like, no, like the current administration has no path forward to create a new deal with Iran. That's why the Iran nuclear deal was such a massive deal. It was realistically our last chance to prevent Iran from building nuclear weapons. It was huge news when the Iran nuclear deal fell apart. That's why. Because there might not be any more putting the genie back in the bottle there. Like, it might be over. Like, the cat's out of the bag, dude. Like, if they make nukes, there's probably no going back from that point, too. Nuclear disarmament's a nice idea. We all played some Metal Gear Solid 5. We all like the idea of every FOB in the world having no nukes, but it's not likely. It's not likely unless the world hits a population akin to Xbox Live on the 360, which is where they did manage to do that.
Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets.
Guys, I was so fucking right. For like weeks now, I felt like I might be pushing a crazy conspiracy theory saying that the Republicans are, whether knowingly or not, working coordinated with adversarial world leaders to ensure the U.S. gets wrapped up in war whenever a Dem is in power, and there's as much peace for the U.S. and as little, as few road bumps to jump over as possible when Republicans are in power. And it's like, man, it's just so obvious at this point. The Republicans love playing off of the fact that the adversarial nations love to start wars that we get involved in when Dems are in power. And then when Hillary's running for president, the narrative is, we can elect Hillary. She'll get us into war with Russia. She's too much of a war hawk. When Biden was running, same narrative, that he's a war hawk Dem. Like, you hear, it's more popularly pushed on the left than on the right, but it's actually like cross aisle, this narrative that Democrats like war and Republicans are all isolationists, so they'll keep us just locked into just focusing on what's best for Americans. And that like resonates with people. It's bullshit, but it resonates with people.
But effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time? I'm 40 years old.
As much as I'd like to say that's bullshit because he was like airstriking world leaders, it's technically true. These foreign world leaders absolutely used baby gloves when Trump was in power, and that was all for the purpose of them being able to say this in the future. That's what it's all about. In future elections, they want to be able to run on this world peace that existed when the last Republican was in office, and how, out of nowhere, isn't it crazy how every adversarial world leader started war with our allies or with us in a way the second Democrats took office? They would say, isn't that convenient to suggest that, oh, well, it must mean that Democrats are so weak when they run this country that everything wants to start shit with us. And yet they complain about all the money and resources we're giving to our allies to fight their enemy, and especially in the case of Ukraine, right? So simultaneously, we're apparently supposed to be this overwhelming power and deterrent, but we're also going to revoke support for Ukraine and let Russia do what it wants because we shouldn't be involved and we should be focusing on our own, as they say. Just to be clear, Trump supporters want all funding to Ukraine pulled. I don't know if you've heard the average Trump supporter talk about the war in Russia and Ukraine, but the average conservative in America believes that we're sending trillions to Ukraine and Israel. Meanwhile, there are homeless people starving on the street when that money could otherwise go to them. For some reason, conservatives are convinced that they would ever vote for that money to go to homeless veterans on the street. They never would. None of these people that complain about where the money is going, they never would vote for that. But they certainly would never vote for anyone that would make that happen. So they just make this argument as a way of moralizing a negative around supporting Ukraine, for example, and yet simultaneously the guy they're voting for is running on the idea that when he's in power, America will be so strong that countries like Russia will be deterred from invading our allies, while also all of his supporters are voting for him because they know he's going to cut support for Ukraine, because they don't believe money should be going to Ukraine. Remember, Trump supporters proudly claiming that Ukraine was going to lose the war by, a year ago? Who remembers that? A year ago or so, when things started to look briefly bad for Ukraine, and then they went on another offensive and flipped things around, when the narrative was that Ukraine has, a month or two left in it max. Trump supporters, with a smile on their face, gleefully saying that Ukraine is on the verge of losing to Russia. It's been this way for a year now. They've been claiming any day now Ukraine's going to fall to Russia. And you can just tell they have a hint of joviality when they talk about it. And I just mean normal Trump supporters. If you've ever heard them speak about the issue, then you know what I'm talking about.
When was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora? Margaret, thank you.
There it is. And you better believe, leaders in Iran, Russia, they know that. They know that Republicans will use that kind of stuff. I would love for Vance to explain in what way he would make the U.S. stronger in a way that would make it such that the U.S. military might is a deterrent against Iran and Hamas and and Russia. What world What thing would Trump do that would strengthen the U.S. military so much that we would act as a deterrent against invasion more than we do now?
Thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think Walz did that well there. Like, as much as I know that Walz was correct and Vance was wrong there, I think the average viewer probably thinks that Vance took the W there. Which I hate to say, but, like, you got to remember, the median voter is dumber than, like, a chimpanzee. So, we're really dealing with some special individuals here when we talk about the average U.S. voter. So I think they probably heard all of the points from Vance and agreed with it and thought he won that point. To be fair, the idea that Democrats are war hawks is basically an inescapable psyop narrative that left and right have fallen for.
Dead, and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger,
okay, this should be a
and
layup
more
for
deadly
Walz.
because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 6.
It's not the rainfall. I mean, partially it's the rainfall, but really, like, the massive problem, especially in coastal areas, is the storm surge, dude. As someone who has been a victim of those hurricanes and has lived in Florida for a long time and seen it, the rain and the wind suck, but they're not the shit that's displacing people. Homes and the people in Florida are made to deal with the rain and the wind. It's that goddamn storm surge. It's the fact that sea levels are, on average, are rising, and when a big hurricane hits, the tide rises to like a super tide level. Like the water level just rises during a big storm. It just happens. And so because the average water level is getting progressively higher and infrastructure, say, anywhere along the coast of Florida is at most like at the least amount 20 years old, maybe 30. A lot of it goes back to like the 1960s and earlier. Like you go to an old pier in Florida, that pier was built in the 1960s and has barely been kept up since then in a lot of cases. You like a lot of shit in Florida is falling apart and very cheaply held together with pins and twine, and the people who run things pay only as much money, the bare minimum amount, to keep those things running, which is why if you look at Florida, it has some of the highest rates of just general accidents and disasters out there, because nobody in Florida takes their job or life seriously, it feels. Like, it almost feels like even the people who live there are living their lives on vacation. They half-ass everything. So, Florida infrastructurally is not ready for what's coming for it. Particularly Florida.
60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterward.
So apparently the Republicans are lying and claiming that the federal government is blocking relief funds to the southern states that got hit by this hurricane. Like the local Republicans are claiming this. While other members of the legislature are like, dude, stop this. I know you want to get your like W against the left here because it's election year, but you're shit-talking the federal government, and they're sending us like massive amounts of resources to recover. Like, yeah, they were standing on the collapsed roof. No, War Penguin. A hurricane came, flooded their neighborhood and house. They had to climb onto the roof to not drown, and then the house collapsed because a torrent of high-velocity water with a very fast, hard current is now pushing through their neighborhood, so it no doubt collapsed the load-bearing walls of their house. Probably a one-story house in Florida. Or in the South in general. I forgot what state they said. And then the house's roof and the walls collapsed while they were on there trying to stay out of the water and died. That's what happened. When the hurricanes get so bad that you have to climb up under your roof, you know it's bad. It means that you can't stay in your house because there's so much water pouring in. You have to climb on the roof. That is like Katrina level bad. And the last thing you'd ever think would happen or you'd need to worry about is your whole house collapsing out from under you in that situation. But it can happen, and in this case, it killed those people.
to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy
Man, he missed the opportunity to say we're going to put America first.
weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air,
Missed
clean
the,
water.
Nazi
we want the
dog whistle
environment to be cleaner and
opportunity.
safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions. This idea that carbon emissions drive.
Oh, all right. It's time to get into the climate change denial. Okay, so here's the question. What brand of climate change denial are we about to get, okay? Are we going to get the old school, there is no climate change, it's not real, whole stop brand of climate change denial? Are we going to get the slight, the 2009 to 2016 era, okay, climate change is real, but we're coming out of a short ice age, and also cow farts, and also like a bunch of also cow farts are man-made, but like a bunch of what they think are non-man-made causes for this warming because they can't deny it exists anymore? Or is it going to be, it's real, and it's China? It's China and other nations that are responsible for it, and we need to hold those countries accountable, and only Trump is willing to do so. Which narrative do you think we hear? Let's see.
All the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true. Just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science, let's just say that's true.
Okay, let's say climate change is real, just so we're not arguing up here about weird science. Okay, man.
If you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
We are so not the cleanest energy economy in the entire world. However, under Biden's policies, we're about to be one of the cleanest energy economies in the world. Also, one of our biggest exports right now is oil. Like, what do you mean bring energy production back to shore? One of our biggest energy exports is oil. We export a fuckload of oil. You guys know that, right? Like, the narrative is always like, oh, America, they found out you have oil. They're coming to get you. They're going to take all your oil. America harvests, especially under Biden, so much more oil that we export more of it than we buy. I'm pretty certain that's the state of things now, right? Does the U.S. export more oil than they buy? That might be true. The United States remained a net crude oil importer in 2022, importing about 6.28 million BD of crude oil and exporting about 3.58 million BD. Okay, so we're importing about 6.28 million and exporting about 3.58 million. You want to know what I want to do, like a deep dive research on? Why are we importing 6.28 million, whatever BD is, I don't know what that is, of oil, and exporting 3.5? Are we importing it and then like holding on to it and then selling off like half of our stores as like an investment? Because one thing that might be worth considering is oil might be treated like an investment by some countries. There's a lot of things that are used this way where some countries will buy a shitload of an import and export it later if it's the kind of thing that can change hands when the economy changes. Oil has fluctuating prices, not by an insane amount, but by a bit. So I wonder, I'm not sure if this is the case, I want to research this, but I wonder if the U.S.'s export and import, because it just doesn't really make sense to me. Like, why do they import 6.28 million and export 3.58? Why do we do that? Like, what is the point? Are we scalping the oil? Are we buying some and then selling it later for a profit while exporting a ton? Are we buying it and then only using what we buy for energy and then just exporting as a separate industry? What's going on there? I'm really curious.
What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately,
that is literally what Biden and Kamala's climate plan is, by the way. Like the whole, like the coal industry thing. For those that don't know, coal produces about 20% of our nation's power export or output, you know? Like, coal is very inefficient. However, it puts out 80% of America's yearly carbon emissions. The coal industry under Biden, if Trump does not get reelected and acts this day one, as he's promised to do if he gets elected, the coal industry will be gone by 2035 in America. They will be forced to switch it up to a different form of business or energy production that's green. So, we're already doing that. Trump is running on stopping that. So you can talk a big game, and unfortunately, like I said before, people will buy it. Nobody watching this at large has the knowledge that, like, the level of knowledge that we have here, right? Like, I don't consider myself particularly smart or super politically knowledgeable in the grand scheme of things, but compared to the average American, you, me, and most people here watching are more politically knowledgeable and caught up on what's been going on than the vast majority of people watching this debate, which is why I worry that the bullshit artistry of J.D. Vance is actually working with people here, because his bullshit points are really effective nonsense talking points that the, like, brain dead orangutans that like make up the majority of, like, median voters in America buy these talking points. Hook, line, and sinker, they buy them.
Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in.
One of Trump's most popular talking points about climate change is that it's a Chinese hoax. He's dropped that in recent years as climate gets to be a more popular thing. And unfortunately, it seems because the stream's going on so long today, I won't be able to get into it today, but I'll do it tomorrow. But that kind of connects to the Just Stop Oil thing I wanted to cover as well, is that we're already in a state where climate action is already popular. And from here, the only thing that can happen is strengthening that popularity or losing it. Like, the idea of needing to get more attention on it isn't really much of a conversation to be had anymore when you consider no one can ignore it now. No one can ignore the heat waves, the wildfires, the hurricanes. I don't really think there's any part of the country being unaffected right now. Unbelievable snowstorms, their infrastructure and whatnot isn't made for. There's a certain point where it doesn't matter how much you protest or how much you try to bring like attention to an issue. Nature is going to bring attention to the issue better than any activists can. And that's the stage we're in right now. It's going to happen. It's happening as we speak. The hurricane, heat waves in Europe, the fucking massive snowstorms that stretch from the Great Lakes all the way down to Texas now, deep freezing, like a third of the country every winter in like insane cold that none of these places were made for. Maybe in the Great Lakes region, they're better off. But like you go further south, you get like south of Colorado down to Texas. These places are not made for the level of cold they've been getting. And then on top of that, you've got the West Coast on fire, going through droughts and on fire like constantly. People can't ignore this shit anymore. That's just America. If I go into like the rest of the world, it's going to get worse for a lot of people. Central South America and Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, are expected to experience unbelievable climate impact. Obviously, these are groups that are far less, they don't really have much power to do anything about it, but it just goes to show you, like, no matter where you are, no matter how isolated you are, the effects of climate change are unignorable now. It's just, like, we're there. Like, even Republicans have to play it really careful on climate change because the general popularity and consensus, even among voters, is it's real and it's a problem. It's just a matter of how convinced are people that it is a really big problem that they really need to care about, right?
What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it.
Yep. Harris-Biden administration has seen like unprecedented levels of energy export. This is one thing I know for a fact off the top of my head, is that under Biden, we have seen the most export of oil and green energy, or production of oil and green energy, than any time in U.S. history. There was a massive jump when Bidenomics took the field. Now, obviously, a lot of the best effects of a good economic handling don't become evident until years later. We're not going to see prices fully recover from COVID for probably another year or two, more likely than not. Mind you, inflation rate's down. Inflation's down a lot. Prices have not recovered. Walz and Harris are actually running on a bill they plan to pass that would basically put a cap on a ton of vital goods that you buy in the grocery store, from diapers and tampons and razors to food. They want to put a price cap on it. Because mind you, the prices in grocery stores and at restaurants and all these things you buy are not a product of US dollar inflation. Okay? There's not some like automated algorithm that increases prices in the stores in response to inflation. Inflation creates the economic instability that allows for these companies to raise prices. They have a justification for raising the prices with inflation, don't get me wrong, but in many cases, they will take as much as they can. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. You will continuously pay more over time for less. That's what shrinkflation is, and you can look deep into that if you want to, but it's a pretty known thing. These companies don't have an obligation to make their prices match the inflation rate. They can make the inflation rate look as bad as they want. It's why, despite inflation having basically halted since Biden started implementing economic policies years ago, there's still been a perception by the average American that like the economy is bad and badly handled right now, because look at prices. The prices are still high. The problem is, the reason the prices are so high is there is no one that forces them to lower them. The only thing that can force them to lower them is a bill passed by the president and vice president and their administration to cap the prices on these things. They have to lower them to that cap at the most. Or if the market forces their hand, if people just can't afford those products anymore, they start buying something else or something like store brand or something, then those companies, like let's say Fruit Loops, the brand Fruit Loops, raises their price per box to, for the sake of argument, let's say they go insane, $20 a box, right? If you want Fruit Loops, fuck you, pay $20. That's how much a box is. For a while, people might continue to pay that much money just because they want Fruit Loops, but eventually people are going to decide, fuck this, I'm not paying $20 per box of cereal, I'm going to buy something else. I'm going to find the cheapest alternative, and I'm going to get that. And that is what forces these companies, more often than not, considering we've rarely had price capping laws on these types of things, it's the market and people, the buying base, not affording these items anymore at the inflated prices that forces them to drop the prices, which creates a perspective, a perception, a false one, that whatever administration is in power and is leading things, when those prices drop, it must be because of them. And that's something that the oil industry has done with gas prices with Democrats in office for a long time, artificially inflating gas prices when a Dem is in office. Because, as we all know, Americans would vote the corpse of Hitler itself into office if they knew for a fact it would mean gas would be like $1 a gallon cheaper.
Yet here, 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting. And
that's a big thing, too. The big industries are starting to get to the point now where climate change has to be real. You know what I mean? It's a bit like the Earth being flat, where it's like flat Earth can only take off so much in modern day because so much of the world requires working off of the premise of a round Earth to operate. Every pilot in the world, every sailor in the world, every person that does anything involving space, every surveyor and construction worker, like all these jobs you can think of require the accounting for the curvature of the Earth. And because of that, you like flat Earth can't really get that big, you know? Like it's got a cap on its size. In the same way, I feel like nowadays climate change denial might be the same way. Like so many people are getting to the point, particularly farmers and just jobs that like are on the ocean that involve nature, just anything tangentially related to the climate. It's almost impossible to internally deny climate change when you're a farmer whose livelihood is being affected by an undeniable trend of worsening climate, right? Like things like this are going to continue where it's like, oh yeah, you can't be one of the millions of American farmers and believe climate change isn't real, right? Like it's going to be like the flat Earth in that way, where there'll be a cap on how many people are in a situation where they can deny that the Earth is round, right?
This has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So
I will say, Walz just absolutely, regardless of how good Vance's bullshit artistry is, Walz is definitely owning Vance on the grounds of just sounding like he knows what he's talking about and sounding more down to earth. Vance still, even to a Republican, I feel, probably comes off as like a slick talking, like suit wearing douchebag. While I feel like Walz to the average American voter comes off as more, you know, just down to earth and like, you know, he's John America, right? So I do think that Walz probably looks better overall so far, but I do worry about some of the bullshit that Vance has spewed resonating with people. Because as I've made such a habit of talking about on this stream in the past, the talking points he's pushing are ones that have been like psyoped into popularity on the left and right, you know? The idea that like either Dems are war hawks that'll get us involved in war, or that Republicans are so strong that no one will want to get us into a war at the fear of a strong Republican America. So regardless, whether you're left or right, the Republicans have convinced you that Democrats mean war hawkishness and conflict, while Republicans mean world peace for some reason.
The solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current.
That's true.
And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about...
It's just objectively true. We've had record production of green and not green energy. Like oil fracking and oil production has been higher than ever in America, as has green energy production. Obviously, we don't like the oil stuff all that much, but at the same time, you can't just overnight stop exporting or using oil. Coal, we can really, like, in 5 years or whatever, which is why that bill sets that timeline, we can really phase out coal fast. And it's so unnecessary and so harmful that it would just be like 80% of the job is done once that coal thing is done. Like literally, coal made up 81% of U.S. yearly carbon output. 81% is just coal. Coal produces 20% of our power. We lose nothing by axing coal. It is such an enormous step forward that it's astonishing we haven't done it already with how useless coal is. But I know why we haven't. It's because of the coal lobby. But you know what I mean. Like it's astonishing from a practical perspective that we didn't phase out coal decades ago. Frankly, we should have swapped it for nuclear power in the 80s, 90s maybe at the latest. In an ideal world, we would be heavily relying on nuclear power by the 90s at the latest. That would have been best and completely plausible. Like, completely. We could have done that. We just didn't.
How do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her
he's stumbling
leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself...
record amounts. I hope they let Walz respond, because there's been, you can tell Walz is like, really? I think Vance might know that they might not give the mic back to Walz after this. So I think he's lying here, like, openly, knowing he can't be challenged on this point. But the U.S. has put out, like, record numbers of green and oil energy. So, as I've said, like, 50 times already. So, Vance is just lying there. Like, blatantly lying. I hope Walz gets to respond and say, oh, wait, actually, though.
doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim.
Some of them are. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure the manufacturing of green energy has been here, considering the record amount of green energy production we've had since Biden took office, but okay.
But a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built in...
Mind you, this narrative about us buying things from China being bad it only sounds good for about 5 seconds until you actually have a Republican in office and they start putting the tariffs in place and you start having to pay $5,000 for a Samsung phone or an iPhone, because as it turns out, that outsourcing and foreign manufacturing really made it so that the U.S. civilian population, the working class, could afford things that otherwise would be so much more expensive. Because you guys know that, like, the phone that you're, like, using right now, if you're watching the stream on a phone, was made by slaves, right? Like, a good chance is that, like, parts of it, at least, were made by slaves, whether it be the base materials harvested, its construction, like the molding of the plastic that acts as, like, the lining. Some part of it, if not multiple, had legit, like, basically what we would all agree to be slavery used in its production, right? And that's horrible. That's awful. But if it weren't for that slavery, you wouldn't have that phone. I guarantee it. You wouldn't be able to afford it. That is what that outsourcing is. There are countries where workers are being paid pennies on the dollar for labor here in America. And while it would be ideal if that manufacturing was done here and U.S. workers were getting that dollar, maybe in the long run the pay would mean that the average U.S. worker has enough to afford those inflated prices. But the prices would have to go up simply to pay for the cost of production, because labor, many stages of labor, by the way, would have to be paid for. If that's not the way it goes, it would have to be automation. Maybe we could see a big return to U.S. manufacturing if automation takes over, but unfortunately, the reason why we lost that golden era of economics in the 1950s and before was because companies realized it became cheaper after World War II recovery to start manufacturing things out of the country. You started to see a lot of imported cars, too, from companies that aren't even American as well. Cars, electronics. I know that Sony started getting really big in the U.S. around, like, the 70s or 80s when they started selling, like, I think it's the Sony Walkman, right? Was the Sony Walkman, like, the first big Sony product in America? When did Sony make its big America debut? I think Walkmans were a Sony product. I know those were around, like, the 70s and 80s, so... It's one of the first? Okay, so I'm ballparking correctly. All right. Yeah, it's just like around then, around the same time when U.S. manufacturing fell apart, and we saw like the end of the U.S. factory worker as we knew it. Back in the day, like a lot of U.S. like homeowners were factory workers. It was a pretty good living, and there was a lot of work in that area. But over the course of like 2 decades, we saw the majority of work in manufacturing leave the country. And this had the trade-off of a lot of these products getting cheaper. You know, things like, here's a really famous example, the microwave. Well, you wouldn't remember, maybe unless you're older, but who's old enough to remember how expensive microwaves were when they first got rolled out onto the scene? They were American-made, they could heat up your food really fast. Granted, there were reasons for why something like that would be expensive to begin with, but they got way cheaper when we started manufacturing microwaves by the thousands and thousands and thousands per day out of the country and started importing them here. And now everybody has a microwave. Who fucking doesn't? But there was a time when that was a luxury purchase because it was made in America. It was like made with labor that was paid for with a decent wage and per hour, and that made it more expensive on a base level. And then, of course, companies inflate prices to make their own bottom dollar. But like that's just the reality of it. Like this demonization of importing of foreign products and the outsourcing of labor it sounds really good with the rah-rah bring American jobs back, but like you guys would hate life if we did not have the benefits of, like, if tomorrow morning we woke up without any of the benefits of foreign imports and foreign manufacturing, you would hate your life. You would not be able to afford any electronics, most likely. It would suck. Electronics in particular, it would suck.
Nuclear facility, I think, won in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look,
okay,
we're producing more natural gas than we ever had. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said again,
and more green energy than ever. Let's not forget that.
These are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus.
You just said everything I'm so glad he was allowed to say. I was so worried they were going to move on to the next topic after Vance talked. Thank God.
Among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret? Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration, the crisis at the U.S.-Mexico.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I think it should be the world. Scientists overwhelmingly agree the world is warming at an alarming rate, and that is causing these extreme weather events, from the hurricanes to the droughts to the freezes, the deep freezes, like in Texas, to the wildfires on the West Coast. I would have liked if there was like a list of these things that Americans can like put their finger on as direct causes or directly caused by climate change, which is agreed on. There is no like debate about whether or not these hurricanes and droughts are caused by climate change. That is the settled science. So I would have liked if they really hammered that there, because that's undeniable and that's a really important factor. It's not that climate change is real. Everyone agrees with that now, even the Republicans. It's about whether or not it's man-made and whether or not we should do something about it. That's where the debate is now. Instead of saying, oh, the Earth is warming at an alarming rate, it's like Republicans just say, yeah, man, China.
Border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
This reminds me of 2016 when all the big Nazi YouTubers were making videos about how they wanted to do a peaceful mass deportation of brown people. Back during 2016, there was this big wave of like conservative content creators that went mask off about the Great Replacement and then believing in it, which was like part of the fall of like Gamergate. But they pushed this idea that they wanted to have a peaceful mass deportation to make America majority white again. There was this narrative that it was possible to be a white supremacist who wanted a peaceful path to white majority in America. And that even if you didn't agree with the idea of white supremacy, at least you could agree with their non-violent like desire to do it. Then famously, Destiny brought one of these figures on his stream and asked, how would you non-violently mass deport millions upon millions of people from America? And they're like, oh, well, you would just do it non-violently. I was like, what if they don't want to go? What if they say, no, you can't make me leave the country I was born in? And they like refuse to go. And they said, well, I guess then you would have to like arrest them and drag them out against their will. It's like, okay, so it wouldn't be peacefully. It would be with like violence on anyone who, yeah, I think it was JonTron who was arguing this actually, but it was a bunch of other people too. The same back and forth happened a million times back in the day. People like people like J.D. Vance and other like conservatives that are white nationalists but need to like dress it in like flowers and rainbows and make it sound like sugar-coated. They will push this weird idea that it is somehow possible to do a peaceful mass deportation to like enforce the white majority of America. Like, oh, well, you don't have to agree with the white supremacist, but you can at least agree that he doesn't want to be violent with his white supremacy. It's like, well, no, there is no way to have these ideals without using violence. Zan misspoke. We got to get rid of him. So true. I think I said half of Vance's name before I corrected myself too.
2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders.
Oh, please hit him on that bipartisan border bill. For those who don't know, somehow the Dems and a few Republicans put together a bipartisan border security funding bill that would give official funding to border security in order to maintain peace on the border and to ensure that there's not illegal immigration happening crossing the border. Now, the reason why this was so clever is that the vast majority of illegal immigration isn't done on foot crossing the border. That's why the whole wall thing was so dumb. It's like, what is it, 70+% of illegal immigration in America is overstaying a visa? For those who don't know, that means that you, for work or school, came to America, were let in, given a temporary stay, and then you overstayed that permission and just stayed. You entered the country legally, but you stayed illegally. It is far harder to deport people who are overstaying visas. However, the fact that that is the majority of illegal immigrants means that even if they try to crack down on the border, it's not going to change much. It's not going to make much of a difference besides stopping people that happen to actually be crossing the border by foot, which is itself very rare. So the whole border security thing is mostly centered around improving funding for law enforcement on the border because there is a heightened amount of crime in certain areas. Some areas are insanely very nice, you know. There's a lot of areas in Southern California, for example, where if you cross down straight south of the border, it's just nice little towns where you can park your car on one side of the border and then you walk through the checkpoint for security and stuff. And usually people go there to get insulin. Back before it got capped by Biden, they would get insulin for 4 times as cheap as you could here, maybe more. There's just a lot of over-the-counter stuff and really expensive name brand medications, some of them life-saving, that are fractions of the price the second you cross the border over into Mexico. And so there are really nice towns along the border that are just made for Americans to come over and buy medical stuff and to get there's a lot of towns that are just doctor's office and dentists along the border too, because people come over there to get cheap dental and medical care. And it's not low quality. There's this narrative I see sometimes he's going to go to Mexico and get a cheap surgery. It's as if it's some low quality thing done in a back alley because Mexico or whatever. But no, I mean, these are really high quality places, you know, you wouldn't think anything of it if you saw one of these places on the side of the road in America and were like, oh, let me, that seems like a good dentist. I guess I'll go there. It's just several times cheaper because America is really bad when it comes to healthcare. So much so that Mexico seems to have better healthcare than us.
Suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant.
Hey, listen, at least J.D. Vance seems to know what an asylum seeker is. For a while, who remembers when Trump was saying they're coming from the asylums, they're releasing people from asylums because he thought asylum seeker meant that someone came from an asylum, like a mental asylum? At least J.D. Vance seems to know what an asylum seeker is and that it doesn't have anything to do with real mental asylums.
Is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean.
Dude, please, Walls, call him out oh, did those opiates come from over the border? Where'd those opiates come from? How did your mother become addicted to opiates? I'm curious. Did it have anything to do with drugs coming over the border, or was it that your mother was working at a hospital and was stealing prescription pills and bringing them home and getting high? Which has been confirmed her actual drug addiction was not fentanyl and opiates being smuggled over the border, but prescription drugs at a hospital being stolen by medical staff is what happened. He's very clever about that, but he got called out on it and had to drop the whole, I grew up with a mother who struggled with addiction because of drugs from over the border thing. And anyone noticing that they didn't really fact check after he interrupted once? Dude, the narrative that these hosts fact check at all is bullshit. Like the Kamala Trump debate had like 2 fact checks at most, and it was barely a fact check. It was just like lightly challenging a blatant lie from Trump in like the slightest way. Apparently that's fact checking and like jumping against Trump. I've yet to see a single fact check here besides simply restating a truthful statement. Like the earth warming faster. Like, I don't know. Zan, just wait, something is almost here. Okay, I'll watch, but like I don't see any like benefit to Walls with fact checking the bullshit from Vance here. It seems like it's pretty, I would say, balanced, but the fact that they're not fact checking is honestly not balanced. Republicans, the only way to have a balanced debate with a Republican is if the Republican is at some kind of a disadvantage in the sense that if they lie about something, they get called out. Because otherwise, the only way you can really debate a conservative is to fuck with them and not take them seriously and troll them, or to have like a live research bit where you're just constantly Googling every claim they make to find the debunks for the lies. Because it's always a lie, and if you let them get away with a single claim without challenging it, you've kind of failed in your duty, but it means you have to Google every claim they make on the fly and figure out what the lie is, because it's always a lie. But you have to ideally do it on the fly.
I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement.
This is just another example of like a lie that he's telling to get attention, quote unquote, on a thing. For the record, by the way, J.D. Vance admits lie, Haitian dog. After dehumanizing language to describe immigrants as nothing, using dehumanizing language to describe immigrants as nothing new for former President Donald Trump or vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Accusations of immigrants being criminals, being rapists, or poisoning the blood of the nation have become common currency. But this week, the rhetoric seemed to hit a new low, the allegation that immigrants are eating pets. Vance, who represents Ohio in the U.S. Senate, spread a debunked claim about Haitian migrants living in the city of Springfield, Ohio on Monday, accusing them of abducting and eating pets. The claim, which local police say is baseless, was made by far-right activists, local Republicans, and neo-Nazis before being picked up by Vance. A well-known advocate for the Haitian community says she received a wave of racist harassment in the aftermath of Vance's post. Vance made the claim as part of a political attack against Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential nominee. On the social media site Twitter, Vance wrote, "Reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. Where is our border czar?" He was referring to a label Republicans have pinned on Harris, who was tasked by President Biden with working to examine the root causes of migration from Central America. Springfield, a small city of around 60,000 people, has received 15,000 to 20,000 migrants in the past 4 years, many from Haiti, which has created tension as the city works to absorb so many newcomers in a short amount of time. The city has often been cited by Vance and other Republicans as what they view as a cautionary tale of the economic woes caused by immigration. Less than 30 minutes after Vance's post, the Springfield News-Sun report. By the way, the reason why Springfield, Ohio, is where all these immigrants are moving is because it has some of the cheapest housing, like, in the country. I'm talking rent that's like $300 to $400 a month for like actual houses, in like a city, like in a suburb to rent a house. $300 to $400 a month rent is what people in that Tyler Oliveira video were claiming. I've never met somebody with rent that cheap in my life. I don't think I've met, like, a child with rent that cheap. And most children are supposed to have life for free. Like, I'm pretty sure most children in America do, like, more than $400 a month worth of chores for their parents if they were paid for their work. Like, it is some cheap fucking rent there. And that is why so many migrants are moving there. Because it's like, if you're going to move to America, why not move to, like, you're upgrading from Haiti, a place that is in the aftermath of numerous natural disasters, decimating the infrastructure, civil unrest, and like government crackdowns on civil rights and human protests and stuff. You upgrade from that situation to moving to America. It doesn't matter where in America you're moving to. It's going to be a bit of an upgrade. So they move to the place where they can get the cheapest rent. And right now, it seems that Haitian immigrants in Springfield have the ability to pay their rent more than the native born, like natives, I guess, of the city. And they're pissed off about it. And it's turning into racism. because these immigrants can afford like the super cheap rent there more than the locals can. And so since like the immigrants can afford to pay a little higher, the landlords in the area are upselling the immigrants and getting a little more money from the immigrant renters than they would from native renters, which is why we're seeing so many landlords turn down like native Ohioans in exchange for Haitian immigrants. It's simply because these landlords want more money. As you know, we've made the argument on the left here about how shitty landlords are for a long time. Turns out any landlord on the planet would rather take $500 from a brown person than $400 from a white person. So yeah, you're gonna find that your lovely capitalism does not exactly support white supremacy as much as you would like. That's what's so funny about conservatives being such massive capitalists, is that like racism and capitalism don't really mix. They don't really gel. Everything that the conservatives argue for ideologically outside of free market economics is completely incompatible with the health of a free market economy, you know? Like the idea of trying to like reduce immigration to reduce the influx of workers to fuel the economy, not something that would work well for our supposed Republican-run free market economy. Encouraging and allowing businesses to discriminate based on identities such as race, sexuality, gender, and whatnot, like, do you really think these things would be best for the free market? They might argue, well, then people just wouldn't go to the businesses that don't offer services. If you're black, you just wouldn't go to the racist businesses that don't offer services to black people. But my go-to response would be a really good example, jumping to what will no doubt be a topic later in this debate: abortion. In California, there's a little area in Humboldt County where for like multiple hours of driving, there is one hospital with a natal wing, like an area where they can do stuff with pregnancy and do like deliveries and surgeries that have to do with pregnancy. One hospital with those capabilities for a very long distance. And like current news, like this is big new news, a woman nearly died because that local hospital is a Catholic hospital that refuses to provide any abortion or abortion-related services. And this woman had a twin pregnancy where one of the twins, the sac, like the amniotic sac, had burst and leaked out into her uterus, which of course, super deadly. Baby's gonna die. She's gonna die if it's not dealt with. But because the other sac had not burst and there was still a viable twin inside of her as well, this Catholic hospital refused to treat her. The same hospital that told her she will likely die if she takes the car ride to another hospital to get treatment. She won't survive from the bleeding, is what they told her. That to make the drive to another hospital, they still refused to give her treatment. I don't remember the rest of the story and how she survived, but it came very close to her dying because this Catholic hospital refused to provide her services, which is why this idea is so stupid. Imagine a world where hospitals can deny black people from their services because the hospital, like, main guy, the administrator, is a racist. And we're in our super free market Republican economy where businesses are allowed to discriminate. And that's the only hospital for miles. All of a sudden, you have created a free market, quote unquote, where black people in a certain area are not free to get medical attention because the only option in the area, it doesn't offer services. There are already cases where people go through a situation like this, but it would only get worse in this hypothetical. But it is something that Republicans are very big in favor of, this whole free market thing. No regulation, even allow business owners to discriminate. There should be no protections for the consumer.
Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start.
Illegal aliens. Man, really bringing it back to that like Bush era talking points. Hold on. How many illegal immigrants in U.S.? Because I remember Trump said something like 25 million, and it was actually like 6. It was like several times the number that they claim. Oh, yep. Yeah. So in 2022, the unauthorized immigrant population in the U.S. was 11 million. Nowhere near 25 million. And on top of that, according to Pew Research Center, we're actually experiencing a bit of a fall in the population of unauthorized immigrants in America. 2006, it seems, or somewhere between 2005 and 2010, was the peak at around 12.2 million. And since then, it's been dropping. It hit an all-time low, or not an all-time low, but a long-time low of 10.2 in 2020, which is when Biden took office, and it's gone up barely since then. 1 million more immigrants. It's only 11 million, and he's claiming 25 million because, once again, every lie they can throw at the wall. You can't get all of them. You can't correct every lie they tell, and if even one big lie like that sticks and goes unchallenged with, like, the people who watch this, then they'll have done what they wanted to do. They'll have convinced you of a premise that you can build conservative opinions on without any challenge. All it takes is one claim, unchallenged, getting through, like 25 million illegal immigrants. That's a big number. 11 million's big too, but 25 million is literally more than twice as much. So, yeah. Like, he very much exaggerated the number on purpose. And, you know, he wants to get away with it. It's about throwing as many lies at the wall as you can. You can't catch everyone. If even one can go unchallenged and go believed by the majority of people, they succeeded.
With the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal...
Wait, you have it and Vance doubles it. Wait, do we have a conservative in YouTube chat who is unironically trying to claim that I am dishonest, like Vance, because for a second I claimed, I think it's 6 million. Let me Google it, though. Then Googled it, found the number, and said the number. Are you trying to imply I'm as dishonest as Vance, who just openly lied and doubled the number of actual legal immigrants in the country? I Googled it to confirm whether I'm right or wrong about the number, and you're trying to claim that I'm bad because I supposedly halved it. You calling me a conservative for calling you out, lol. You got me, man. Enjoy your ban, dude. You got me, dude. You absolutely destroyed me. My blatant hypocrisy in thinking a thing and then immediately Googling it to confirm. You absolutely destroyed me. How could I be such an irresponsible and awful content creator?
Aliens to undercut the wages of...
I need you guys to know, this is like half the hate that I get. It's literally people that are like, how dare you be wrong about something, and then Google it 5 seconds later and be like, oh wait, never mind, and correct it. How dare you? How dare you have not known inherently and immediately? Like, literally half my comments, I'm not joking.
American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been...
All right, let's see if that's true. 330K children lost by Department of Homeland Security. Is that even real? Okay, so the only thing that comes up about this is a New York Post article. Biden-Harris administration loses track of 320,000 migrant children, with untold numbers at risk of sex trafficking and forced labor. The Biden-Harris administration has lost track of more than 320,000 migrant children who crossed the border without parents, according to a shocking new report. Untold numbers of children who were released into the U.S. to qualified sponsors, quote-unquote, are now at risk of sex trafficking, forced labor, and other forms of exploitation, a Homeland Security Inspector General's report released Monday. Let's see if that's true. Is this a real... Untold numbers of children... Okay, here's ABC News reporting on this story, hopefully in a more honest way. The Department of Homeland Security internal watchdog says it has uncovered an urgent issue with how immigration officials handle cases involving unaccompanied migrant children, warning in a new report that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency has been unable to keep track of all unoccupied minors released from government custody. The interim report sent to Congress on Tuesday and obtained by ABC News said that, in the past 5 years, more than 32,000 unaccompanied migrant children failed to... Wait... Dude, why do they add zeros? Why do they keep doing this? Okay, so what actually happened is it's border control, not the Biden administration, not the Harris-Biden administration. It's border control has lost track of 32,000, not 320,000 children. I love this as well because when they say things like this that are wrong and they inflate the numbers, I feel like what they're trying to do is bait you into responding by correcting the blatant lie. And then the response naturally to that is, oh, so you don't care? It's not a big deal that 32,000 children were lost by the Biden-Harris administration? And then you'd be like, well, they weren't lost by the Biden-Harris administration. They seem to be lost track of by, like the customs and U.S. immigration. Like that's not Kamala Harris. Like, Border Patrol has been awful for as long as it has existed. We've hated Border Patrol. That's kind of like a lefty thing.
Been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules.
Let me clarify that he inflated the number to 320,000 really fast.
Wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children.
Just add zeros to real numbers and then shift blame to the left, I guess. And it just works. Just works every time. 25 million illegal immigrants in America. It's actually 11 million. Fucking, we've supposedly got 320,000 children that the Kamala Harris administration has lost track of. It's actually 32,000 children that the U.S. Border Patrol and Customs has lost track of. How, like, I get that it is the administration of Biden, but like every single problem that happens under the administration is not due to the neglect of Biden. There's always going to be problems that need to be accounted for. There's literally people, an entire team of people whose job it is to nitpick these things and give the talking points to J.D. Vance.
That the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately...
Mind you, the 32,000 children thing unaccounted for does not mean they got lost, okay? Like, it's a concern, and that's why the Homeland Security is, like, talking about it and raising concerns about it, because they're not accounted for in the sense that they came into the country, and there is not, like, government oversight over where they are and, like, what they're doing. But that they were allowed into the country, and they were allowed to stay in the custody of whoever they came into the country with. That is what they're talking about here. J.D. Vance is suggesting that it is likely that these 32,000, not 320,000, but 32,000 children must all have been taken by random strangers across the border and are being sold into sex trafficking and forced labor. However, what's probably happened is a lot of illegal immigrant children coming over the border with parents and guardians and like family and stuff. And they were very clearly not in danger, which is why Customs and Border Patrol let them through and let them stay in the custody of the person they came over with. So yes, there could be some real concern and danger here, but this is not 32,000 lost children. It's 32,000 children that Border Patrol and security cannot account for beyond when they left the border into the country.
Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Kamala Harris did not run on an open border. No Democrat ever has.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted.
Should I make a tweet? Dude, every time I make a tweet, it either gets no attention or I get a bunch of hate comments because Twitter is like basically just full of Nazis and like the most insane and unpleasant woke scolds now. But let's see if watching The VP debate is so funny. Vance loves inflating every number for no reason. The 320K lost children are actually 32K unaccounted for by border security, and there are not 25 million illegal immigrants, but 11 million in the most recent data. I've seen a lot of leftist concentrators complaining about that Borderville thing, and it was barbaric. I'd like to hear your opinion on Kamala trying to get it passed, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't, like, actually kind of good. Let's see, Borderville? What is that called? Or what is that? Borderville Kamala Harris. You gotta remember, you can't trust any left-wing figures talking, like, negatively about Dems. It's almost always, like, well-meant, but misled and fed into by, like, right-wing psyop shit. Russia's invested a lot in convincing even lefties that the Dems are evil and that Republicans are at least not so much worse that you don't need to vote, right? That's, like, the idea that they want to enforce. Nothing is coming up about this. Borderville? Or is it Border Bill? Is that what you meant? Did you mean Border Bill and you just said Borderville for some reason? The border bill Biden was trying to pass? Some stupid okay typo? Okay, yeah. No, the border bill was based. Like, what do you mean? The border bill was based. Open borders is not a good thing. Like, we shouldn't have completely open borders in this country. Our world is probably not ready for that, unfortunately. But, like, the whole border funding thing is just because the Dems are not in favor of an open border like the Republicans claim. They're just not. They're in favor of border security and preventing crime on the border and crime organizations from getting through from the border as much as, like, any, like, well-meaning politician would be. There is actually crime south of the border. There is actually a heightened amount of crime along the border in many places. There is actually a need for heightened security on the border in many places. That is part of solving the problems that Kamala Harris was appointed to be the head of. If you remember, we talked about it earlier, but this is a big thing when Biden first took office. Kamala Harris was put in charge of figuring out why the immigration crisis in America is happening. Because there is a real concern about the fact that the U.S. is just receiving a nonstop flow of immigration. Why is this happening? Not because it's bad that we're getting immigrants, but, like, why are so many people choosing to leave somewhere and come here? There's clearly problems connected to that. So Kamala Harris's job is to attack and deal with the organized crime and corruption along the border, and to send probes into South America and Mexico to figure out what is going on. That is literally her job, to figure out why this immigration is happening in such large numbers, because it is happening in large numbers, larger than ever, I believe, in terms of, like, yearly immigration. Like, particularly illegal immigration. Why are people so desperate to get here that they're doing it illegally south of the border when they are doing it south of the border? That's her job. That was what she was put in charge of doing. In a way, you could say the Dems called the bluff of the Republicans, that the Republicans don't actually care about any of these issues, and they could put forward a bill that would supposedly solve everything they claim to have a problem with, and they would still shoot it down because they don't actually want to solve these problems as they claim. And this is exactly what Romney and other never-Trump Republicans called out the rest of the GOP for when they shot down that bill multiple times. That everything they claim to want, everything they claim that they're running on, was there in that bill, at least they claim to be running on. It obviously wasn't as extreme as they really want, but it was as extreme as they claim to want and are willing to say they want, and they still shot it down. And some of them were even brave enough to outright admit publicly they shot it down because the immigration problem is not Biden's to solve, it's Trump's. That is the quote. They want to run on this highly, voter-concerned issue of immigration. It is one of the highest-ranking issues that Americans are going to be voting on during the election is immigration. If Trump wins, it'll be because of immigration. and the economy. Those will be the points that he wins the election on if he does, because that is where the majority of Americans lean with him the most, the economy and immigration. The perception is still very much that Trump would mean a better economy and that Trump would handle immigration better. That is the majority of Americans believe Trump is better on those issues. Doesn't mean they'll vote for him, but when you see the polling on those issues, the majority of Americans that vote in those polls believe that Trump is better on the economy and immigration. So if you ever wonder, like, why do Dems give any time of day to these, like, narratives and this panic about immigration, it's because even Dem voters have bought into the narrative that immigration's a threat that needs to be acknowledged by anyone they're willing to vote for. If Dems cannot exist nowadays and get elected while claiming that Republicans are just making this big immigration hubbub up to scare you, they can't say that. They have to pretend to agree that it's as big of a problem as Republicans claim it is, because the voters think it's as big of a problem as Republicans claim it is.
By a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get...
Oh, on top of that, tons of Border Patrol work under Trump was being done by volunteers. Mind you, like people who volunteer to bag illegal aliens, as they would say, along the border. Random fucking dudes could get licensed to do this shit under Trump. That was like a big program he set up. Republicans love doing it. I think Bush might have done a similar thing with the border fence and like patrolling it. I think he also might have set up a thing where random citizens could like volunteer and become basically like junior border security. That is something that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration do not want at all. And if you want that work to be done instead by regulated, paid and like overseen employees that can be fired and have reprimands for not doing the job the way it's supposed to be done, then you need to fund the border. You need to give more money to this organization so it can hire more workers that aren't just randos that are like driving their pickup truck along the border looking for brown people to like shoot. Like you want to get fucking Danieled. Fucking Life is Strange 2. You finally make it to the fucking border and you're like, yes, we're getting to Mexico, let's go. And some hicks that are volunteers for border security, because it takes place during Trump's administration, end up shooting your character's little brother. Big spoiler, he doesn't die. But it's like, holy shit, we were right there. And some racist hicks got us thinking we're like crossing the border to America. We're trying to get to Mexico, but they got our asses. They got you right about to cross the border, right? You got caught by that imperial ambush.
There, 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this,
not just regular ass people like getting up and deciding to do that one day, Reedens, but like not too far from that. Like there was a lot of just regular. Here, let me bring up the here. Border Patrol. Oh, they have a whole page. Jesus Christ. U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Volunteering. Tips for volunteering. 12 easy ways to volunteer. Tips for youth. Tips for boomers. Tips for college students. Tips for families. Tips for youths. I'm a youth. Your connection isn't private. What? Why would the official Customs and Border Protection site tell me that my connection isn't private? And not let me load the page. Why? What about 12 easy ways to volunteer? What? Is this gone now? It would make sense if you're not able to click these and volunteer now, if like they've broken these programs and they don't exist anymore. It's just weird that the page with the portal to get to those links still exists, but then you click them and they die. Guys, if you want to see what I'm talking about and test it yourselves, because it might not just be me, look up U.S. Customs and Border Protection Volunteer. It should be the top page. And go to that result and look at where it says tips for volunteering. Click any of those blue links. See if any of them load. All of them say, like, basically that they don't exist anymore. So I'm pretty sure I'm right, that they shut down that program. See if it loads for you, though, guys.
Told them to
I wanna
vote against
see.
it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if
Yep.
we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator,
Man, who remembers when the wall was going to be 10 feet higher because a journalist said that Trump was lying about something? Who remembers that? Trump, when he was running, like the thing that won him the election was his like attitude. A journalist would say, hey, you just lied about that thing. Actually what happened was, and Trump would cut them off and say, well, the wall just got 10 feet taller. And then there would be roaring applause.
Humanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as a deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child
Non-answer. There won't be an honest answer to the question. It's too straightforward, and his answer is one that is not popular. Yes, he will and wants to separate families at the border. He could either lie and say no, he won't, which will lose him a lot of the base supporter, like voters of the Republican Party, because they want that. They defended it when it was happening. They obviously like it, but like at the same time, he can't just own it. He can't deny it outright. So he has to non-answer. So we're not going to get an answer to that question.
Separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to
But what about the drugs? What about the drugs? Guys, drugs from south of the border. My mom was addicted to them, but actually it was she was a nurse stealing opiates from the hospital. Dude, I fucking love that whole arc of Vance getting called out for that lie. It was so fucking funny, dude. He lies about everything. He's a real bullshit artist. I love it. From inflating numbers from like 11 to 25 million to from 32,000 to 320,000. Just inflating numbers, lying, bullshit flinging. He's actually good at it. Like we give Vance a lot of shit and we don't take him super seriously, but he's actually pretty good at this.
Operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country.
No acknowledgement of the fact that Kamala Harris and the Dems put forward a bill that would solve all these... Because another big thing that Republicans skate off of is a lack of civic education. A lot of people genuinely believe that Trump could just, from the top down, sign an executive order that would put all of these immigration policies into place on day one. Trump, I don't believe, even what is it, 2025, Project 2025 Trump, I don't think he alone would have that power. He would have to basically coup, I think it's Congress? I think it's Congress he would have to coup that would vote on that bill. And they already had that vote, and it got shot down. Was it the House or was it Congress? I can't remember. But I know the Republican majority there killed the bill. It would have given them everything they wanted, but so many Republican voters don't really give a shit about the big rooms where a bunch of people talk about shit and make laws. They care about the president. They care about the guy who says he's going to make things happen. And so what I like about Walz is he is pushing back against like the oversimplification of government that Republicans use to push blame on the Dems and claim that they can do things they can't when they get in office, like overpromise. But like, man, I don't know if it'll work or if it's a good point or if it's a bad point with the median voter, because I don't feel like the median voter knows that Trump can't do that.
And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened.
Dude, I was talking to a friend earlier today who's not like super into politics about this, and he was like, why do they call her the border czar? Like, Trump knows he's friends with basically an actual czar, right? Like, Putin is a czar, like, not a czar in name only, you know? It's like, yeah, no, they are just like that. They are just that shameless and willing to just lie and name call, even if it's more true about them than the person they're name calling.
The border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fixed.
That is such a good stat to hammer home what I feel a lot of you guys didn't know or didn't realize about the median voter. An NBC News poll found that more than half of our country is in favor of mass deportations. That is why, if Trump wins, it'll be on the grounds of economics and immigration. I've said this a million times. The average American would vote Hitler's corpse into the presidency if they knew for a fact that it would mean $1 less a gallon for gas for 4 to 8 years. It's a fucking retarded idea. It doesn't matter. The majority of Americans support the idea of mass deportation. So when you ask, why do Dems give any lip service or credence to Republican fear-mongering about immigration, it's because we exist in a state of, acceptance of immigration where you're not allowed to call out the blatant bullshit. You're not allowed to say, well, actually, immigration's really good for America. You lost the election. But the second you say, actually, immigration's really good for, you already lost. The second you refuse to engage with the premise that immigration is bad and needs to be stopped somehow, you've lost the election. You have to agree with the premise that immigration is inherently a bad thing, which it's not, but doesn't matter. You have to agree with that premise. Over 51% of Americans believe mass deportations are good. And that's an extreme position on anti-immigration. Mass deportations, being in favor of that, that's a really far-right position. It goes to show you that if more than half the country is there, then way more than half the country is close to there, right? So the Dems have to be pretty conservative on immigration to ever win another election ever again. More than half the country will end the political career federally of Dems if they do not operate on that premise. And that may be awful. That may be very upsetting to you guys, but that is the world that we live in, and it is our job to debunk the PSYOP misinfo Republicans in Russia. We are against billions of dollars worth of funding in far-right misinfo. And like the largest figures in the space are brain-dead tanky figures like Hassan. We are fighting the most uphill battle that has ever been fought. This is Sisyphusian shit, okay? But our job is to debunk this misinfo so that Dems in the future don't have to operate under the long since settled assumption that immigration bad and needs to stop wholesale, period.
This issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprised...
See, that, like, I love Walz and everything, but even he has to operate under the assumption that there is an immigration problem to be solved, because over half the country is so radicalized to the right on immigration, they're in favor of the mass deportations that Trump promises.
This is me on this. Talking about and saying I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor...
He admitted to making it up.
It's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump...
The median voter is also against low-cost housing and initiatives to help homeless, all because of a fucking retarded mentality called NIMBY, not in my backyard. Yep. Not in my fucking backyard. I saw a really good example of that the other day, which happens to be the first time I ever heard it was a George Carlin special, which is funny because it was in reference to like building like a jail or a prison or something like that, or like a mental institution near a populated area. How like the NIMBY movement has always been like, nah, not in my fucking backyard. And literally today, I heard the most bullshit argument, like the most like a perfect example of that mindset, where I forget who it was, but I heard a guy say in like some podcast or YouTube clip to another guy, I bet the prices in this area are really cheap because the house is near a prison. It's like, really? Like, do people really operate under the assumption that it's more dangerous to live near a prison? I can only repeat George Carlin's point of being like, you think someone's gonna break out of prison and stick around? Like, they're just gonna walk a couple blocks over and start doing crime again in the next neighborhood near the prison? Like, you might be safer from, like, criminal breakouts, like, fresh out of prison criminality, you know, further from the prison than closer to it. Anyway, it's just a fun example of how, like, the average American is genuinely, like, brain dead on some things. On other things, the average American is very based now. The topic of climate change we talked about a lot earlier in this debate review. Most Americans believe man-made climate change is real and is a threat that needs to be dealt with and acknowledged, but at the same time, more than half the country is in favor of mass deportation.
And not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents...
Dude, the border czar thing, like, I haven't talked to a person who's like a normie, non-politically, like, person who finds that border czar, like, talking point effective. Everyone I've spoken to who's not, like, even people I've spoken to who are pretty into politics are always like, why the fuck do they call her the border czar? Like, it's just confusion is what I found most normies, like, meet that insult with. It doesn't really work. Like, no one gets it. And I Heavy Gretel. No one gets the border czar thing. Like, a lot of people don't even know what a czar is, for starters. So, like, it's kind of nonsensical. I don't know why they keep running with it. Maybe it's popular with the right, but I don't know if median voters fall for it, because I don't think they know what a czar is, and I don't think they know what border czar is meant to be. Like, if anything, it sounds like she's super militant about border security, right? Like, maybe it's sarcastic and like, tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, she's going to be the border czar, but does nothing about the border. But, like, I think most people are going to pick up on that and hear, oh, she's the border czar? Well, more than half the country wants mass deportation, so guess we're going to vote for her. Maybe that talking point ends up winning Kamala the election, because people get confused and think it means that she's super pro, like super anti-immigration or something. That'd be funny.
They just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say.
I also really think that's that stat is a good example of, like, how out of touch a lot of far left people I know, or even in my own audience, are. Like, I had someone earlier complaining about Kamala's, like, border, not even Kamala, the Democrat started but bipartisanly supported border bill. They were like, that's cringe, that's cringe. I bet that person does not know that more than half the country is in favor of mass deportations and thinks that maybe close to half the country is in favor of an open border. How many of you guys thought that more people would be in favor of an open border in America than openly in favor of mass deportation? How many people, before hearing that stat, would have bet that we were closer as an American population to the majority of people being in favor of an open border than full mass deportation? We're closer to the majority of Americans being in favor of mass deportation. So when it comes to, like, lefties stating, like, the Dems are too radically anti-immigration, it's like, dog, if the Dems got any less or any more pro-immigration, it would be over. Like, no chance of election. It's bad. Like it is one of the worst cases of Republicans winning on the landscape of misinformation ever. Like, the Republicans won that war. They convinced, with misinfo, effectively, unchallenged, for decades, that immigration was evil. Meanwhile, economists left and right all agree immigration is best for the country. Criminologists and like, the people who study crime and shit all agree that like, native-born immigrants do more crime than even illegal immigrants. There's no fact to the hysteria, but you still have to play into it, even if you don't believe in it. It's such bullshit, but it really, really goes a long way to show you where we are as a country. In some areas, we're super good. We've made a lot of progress. In others, we are in a really bad spot.
If you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico. You've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about...
Does he... Why should Mexico hold on to illegal immigrants who majority of them, like, logically would be coming from south of Mexico? Mexico is South North America. Like, a bit of Mexico counts as Central America, I believe, but most of Mexico is still North America, I think. So, like, Central and South America is south of Mexico. The majority of illegal immigrants that come from south of the border don't come from Mexico. So we're still kind of operating on this weird, like, pseudo, like, assumption or implication that these immigrants are coming from Mexico because they're coming that they're from Mexico because they're coming from Mexico, when in reality, they're probably from, like, well, not really Mexico, according to the stats. A lot of them are coming from Central America, and Northern South America. So it's like, what, I don't know. Zan, isn't Central America part of North America? Is Central America not considered its own subcontinent? I might be wrong there, but the way I could have sworn I remember it from school is that there's North, Central, South America. They're like subcontinents of the Americas, which is the continent itself. That was how I was taught. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, dude, like, once again, playing on the ignorance of the average American.
About the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what...
That is an example of how the bill was not evil, by the way. Because while the Dems still have to operate on the Republicans' immigration is bad premise because of where the voters are, they can still be human about it, right? Like, a big part of the bill was going to speed up the immigration process. That was a big part of it, too. Like, if you were going to legally immigrate, it was meant to solve a lot of those problems that we associate with it. Famously, Moist Critical had that big immigration fiasco. He's suing U.S. immigration because they took so long and then just fucked off when it came to approving the, like, travel visas of his, like, Australian esports team that had been, like, endorsed by several massive companies, including Activision. Like, personally, the company Activision reached out to U.S. immigration to tell them, hey, yeah, these guys, they're good. They're like, fine. Yeah, they're coming here for an event, like a sports event. And then U.S. immigration was like, nah, they're denied. The bill was going to reform U.S. immigration. That was a big part of it, too. It was going to be better than it is now and better funded. They were going to have more money to hire actual employees that have to follow the regulations of, like, a government institution. But all got shot down. It all got shot down. Even on the basis, even when Dems are forced to agree on this premise, they are still better on a policy level than Republicans on the issue of immigration.
Well, we know American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
Man, when you start pulling out Bible quotes on stage at a Republican, you've destroyed them. Holy shit. Bro brought up the book and number. Holy shit. He knew. He rattled that fucking shit off the dome. He knew. God damn.
They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
but
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh, I'm coughing, bro. What the fuck? Did you guys see where my rib went? I think I coughed up a rib. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting that. That hit me by complete surprise. I was not ready. Oh, shit.
Margaret, the rules were that you guys were going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in applying for...
Yeah, the asylum seeker thing is what they've been harping on hard. He admitted he lied. Yeah, he does that. Also, the open border thing, no open border. It really goes to show we're so fucked, like electorally on the border issue, that Republicans can unchallenged claim that we currently have an open border, and Americans are not happy with it and want more, like, they want more deportations. It's like we're not on the popular position on immigration, unfortunately.
For a green card and waiting for 10 years.
Thank you, Senator.
Facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We want to
CBP One
have.
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because you're.
He's yelling over the mic mute.
Are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without...
And Trump's tax policy is nothing. He has no tax refund plans, no tax benefits for families or anything. The only economic policy he's ran on is the idea of tariffing foreign imports, and that will somehow fix the economy. There are no economists that agree with this, like literally none. The only findings that could possibly benefit Trump that the economists of the world have found is that there is a possibility that Trump's tariff plans would have zero impact on the U.S. economy. The best case scenario is one in which Trump's economic promises he's running on have zero impact on the economy. That is the best case scenario agreed upon by the overwhelming consensus of economists left and right around the world. That is the best case scenario for Trump's economic policy, is that we have no impact on our economy. The more likely and worst case scenario is a pretty substantial negative impact if we shut down immigration. Immigration is a massive boon to our economy. Both in the short term to a degree, but especially in the long term. You'll hear conservatives bring up the basic talking point that they're taking jobs, but I would prefer if you knew the majority of jobs taken by both legal and illegal immigrants are non-high school diploma education jobs that do not require even a high school diploma. Now, don't, like, if someone here didn't graduate high school, then I'm not trying to disparage you here, but there are not a lot of Americans in general in the workforce who don't have a high school diploma. There's certainly a staggering amount, I'm sure, but like, we're talking about, as Americans would call it, the lowest of low skill labor. The types of jobs that currently are struggling to find workers among native-born U.S. citizens, and that is why, immigration has been such a big boon to some parts of the economy. I know that in Florida, the first time I had that realization was I was quite young. I was just like maybe 6 or 7. I don't even remember. And I was in the back seat of the car, and my mom drove past a strawberry patch, like a big-ass like strawberry field. And there were a bunch of people out there who were all not white, harvesting the strawberries. And I was like, I guess they're harvesting strawberries over there. I forget what I asked, but from there, my mom told me they were migrant workers, that they'd come to work the season because, like, this work is done mostly by immigrants. It's lower skilled labor, and generally it's a harder time to find that, like, people to do that work unless you're specifically willing to hire immigrants, which is why a lot of that work is paid under the table. A lot of this work that is extremely valuable, there's a very massive labor shortage on among native-born Americans, the entire industries are held up by immigrants, illegal and illegal. I mean, we all know, like, the meme about, like, Hispanic landscapers. Do you want to know why that's a thing? Obviously, because, like, you know, it's easy work. It just kind of requires you to work hard. Not easy work, but it's you don't need to know a lot of English. You can mow a lawn and you can get a decent amount of pay. But also, a lot of landscape companies are just run by a guy. You know that, right? Like, most landscaping companies are just run by a guy with, like, a couple of dudes in a truck and some lawnmowers he bought. Like, that is most landscaping companies. I knew a guy who ran a landscaping company like that in Florida. His name was Rick. I don't know. I'd love to drop a link to, like, his landscaping thing in chat, I guess, if any Floridians want to get their lawn cut. Like, you can just absolutely get paid under the table that way, which you kind of have to be able to do if you're an illegal immigrant, because you don't have a social security number, you can't pay taxes, and so you can't, like, get a normal job, right? You have to get work at somewhere where they're willing to pay under the table, to not ask questions, and to just give you a good pay for your work, and so you can get by. And so, like, these industries, from construction to landscaping to agriculture, are, especially today, so heavily propped up by immigration, both legal and illegal immigrants, because so much of that work is so backbreaking that no one here is willing to do it. So many people here, in fact, are overeducated for the job by the standard of America and deciding how much you get paid for certain kinds of work. Apparently, backbreaking labor in America is considered low-skill labor that requires less pay, while lower effort work that requires less physical stress but involves you sitting at a desk and wearing a suit is seen as deserving of more money. That is kind of how America has lined things up somehow. I guess, like, digging ditches deserves shit pay, apparently, is the logic that we operate on here. But nonetheless, very important work. It needs to be done, and we literally lack the workers without immigration. It's just simple as that. Like, it is literally simple as that. Who remembers that one famous clip of that one lady who absolutely just, oh my God, I feel so bad for her. Because now, having made the argument that she wanted to make in front of you guys, I feel you get what she was trying to say here. But who remembers this? This clip is so bad. Who will clean your toilet, Trump? This became like a big meme a while back with the whole, like, looks like the anti-Trump people are the real racists because of this clip. This clip went really viral because of that.
Trump is a lightning rod, even when he's not there. Look what happened on The View today with guest co-host Kelly Osbourne.
There are a lot of Latinos here in this country that do agree that the immigration problem is a problem, and it does need to be addressed, and it does need to be fixed. Interesting. But making those comments, those racist comments, do not help. And if you
Man, we're going back 9 years ago, sure, but I love how I just brought up a random, like, clip from The View on ABC, and you've got these women talking about how we have to deal with the immigration problem, because, like I said, there is no argument in America as to whether or not immigration is a problem. It has been long since settled that it is, despite it not being so. You have to, unfortunately, just, for now, I suppose, let them win on that lie, because too many voters have fallen for it. Now's not the time or place to have that battle. if you want to win the election in a couple months.
Kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be
in LA, they always
but
they
Latinos are not only the only people.
I don't know, Zan. That's great that you don't know, Lefty Jenna, because I do. We just went over the data. Over 50% of Americans agree with mass deportations. You can say, I don't know. You can go, if you want to, but that's just data. And that is where Americans are at right now. You can think that we're going to see socialism and hyper extreme progressive reform in your lifetime if you want to, but that's not going to happen unless we work fucking hard. Like, so many lefties are convinced that we're like 5 days away from socialism, it seems. Like the way you guys talk about like how the Dems aren't far left enough. And when the half the things you guys complain about, the Dems not being far left enough on, if they amended their positions, they would lose every election ever.
I mean it like that. Come on. No, I would never mean it like that.
No, over 50% of Americans agree with Trump's immigration plan, which entails mass deportation, Lefty Jenna. ABC ran the poll right before the debate. And there's been polling before then as well.
Monday night, Jimmy Fallon portrayed
It certainly
Trump
isn't
getting debate
50%.
advice from a President Obama.
You've owned that data, Lefty Jenna. The data simply cannot hold to your vigorous questioning.
Ballooning the deficit. Governor, I'll give you 2
That
minutes.
polling is massively inaccurate. Here, let's look deeper into it ourselves. How many Americans agree with Trump's border plan? Ugh. Exclusive poll from Axios. America warms to mass deportations. Share of Americans who say they support mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. The general public, 51%. White people, 56%. Latinos at 45%, while black people are at 40%. Nearly half of the black and Latino population is in favor of mass deportations for undocumented immigrants. 51% of the general public is in favor. Political affiliation, 68% of Republicans and 46% of independents, 42% of Democrats. Yep, it's massively inaccurate. Man, you're fishing for, I want to say, a ban, Lefty Jenna. Like, you're operating like a conservative right now. You just so badly want for me and any liberal to be so evil for not being, like, in favor of open border now because you want to believe that, like, the people of America just want open borders. But in reality, we're so much closer to literal Nazi Germany than open borders right now. I know it's tough to believe, but it's just the facts. We live in a really fucked political landscape, and we're fighting an uphill battle. We are not winning on every front. We're winning on many, but not every, and we have to accept that in some we're losing if we're going to ever get to a point where we're winning. Like, we can't just pull a fucking Denethor and curl up in a ball and let the hordes of Mordor come and rip Gondor apart. Like, we gotta fight. We gotta accept there's a problem and deal with it.
And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good.
No, Rinse. Don't even think about, like, your personal interactions with friends and stuff. The data, multiple polling shows a consistent more than 50% rate of Americans being in favor of mass deportations, okay? Not Axios, ABC, or NBC, sorry, and multiple other polling finds at least 45% of the general public supports mass deportations. That is terrifying. That means we are closer to Nazi Germany than open borders. You need to understand that. That is where the American people are right now. We've got a lot of fighting on this issue to do.
That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty.
Landlords have a much harder time, like, price inflating rent when there's so many options. They could all get together and coordinate, like, in an organization to raise rent prices across the board. That could happen and has happened. But generally, the more housing you add, the harder it is for landlords to like try and raise rent prices, because to a certain extent, if you can build enough like affordable housing in high enough population density areas, to an extent, the market can. Granted, the building of the houses was not a market thing, but it is an act the government can take to make it such that the market does some more work to solve the problem. Because if there's too much supply, more supply than the demand even, then people have options. There's not a monopoly on housing, which is the real issue right now, is landlords and development companies and rental companies have a monopoly on housing at the moment, which means they can inflate prices. They can, like, hell, they can just keep places empty and create the sense of a demand that doesn't exist if they want to, because there is so much demand and so relatively little supply that they can set the price where they want in so many cases. Look at California. There's only so much housing, but so many people want to live there in like the big cities and stuff that landlords just hike the rent as much as they can possibly get away with. Same goes for New York.
Poverty by a third. We save money in the long run.
If they built 10 million new houses in New York, like, or 10 million new units of housing or something, I don't know, 10 million's insane, but like if they built like a million new housing units in New York City, for example, how much do you think the rent would go down? Just think about it. At the end of the day, there's so many options. Somebody's going to undercut someone else, and it's going to become a contest of who can undercut who. That's how that works. When there's more supply than demand, people have to undercut to get business. And that would be an ideal way for the market to solve this problem, but the government has to sponsor the supply. They have to make more houses, and that's welfare state stuff. So this is not a case of like the free market solving the problem. It's a case of, or free market, the case of the market solving the problem. It's a case of if the government does something, then it puts business owners like landlords into a position where they have to do something pro-consumer.
And we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks from Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation, and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris...
What I love about this point so much, and Trump got asked the same question during the first debate with Kamala Harris. Trump and the Republicans ran on this idea of a massive deficit under Obama. The U.S. had a big trade deficit under Obama, and then Trump ran on the idea in 2016 that this deficit was like a debt. Basically presented it as though it's like when you owe the bank money, or you own like a loan shark money, and that the U.S. owes other countries money, was the way that it was put forward, which isn't 1,000,000% inaccurate, but it's also such a massive oversimplification that it's basically a lie. It's a lie meant to convince people that America under Democrats is not only incompetently run on a variety of levels that have to do with domestic policy, but on an economic and world economic level, world trade level, that their decisions will fuck the economy. In reality, the deficit was not that big of a deal back then. However, the economic policies that Trump and Vance are promising are going to have such a massive effect on the deficit that the things they claimed were true of the Democrats' economic policies would be true of them. They would be doing what they claimed Obama did in 2016 when they ran on the trade deficit. Like, now they have to deal with all the shit they built about how bad a deficit is. They have to contend with that because their economic plan will invariably cause a massive one. Like, it just will. And so now they have to answer for that, something they demonized for so long.
Proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these.
Okay, the vice president's job, as far as I know, has very little to do with economic policy. I believe the vice president is the president of the Senate, yes. But if I'm not mistaken, the House votes on most, big economic, bill things, right? Is that the... No, it's the Senate. I think the Senate votes on that. So, yeah, I guess it would be the Senate. Okay. Yeah, I guess as the president of the Senate, she could put forward... They need to pass both, House and Senate, yeah. The House is usually an easy pass, but the Senate, my main point being the Senate, I'm pretty sure leans Republican right now. Am I mixing it up? What's the Senate seat layout right now? U.S. Senate seats. It might be the House, actually. I might be thinking the previous election. The composition empowers the Senate. No. Where are we at right now? Democrat at 47, Republican... Or no. Democrat at 51, but with 4 independents? What? Okay, so apparently, technically, just barely, Democrats have a lead if you count independents? Oh, independent Democrats. There are no independent Republicans. Holy shit. There is not a single independent Republican. There are 4 independent Democrats and 47 Democrats, 49 Republicans. Interesting. I think it's the House that's leaning Republican then. I'm pretty sure the bill, the border funding bill, must have gotten stopped in the House.
These great policies and what she's actually done.
I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, the House was controlled blue while the Senate was red. It was completely reversed 3 or 4 years ago. So I must have just gotten brain mixed. My bad.
Done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave.
I would just love if for, once, a politician got dirty in the debate tactics with a conservative. And what I mean by that is simply getting meta with it. What if Walz asked, in response to Vance, why do you think Kamala Harris supposedly wants to be in favor of open borders and destroying middle-class families? Why do you think she wants to do that? Because you claim she wants to do that, and she's running on that, and she knows it's what's happening. Why do you think she wants to do that? I would love to put him on the spot there and force him to either come up with some insane conspiracy about how Kamala Harris is evil, or to, just JQ on stage. Because I feel like they'd have to. Why would this Democrat politician have a supposedly knowledgeably vindictive desire to harm the American middle class? What is this? What is the goal here? I would love to see him either deny it, to walk it back, or be forced into defending some insane conspiracy about, I don't know, America being destroyed by brown people, but very overtly, not oh, there's an immigration problem, a narrative that Americans agree with, but outright going, over the top into the territory where people are oh, well, that's just racist. Because mind you, those 50+% of Americans who want mass illegal deportations, by the way, do not think they're racist. A lot of those people do not think they are racist. Not defending their positions, not saying they're right. I am simply stating a fact. A lot of those people genuinely believe that they are not racist.
Gave her 3.5 years ago, and the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when
one thing I find funny is when conservatives have to use lefty talking points to a degree, Remember when during 2016, one of the big policies being run on by Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and stuff, like every Democrat almost was running on the idea of a $15 national minimum wage? You had like even lefties convinced this was bad because the idea that $15 an hour might not be enough in some areas. And it's like, how the fuck are you going to not vote for someone who's running on a $15 minimum wage federally because the idea that it's not enough in some areas? Like that, you could actually say that a good amount of people refusing to vote for Hillary because the idea that she didn't go far enough could have won Trump the election in 2016, considering how slim of a margin he won by. He lost the popular vote. He only won by a slim margin in the states that he won, the red states that swung red. Like, we were close to a Hillary presidency, like so close the majority of national votes went to Hillary. Trump literally by a miracle won.
People say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense. I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans.
I like Tim writing down, because like what conservative pundits that are good at their jobs do is called breakneck bullshit. It's when you say so many lies, half-truths, and misinfo so fast and so much, something has to slip through, and all it takes is one thing. If they can throw 100 lies out and only 80 of them get debunked, those 20 lies could win them the election.
Is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to...
Like I said, if Trump wins, it'll be on the grounds of immigration and economics. These are their winning points.
Live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID.
Like, a part of me is almost curious to see Trump win just to know how fast I get proven right about the collusion with Republicans. How quickly Russia, like, simmers down their advances on Ukraine to make Trump look better. How quickly Iran stops its attacks on Israel to make Trump and Republicans look better. Like better peacekeepers. How quickly prices for gas and food in grocery stores drops despite there being no policy action taken by Trump. Just like the fact that he is now in office just instantly makes prices drop and no one will find it fishy. I obviously don't want it, but I almost want to see that outcome just to know for sure that I'm right about this. Just to be able to see, as without any actual action on a policy level taken by Trump, as prices drop in response to his presidency, to help, just so I can see it in real time, the psyop convincing the American people that Republicans are better at running the economy. I'd like to see it in real time, like to go to the grocery store the day after election night and see what the prices are compared to the day before. Like, I just want to see it, but I also don't. I really don't want to see it. But like, part of me is like, can I have like a fucking Palantir that can look into another world and see that timeline though? Can I have like a magical orb or seeing stone that can see into that universe, but it not be this one?
It led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it.
They keep their money in assets and offshore bank accounts. That's how they do it.
And he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue.
I love how, like, Trump and Vance are pretending to run on things that Kamala Harris has done with Biden. Like, it's really, like, the whole, like, economic plan that they claim to have to fix the economy is what, like, Biden and Kamala Harris have been doing. And it's not just, like, empty platitudes and virtue signaling about how they're going to make the economy better. It's like, here is an actual policy plan. Earlier today, I checked the Trump website to see, once again, do they have a page where they just lay out a list of policies that they're running on? They still don't. Because Republicans don't run on policy, they run on culture war talking points. The Dems, on the other hand, have a website for their campaign where you can go see an entire page of a list of things, policies, plans, nitty-gritty details of how they're going to do the things they promise to do. Not just empty platitudes about making things better, but a plan. There is no plan on the Trump side of things. Go to their sites. Go look at their campaign websites. There's none. It's all culture war nonsense meant to stoke up anger and get votes and donations. A lot of ads to donate on their sites. If you go to their site looking for policies, you will see 15 requests for donations to Trump's campaign. With the minimum, by the way, do you want to know? If you go to Trump's website, do you want to know what the minimum amount you can donate is? Just take a guess. No one cheat. No one cheat. If you cheat, I'll know, because it's so specific you would never guess. How much you want to guess the minimum amount you can donate to Trump through his site is? It's less than $50, but not by much. $20.25 is the minimum you can donate to his campaign. 2025, because Project 2025. Even in the lowest donation amount on his site is a tongue-in-cheek dog whistle about Project 2025. The lowest amount you can donate is $20.25. And that is all you'll find on their campaign sites is donation links. No policies, no plans, no actual ways they're going to achieve these empty promises they're making. Just nonsense. But if you go to Kamala Harris or even the White House's page for what the current administration that isn't even running and planning and trying to get reelected, that being Biden's, what they have on the website, Trump's White House did not have big pages on the whitehouse.gov site breaking down their plans and policies. That was not that didn't exist under Trump. Under Biden, who does not even need to look good and run for president again, his whitehouse.gov is full of pages about their plans and achievements and accomplishments, what they've done, are doing, and will do. They actually explain the plan and what they plan to do because they actually want to solve these problems and make things better. Republicans just want to run on these problems and promise to make things better and never do it. Trump had 4 years as president to achieve the things he always runs and promises to the American people. They can say, oh, well, Kamala Harris was vice president. The vice president's job is to be the head of the Senate, and which, mind you, can't really do much when the House is Republican-leaning because bills have to get through the House to get to the Senate. But on top of that, to also be in charge of foreign relations with, like, talking to foreign leaders and stuff. The vice president has an important job, don't get me wrong, but she's not writing up executive orders and bills to be passed in order to improve the economy. Like, that's not her job description right now. Yes, she's in government, and it's a high-ranking job in government, but it's a very specified job. She would be the president and would be culpable for these problems, arguably, if Biden died 2 or 3 years ago and she took his place, but Biden's still the president. Kamala Harris has a hyper-specified job, and she is not at fault for the things that Republicans are going to very surgically focus on attacking.
3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans.
That is also a true stat, no matter how much you want to agree with it. As some people in chat have gotten angry already at statistics that suggest that America's not on the edge of revolution. But yeah, no, we're far from on the edge of revolution. Most Americans think Trump's better for the economy and immigration. That is where we are.
Beans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just in out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross general.
The experts screwed up. This is also a very common thing with Republicans, is any opportunity they can get to build distrust in any reputable institution, the better. From the war on education they've been waging, like Trump promising to defund all public schools that require vaccines, not just the COVID vaccine, but vaccines. Like, you know how right now if you go to a public school, like part of your enrollment requirements is to get vaccinated? He plans to make it so if schools require that anymore, they lose all public funding. All tax funding, all money from the government public schools get, which is how they make their money. Besides, there's other ways, but it's mostly that. There are ways they make more money, but it's still through public funding. It's how they increase their supposed need or deservedness for more public funding that they can make more money through. A good example of it is box tops. You guys remember that? When schools maybe you don't, but I remember being a kid and it being such a big problem that schools are defunded that they had to compete for funding by doing something called box tops, where you would go to the store and your teachers and all school staff would encourage the shit out of you to do this and to get your parents to do this, because it was how the school got more funding, was to go to the store and buy products from companies that have partnered with the school system and the government to include these things called box tops. Dude, if you're not American, this must sound fucking psychotic to you. Holy shit. But box tops. Let me show you guys a photo of what a box top looks like. So there's tons of companies. And here's a few examples of ones that work to do this. It's like literally private. And one thing you'll find too, while some of these things are healthy, snacks like Cheerios, I guess, are kind of healthy, even though they've got a ton of sugar and honey and stuff in, or not honey, but sugar in them. A lot of these things are relatively healthy. Like Nature Valley bars are relatively healthy. They're not super healthy, but if you're gonna snack on a bar, a granola bar ain't bad. These have tons of sugar in them. Look at the nutrition facts on what is sold as healthy snacks, and you'll find not a lot of them are all that healthy. Anyway, Sour Patch Kids, literal candy. I don't know, Kleenex, I think, yeah. So bunch of stuff. A lot of them tend to be back to school supplies, and a lot of it tends to be the kind of stuff parents will buy for their kids to put in their lunch. They come with these things called box tops, which are meant to meticulously cut out with scissors and collect as many as possible, and then bring them to school when they act as proof of purchase of these products that these companies, I believe, then promise to reimburse the schools for their students' or students' parents' purchase of these products. I'm not joking with you guys. Those are Go-Gurts that are Sour Patch Kids flavored, regardless. Is it not fucking dystopian that we already base public school funding based on how much the families can afford to buy name brand products that have the box tops on them? And dude, you better believe, as a kid, those teachers and staff shame the fuck out of you if you can't bring in enough box tops. They make a contest out of it that it trickles down. It starts as a contest for the schools to fight over funding, but then they make it a contest for the kids. If you aren't selling enough chocolate to get more funds for the school, if you aren't running in this fundraiser that you're they do fundraisers too, because public schools need so much funding because they're so little in funding. How many of you guys remember charity runs? How many of you had to do in school a charity run where you're supposed to go and run for miles and miles and miles in the hot sun, in my case in Florida, during the day, in front of a big crowd of parents that are supposed to sponsor you so the money can go to the school. Or when you had to sell chocolates because that money was going to fund the school. They had to make their kids go knock on doors, and that is a thing we do in America. We bring big boxes of chocolate bars in and make a contest out of the kids to outsell chocolate to random people door to door. Yeah, that is something that we make do. There's fun runs. So, these are all things done to supplement the already lackluster public funding for public schools. And Trump is running on the idea of revoking all public funding for these schools if they dare to require the kids to get the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, COVID vaccine, or any other vaccine before getting into school. Those chocolate bars low-key suck too. God, they were so bad. Like, the only ones that were good were the milk chocolate ones, and it wasn't really all that good as far as chocolate went. I didn't even know what it meant for chocolate to taste bad until I tried one of those bars. I was like, oh, so this is what people mean when they say chocolate is shitty? Because I was a kid, I wasn't very picky about chocolate to begin with, but, like, I never tasted chocolate that wasn't just, well, that's chocolate, I like it. You know, I love me some chocolate, it's good. I've never had bad chocolate, quote unquote, until I tried the dark chocolate version of one of those bars and literally spit it out and threw the rest of it away in the trash. I literally took one bite, spit it out, and threw the bar away. And I tried a milk chocolate one later, and that was good-ish. Like, I found it fine. But the dark chocolate one, oh my god. I don't like dark chocolate to begin with. Those bars are awful. Now, I just realized that we've spent 2.5 hours now covering the Walz Vance debate, which means, sadly, it is literally impossible to get this out as its own video. This won't go out as its own thing. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's my editor's internet or computer, or if there's literally not internet or a computer on the planet good enough to handle it, but videos over like an hour and a half, just not really doable. My editor has a really good PC, like better than me. Like Ethan has a way better PC than me, and his PC crashes every time he tries to render videos longer than like an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. So this has already gotten too long to upload as a video. And it's also pretty late, so I'm probably going to wrap up the debate review now and resume it in the morning tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow. And so when I start streaming tomorrow, we're going to like resume the debate and finish it off like we did with the Kamala Harris-Trump one. I'm sorry, but there's so much breakneck bullshit from like the Republicans during these debates that I have to pause it for long periods of time to commentate. Like, I have to respond. It's not like I want to or I'm getting distracted. It's like there's so much bullshit, I cannot keep myself from debunking it, and that leads to situations like this. But anyway, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up for tonight. And we're going to resume it tomorrow and get the rest of the topics I had planned for today done tomorrow. It's a good thing I did that segment before the debate, because, like, holy shit, we would have only gotten 1.5 things done today otherwise. My PC is having an aneurysm just thinking about the idea of rendering a video that long. Yeah, there might not be a PC strong enough to render videos that long. So, unfortunately, that will not ever get to be its own video, that debate review, which sucks because I feel like my arguments are really good, but it's like, it's very possible humanity has not reached technological advancements enough to render a video that long. There's an argument in Gen 1 going on in Discord. Let's see what's happening. Let's see. I want to see what argument is going down. I don't see any argument, really. Yeah, I honestly don't see much in the way of any argument. Yeah, what are you talking about, Popcorn is life? Who's arguing? I don't see anything that's at least so crazy that it stands out to me. I'm just skimming, but yeah, I think you're trolling. I think you're wrong. I think you're lying to me, bro. Why would you lie to me? What the fuck, dude? That's fucked up. Anyway, let me read some donos before I wrap things up for the night. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Cleaver 120. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says your name has been unwhitened. Based. Enjoy that blue name, Cleaver120. I really appreciate it. I hope you do too. Thank you, Every Gretel. Meow Wixen, thank you for the tier or the $5 donation. There we go. I've had to burp for like 5 minutes, sorry. Thank you for the $5, Meow Vixen. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says I was extremely close to being in a Rev Says Desu video because one of my ex-friends knew him, and I found out this when Rev made a video with him in it because they had a falling out. Dude, that's fucking crazy. Well, I'm glad you're ex-friends now, but Jesus. Good lord. Meow Wixen with another $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, I hope the System Shock 2 remake doesn't get in the crosshairs of the anti-woke mob. Well, if it has minorities in it and it gets any amount of attention, then I assure you it will. But I don't know anything about System Shock. I've just heard the name. I don't even know what the game looks like, so I don't know what to expect. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie. Mercy. It's okay. Anyway, with all that said, I'm going to wrap up things here, and we're going to resume the Walls and Vance debate tomorrow. And then we're going to do the rest of the segments I had planned for today and some more segments for tomorrow. My bad. But I should have guessed that I would turn the Vance and Walls debate into something that is several hours long. I have a tendency to do that when I react to things sometimes. You know, it's just, got too much to say. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you all coming out today. You have all been absolutely amazing and awesome. Remember, on Friday, the day after tomorrow, I will be hosting a watch party in the Discord for the next 3 episodes of Rings of Power in Season 2. And the attendance is going to be like a democratic vote. So if the attendance is really low on the watch party, I'm going to consider that basically a community consensus that people don't like community events or watch parties. And that's just kind of annoying and a waste of like announcement pings and stuff. And they're all going to stop. From 12 Days of Christmas to watch parties, it's a lot to plan and a lot of extra stress to deal with. And if I can keep the majority of people happy by just making my normal content instead and not having to put in the work to do all that extra stuff that very few people seem to appreciate, to be honest, which itself also hurts, then yeah, I'm gonna have it be sort of like a democratic vote. So if you would not regularly come to the watch parties, don't come to the watch party. Like, don't come if you're not going to come to other ones, most likely. Because that's just going to tell me falsely that there's more interest than there really is. Because next week, when there's not big stakes in the watch party, no one's going to show up. And I'm just going to stop doing watch parties then. So yeah, it's a matter of, like, it's work to set these up. I have to take time from streams that could otherwise be for longer streams. I have to, like, make a 2 big announcements usually, which annoys people with pings that don't care. There's a lot of downsides to the watch parties that, you know, if people aren't liking it as much, then I probably shouldn't be doing them. I'm never watch partying anything Transformers related, I'm afraid. Popcorn is life. Like, I don't just not like Transformers. I actively, like, kind of have a disdain for it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't dislike you for liking it. It's just, I feel like the mech fight shit is, it's like a type of autistic hyperfixation I just don't have, you know? Like, big robots fighting doesn't do it for me. Big fleshy monsters fighting does it for me, but, like, I'm now gonna unsubscribe. Big fleshy monsters like Attack on Titan or Godzilla and Kong, that kind of does it for me, I guess. Attack on Titan more so because of the story than, like, the big monsters, though they're pretty cool. But yeah. You know what would be a really good show to watch party if they continue in my Discord? Attack on Titan. That would be really good. That's pretty solid, like, for a long form, like, multiple, maybe even multiple month-long watch party, because, like watch parties, because it's a longer show. Some of the Transformers are just, what? I have no idea what that means, TSW Shadow Wolf. That doesn't make any sense to me. AOT is one of the few anime I like. Yeah, I haven't seen many anime myself, but for the most part, the ones I've seen are pretty top tier because I've got good, like, friends that know what anime is weird and cringe and not to even go near, and what anime is peak. So, like, the anime my friends have gotten me into is, like, Attack on Titan, Chainsaw Man, Death Note. Good shit, you know? Real good shit. Cyberpunk Edge Runners. The stuff that's good. Arguably so good that even if you don't like anime, you should probably watch it anyway. You know, like it's just separate from the realm of anime. It's just good media. You know what I mean? I really hate anime as a community. Can I just say that? Like, I feel like one of the worst things that's happened to anime as an art form for an American audience is turning consumption of it into, like, a community that's gatekept and, like, made into, like, a thing. I wish that anime was just treated as, like, animation from another country, and the individual media was treated as, like... It feels like there are no... Okay, if you lived in Japan and were a big fan of King of the Hill, I don't feel like anyone would call you, like, an American animation fan. Maybe they would, but, like... I don't feel like people would say, oh, you like King of the Hill. But in America, if you say, I really liked Attack on Titan, instantly the response is, oh, what other anime have you watched and liked? If the conversation doesn't stick to Attack on Titan, that is where it goes. This assumption that you watched insert extremely good popular show that is anime must mean that you're an anime guy who is in the market for more anime to watch. And it's like, no, that's not me, dog. Like, I am not some guy out there looking for the next anime I need to binge or whatever. Like, I like watching good shows, and some of those really good shows happen to be anime. And it's really kind of sucks that even I, early on, had to be convinced to even try anime because of the amount of, like, negative association with that community. Hell, to convince my mom to watch Attack on Titan, which she ended up loving, of course, I had to be like, oh, by the way, I know that, like, you associate anime with, like, weirdos and creeps and degenerate anime porn online. That is not, like, anime is not the same as hentai. There's a word for that, like, my mom knows anime as the stuff that Dean Winchester jacks off to on his laptop, because the running joke that, Dean Winchester in Supernatural watches hentai. It's his favorite kind of porn. And so anytime there's a joke about him having porn on his laptop or like Sam walking in on him at a bad moment, you just hear, yeah, like the fucking anime moan in the coming from his computer. And it's just this running joke of like, if you know what he's watching. But like, my mom's association with it was that, you know, like that's what she thought of when she thought of anime. Like hentai and anime were the same thing to her. And a lot of people have that perception if they're not like tapped into that culture, because that's what it looks like. Anime fans look like they're just weirdos who watch cartoons as adults and jack off to them. Like that is, people think of anime, like older people a lot of the time think of anime the same way that like the internet thinks of furries a lot of the time. Like, it is purely this weird, like fetish thing. When in reality, anime is just animation, and there's tons of cool shows like Attack on Titan, Death Note, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, like just great shows that like you could make live action, and they might not be as good because you lose a lot of the cool animation stuff that makes some bits of it so cool. But like you could still tell the same story, and it would still be as good of a story because it's just good media that happens to be anime. And so I feel like this weird, like, anime is a genre way of looking at it is actually really harmful to the industry of anime in America. Especially when you consider, I've had it explained to me, like, how anime gets made. Apparently, like, a lot of popular anime has to get started in manga, like, books, like Shonen Jump. And to get anywhere with that, you have to Gooner bait. And so, like, one of the things that Ethan really wants to get me into, as he promises, assures me, and swears on his life that it is peak fiction, the best fiction ever made, is Berserk. Not the anime, but the manga. And so I screen shared my reading of the first issue. Man, they start that shit off. The first panel of Berserk is a sex scene. And like on purpose, the sex scene is as well drawn as the artist could possibly muster at the time, it seems. Like you look at the sex scene at the start of Berserk, Volume 1, Issue 1, Page 1, and it's the most well-drawn and highly detailed drawings in the entirety of it. And a lot of big anime or manga that you know was adapted into popular anime apparently starts like that. because whatever book they had to get the manga published in had to hook readers and get attention off the bat, and the best way to do that was to have tits in the first panel. And so a lot of really big popular anime, because the market is so gooner, you had to have in the first page or panel of your manga and some like big thing, there had to be tits. There had to be tits, ass, or sex. Otherwise, no one, like, that flip, move on to the next one. It wouldn't get anywhere. The ultimate sex sells type shit, yeah. So that's a whole extra issue that the goonerification of the anime community, which is very much its own problem, has. Where, like, so much anime has to basically pander to get anywhere when it's not even anime yet, it's just manga. Like, you would never hear of it if it hadn't gooner baited early on. An anime that is actually goated is Vinland Saga. Cool. Maybe I'll watch it. You'll never guess how the Fate/Stay series started out. I've never heard of it. I recently got a compliment from someone. I showed a drawing of mine comparing it to Berserk. Best compliment I got. Yeah, no, that's a massive compliment, dude. Apparently the creator of Berserk is so talented and so dedicated. His work killed him. He died of a stress thing. Like he died from overworking himself with stress. Zan, speaking of anime, do you plan on watching War of the Rohirrim when it comes out? Much like anything adapted from Lord of the Rings, I do. I hope it's good. I'm gonna be real. This may be sinful as fuck as a Tolkien fan, but like, I never found the Rohirrim to be the most interesting part of Middle-earth. I'm gonna be real. They're certainly not even the most interesting kingdom of men, you know? Gondor and Rohan are kind of fallen states of humanity in the world, you know? When you consider Arnor, Numenor, like, the fact that there used to be really high fantasy kingdoms of men, and that Rohan and Gondor are, like, the highest it gets now, and they're still super grounded and, like, arguably kind of lower compared to where men once were as a species in Lord of the Rings. I don't know. It's just, I've never found Rohan or Gondor to be the most impressive. Like, I care about them, don't get me wrong, but like, it's actually a shining example of how like humanity has fallen in Middle-earth. Like, it's kind of sad, you know? Zan, question, would you be able to find a Transformer hot? No, probably not. Almost certainly not. Unless it was like so highly detailed that it was basically just a woman. One of my favorite short anime series is we're not anime stun locking. Anyway, guys, with all that said, thank you all so much for coming out today. You guys have been epic and pog. I really do love all the support, whether it be in the form of just lurking in chat or just vibing. With that said, I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your lurking, for your likes, for your comments. It really means a lot. And with all that said, as always, have a good one, and hopefully, I will see you tomorrow. We got to finish up that debate, and we got a lot of topics to do tomorrow, so it's going to be a big day. I do hope to see you guys there. Sorry we couldn't finish. It's all good. We got 2 stun locked. It's all right. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching, and as always, have a good one. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.